You don't have to start now if you want to wait a little bit.
No.
Okay.
Wait, before we start, I mean, you can start the recording. But Gary said you can know why there is an enchantment on the city.
Why on put
I
like
wanna
why
know.
on you to put the enchantment on the city?
I want to know.
Something we did.
There's something we did a few days ago, he said.
Something we did.
That let her know that she should do this thing.
A few days ago in game time, not in.
Okay.
Real life
So
time.
In game time, Jesus.
So like
Not
7 years ago?
last night we were in Haven, and the night before we were in Silver Spire.
Yeah, so something from Silver
Something
Spire?
from Silver Spire or before. Oh, was it?
Did you contact
Was
her?
it something that you did or said when we were on Sin the Second and you called her?
Well, you said. Didn't you mistakenly, or did you take that back? You said
The ring?
no. You said you mistakenly like said, hey, that thing you're gonna do for your servant.
Yeah, but that was about Silver Spire.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
That was also yesterday.
When we were fighting, when we were fighting the Star Shadow, and I was talking to An and asking her to empower me, I was like, I've seen you do this in a vision. And she's like, what are you talking about? Because it hadn't happened yet.
That's unrelated though. I don't.
We called him Marie
Did we?
at some point.
Well, it's reaping night.
What did
So-
we do
Marie?
2 days ago?
3 days ago was when we returned from Sin the Second, and we found
went
out
for
the
3
explanation
days.
for it.
We went straight to Three Trees, didn't we?
We did.
Yes.
Trees at one point.
And then we got Clotho.
We
And then
did tell a ton of people at Three Trees we were going to Haven.
Well, also prior going to space, we did call Marie.
And that's when we found out they had the weapon.
That's when you found out that the court had done the divination on the Stampy Stab as well. But
Right, we tried to contact the Baronese and they were like, they set off basically an A-bomb and there's like a bunch of radiation interfering with stuff.
I mean, we had contacted Marie and told her that there was going to be the attack on Haven. Like,
That was like that was almost a week ago.
Couldn't we tell them anything about when? So how did
we
so
didn't know
An
when.
An knew that we had seen the vision of an attack on Haven. She had no idea when it was gonna happen. So what did we do to tip her off?
Considering we also didn't know.
we will
Never know.
learn something. What happened?
Will we?
So what
What we got?
happened was, congratulations.
I don't know if you were in here when Gary said this.
Mm.
This was the most difficult encounter of the.
It's the highest semester.
Great job, voters.
So getting
No,
rid of
we
the hardest-
wanted the hardest first because it gets harder as time goes. That's what I said, right? If we dealt with it like third, fourth, or fifth, it'd be even harder, right?
We had
Yeah.
to do is die a few times.
Do you remember when he got bloodied and started drawing on the symbols and gaining extra powers? Depending on how late you get here, he might have all of those or multiples of them to start the fight with.
Bam.
That would be
So we did good one. Don't bring your Karen energy back in this morning.
That's the only.
all right.
Everything else is dead.
Everything else is dead. So, you guys completed the thing here, took a short rest. While you're, after you get done with this, you lay down on the ground, have some heavy breathing.
No, we pose for the camera. Then we go around the corner and do all that.
Can we see ourselves on the recording?
Mhm.
What do
Oh.
the subtitles say?
How do we look?
The subtitles don't say anything if it's not one of the big guys talking, like one of the primary people. Even like there's other people talking in the scene, it doesn't say anything. The only people that are subtitled are the main focal people,
Mhm.
and then in scene number 3, the diplomats are subtitled as well.
Can I take out a piece of paper and write for the glory of the Bang in all the languages I know. And hold it up.
The ghoul doesn't seem to be aggressive
Mhm.
or barely paying attention, but yes, you can do that. So I did a questioning.
Or whatever you want me to write.
You're
Lord
you're
of the
going
Boundaries?
along with me?
Yeah.
You sound so surprised. You're fucking along with my bullshit.
Oh, I forgot most people don't have audio.
Yeah.
I've been yelling for no reason.
Well, that's why I'm trying to put your little thing. I'm gonna draw a picture of his symbol. And then what do you want?
Yo, do you remember what I did last
That
night?
goblin on the TV
I
is
said I did last
very
night.
angry.
Things.
I cut off the guy's arm and his head, and I put his head in his hand,
Yeah.
and then I wrapped chains around his hand, like my holy symbol.
So you hold that up. And what do you want the words to say next to it?
Um,
It should matter.
The church would like to thank Morin, the Sky Lord, for his assistance in felling.
Like, the goblin, who is yay big, holds up the arm of the guy whose arm is the length of this table.
yeah.
And that totally happens and it's not a problem. So you guys said you wanted to go to a different location.
We're going to
We have the dwarf man
believe
and the baby and Margot all within range.
We already
With it-
stated we're going to go to the difference.
We were very tired, and I want to make sure that you guys are aware of something. There are still, so you are in a location on the map with a spin disc. You can spend to one of the other locations that has a spin disc. However, you would be aware that that's going to put you at a disadvantageous battle position if you spin into
Uh-huh.
people that are prepared for you. But it does prevent you from needing to slug your way through the streets to get there.
Yeah.
So A, C, E, and I spend dislocations. You guys are currently at E. So Hart Square, Giants Market, Old Phones are the ones you can go to. With, I'm not saying it's going to change your plans. I just don't remember us talking about that at all.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm processing at like 1/4 speed. So
Okay.
which are the ones with the spin disc? Oh, you told us
Where-
A, C, E, and I. I read that.
Giants Market,
Okay. Well, we don't want to go to C.
Old Bones is
We're
next.
at E. Yeah, nothing's happening at I. So we could go to, oh, nothing's happening at A.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we wanted to go to F. That's
Mhm.
not the farthest.
It is not part of the script. There's 2 scenes worth of skill challenge to get from E to F.
Why did we want to
each
go to
of
the
us.
ship, maybe? Sorry, I missed. Was that something someone said? We could spin to the ship.
You can spend the ship. That is
The one scene to go fight the children. It's pretty close.
Children are closed.
What about the dwarf guy? Oh, the children are near where the black blood is with further.
The children are slightly
Yes,
closer.
visuals.
Can
Children.
we, yeah, can we go to the children? I think I could get my buddies to help us out.
Could we, while we're taking a short rest, send to Hope and ask how the fight goes? Or like we could tell her, threat any threat at the. Or could we look at this? Let's look at the stones. Let's look at all the stones. What's happening in all the squares?
So, F, point F, where the dwarf guy is, I would say, from the perspective of the people putting on the show, one of the 2 best under control.
Okay.
So there does not seem to be any signs of resistance at F.
And what's happening?
So when you kind of zoom in to see F, I'm just gonna do this during your short rest. You're kind of like, putting all this stuff up, looking through the different channels. You see the dwarf as people are coming out of the library, piling books in a big stack. You see him see what's going on, and he gestures towards one of the people that's putting stuff in a stack. And as I'm here, and one of them comes and is carrying a book, and then he says, "Let me see that." And the guy or the girl has the book. She shows it like this to him, and you can see across the front, it's sort of an old, battered leather book, and he takes it from her and says, "Cook a cookbook, recipes. I implant in your mind the idea that you need to bring me things worth saving." Snaps the book closed. "Bring me this." He throws it on the ground into a little spot of mud. And then instead of sending her back into the group of people pulling stuff out of the library, he sends her the other way towards the ghouls that have made a ring and put the stakes of that fence that they were carrying. And the girl kind of mindlessly walks into the ring. The ghouls are all standing, waiting. And then you see him remove the mind control effect. The woman kind of starts, she looks around, surrounded by ghouls, screams and tries to run. And then all the ghouls just pounce.
Oof.
Oof.
Oof. I think we should maybe go to the dwarf.
The at G, the second thing,
Mhm.
Big bear.
Big bear.
there are screams and cries and all sorts of stuff happening. There's a lot of chaos as the viewpoint character is constantly looking around at the action. There are dozens and dozens of ghouls and mist fiends and wraiths and other sorts of things that are happening here. But this isn't like the library where it looks like everything's sort of on the edges and the focus of the thing is under control. Here at point G, so which is Flayed Manning, the adventurers and the defenders of the city are putting up a very good fight. You can see that there's dead ghouls sort of everywhere. There's a couple of wraiths that you see just sort of not be able to hold themselves together and dissipate. There are those orange and yellow blasts from the weaponry of the mechs that you guys would recognize from the aerial battle the other night. This seems to be a point of very hard resistance in the city. So while it is very chaotic, you can see that it's going reasonably well at G compared to the other places. At C, you go over and you see that they're going through different things, and the person who's currently speaking is explaining the peoples of Nexus have long since said that this city was on the corners of things, and what happens to the people here. The woman kind of looks over and sees the ghouls sort of like holding up into the air, almost like crowd surfing, but there's big pieces missing from the bodies. The representative from Flace and family, and sees that we're too far out of the parts of the world that matter, and the city of Nexus fully supports the Kuatari and their efforts to consolidate power and control the city. Yes, we stand fully behind the Kuatari. And then Margot pulls the thing away from her and says, "Excellent, well done. I'm so glad that you made the correct choice. As you can see, those that know what they're supposed to do can get rewarded. Please." And takes her and her family to sit down at a little table that's been set up in one corner that has pieces of like food and drink and stuff set on them, but all of the plates and bowls and cups and things have these cracks and blood stains as they've been dragged out of other buildings by ghouls. At point 4,
Let's say 0.4.
Yeah, what's for
B, sorry, number 4, the
Children.
children?
people missing 4. At B, where the children aren't, you have the girl with the parasol who also has a picnic of her own. and she has this blanket set out that looks completely alien to everything that's around it. There's like war and chaos and everything happening around her. And on the blanket, on the corners of the blanket, there are about a dozen kids, which some are between the age of like 7 and 11, that just looked absolutely like shocked and like shell shocked and terrified. And she's explaining to them, has a thing of tea, passing out tea, although the cups are full of blood, and says, I know it is terrible, little ones, and you will not have to feel all of these terrible feelings. Once you are part of us, everything will be wonderful. You'll get to play and be children forever. Just forget this life of terror and horrible things. You'll never be hungry again. Drink, children, drink. And you see one of the kids holding this little teacup is shaking it as they're slowly bringing it to their mouth. And then drink.
So, vampires are like remain the age at which they were turned.
Typically speaking, yes.
Okay, and so you said at Big Bear they're holding their own.
Mhm.
What's the other one where you said they're kind of holding? Or you said there are 2 that are really bad.
2 that are really bad,
Yeah.
which is
So the wizard is really bad, and Margot is really bad.
The damage, although it's terrifying where the woman with the parasol is, the overall damage around her doesn't look as like end of days catastrophic as the others.
Yeah,
But she's stealing people's children.
it's in a little conversion.
she's
camp.
ramping up.
I want to kill a bunch of vampire babies.
You want to?
No, I don't. I do not want to kill a bunch of creepy vampire babies.
I mean, are we just gonna let her
Nobody does.
make more vampire babies?
I mean, those vampire babies can get adopted by nice vampires, and then be nice vampire babies.
So who would adopt a forever child?
Nothing bad can happen.
Why are we just allowing her to make more vampire babies?
I'll go to B or F.
Which is
Kid vamps or the dwarf.
yeah, I
Library.
would go to either as well.
Evil Mistress is closer.
But they're both close.
Well, I'm assuming it's the difference between 1 skill challenge and 2 skill challenges,
Yes.
right, Gary?
Do we see any?
serves, yes.
Do we see any signs of the Black Blood Guild forces? Who are there any forces in the
Vampire baby.
Yeah, vampire
So
baby?
we don't see any signs of them. However, there are none of the invasion points that are by the harbor. And the smokestacks, which are the
The big.
heavy hitters of the Black Bloods, are there.
With the vampire babies.
No.
No, by the harbor.
By the harbor was the other side of the city.
What about this boat?
You don't see, the only thing that would be close to there is the vampire children, and you don't see any signs. It's like a couple blocks away still.
Okay.
But there's nothing you can see on the monitors from the harbor. That being said, even this far away on the other side of the city, you can hear the steady pound of the heavy guns. Like the smokestacks are 100% engaged in this battle.
But can I see this boat peeking above buildings in the river?
No, it's much smaller.
Okay.
So, do you guys remember the Caledon from Battle of Hardhome? The smaller ship that had the little like holes in the sides where instead of big cannons, it's got a bunch of slots for mages.
Oh,
That's what the Wastrel is. It's that type of ship. So it's not a really big, tall, bulky
yeah,
like cannon vessel.
gotcha.
It's a
still
smaller,
a hitter.
leaner, heavily armored
Right.
mage platform.
I think we should go. We're already on the outskirts. I think if we go to the Evil Mistress, that would be the most helpful to the city. Because all of the, if we do like doing a pincer maneuver, essentially we'd be clamping down with the other forces that are towards the docks.
I'm leaning
The
vampire.
forces that are towards the docks would take you to F. Not to our side.
I'm saying we slice off the northern or whatever direction that is.
Northern. Yeah.
Forces of the vampires, and then we would move in after we deal with her.
So we do her first. I guess my only reason I would say not that. I mean, that makes sense and I'm fine with it, but I think if I were to guess, that dwarf wizard is probably is very powerful and probably getting more powerful. She doesn't seem that powerful. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
She's also building up her forces.
That's
like,
true.
literally.
Yeah. They're gonna be new vampire, maybe.
I don't
Maybe
think
one
that
hit, those
affects
babies
her.
are gonna be one hit kills.
That's what I'm hoping.
Alright, I'm okay with that. Drock, thoughts?
Did that ring that woman was killed in the dwarf vision look like a ritual? No, just a bill cage.
I mean, it looks like a rinky-dink little, the 10 stakes are this big. It kind of looks like a goat pen or like a, what you see it.
I'm good with whatever. I'll go with what the party wants. I gotta check something. I'll be right back.
JP, when we go to the no, go ahead. I was thinking, I'm just talking about later.
Okay, yeah, I'll only be a minute.
When we go fight the dwarf, JP can use his daily power and just destroy everything. So. The one that plops his own death.
Oh,
If
maybe.
His teleport.
his little teleport thing.
His box.
Box of death. Are we gonna use Comrade Sucker?
Yes, I
I
think
think
that
that
is.
is hero healing circle
Oh,
because
I
I
agree.
would like to heal.
I have
you spent healing
one.
surge on.
Hmm?
You get hit last one.
You
I
can
use
strangle to
warp.
death.
Use warp and weave. I use the surge when Griffle healed me from getting strangled,
Oh, warp in the weave.
and then I use one surge to heal during our short rest. So we are
This is a. It's not gonna go very well.
Drock's giving
Phil,
away.
like, look at me all.
like
What
candy.
order will we do these 5 fights in? The filibuster's looking at them something. I'm done. Like, I'm gonna
You've
take a nap.
done-
I can do probably one more fight.
Well, mechanically, I haven't used any.
What do you mean mechanically you use?
I have every.
Just use a single resource, which is the daily, which you can get back.
And I would just go to the ship. Goodbye.
JP, how many healing surges do you have?
11 left.
So 3, so 14, 19.
Sorry. I used 3. 8 left.
8.
11,
16.
Oh,
16,
And you have 3
one.
left?
I have one.
Okay, so
17.
17. So 16 to share between the 5.
I think you guys should all take 4 and I'll stay with 3.
Like, I think I used
That doesn't work.
7 that fight.
That's
You just
19.
No, 4, 8, 12, and then 16. That's 19. Right. I was doing 3 and the other way, 3 and 4. So 3, 6, 9.
we have 10
12.
less than we did last time we did this,
Yeah.
which means that
We have 9. Wait, we have 6. We have 15 to share? We have
16
16
to share. So if you all took 3, that would be 15, and one person gets 4. That's
Wow.
not what you may need to do.
Yeah.
First. It's early in the morning.
Coffee is not kicked in.
So I am still at, so with my one surge left,
Yeah.
I am still like I'm gonna need to spend at least one surge. I'm just over bloodied. I'm 1 point over bloodied. So to get back to full, I need to spend 2 surges. But I only had 1, and I wasn't sure whether someone else might need it more than I did, so I hung on to it.
So I think Griffle should take.
the fight absolutely.
JP, how much health do you have?
I'm 3 below full health. So I'm pretty high right now. I spent 3 surges to get there.
Is anyone else less than
3/4.
yeah?
I don't think so. I think everyone else healed up.
No.
I'm like at
I
3/4.
have, yeah, I'm 10.
So then I would have in that case I would have spent my other surge before we do this, so I would have 0 surges.
Okay, so you all have 3.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to go to 2, give someone else more.
Can you go to 2 and give drop 4?
I can
Well-
go to good drop more.
I think I should use one to heal.
That being said, like I've used my diamond cincture, so I can't actually even use I think more than 3 in the next battle unless other people are healing me. So
Other people will be healing.
Other
you.
I will be healing you.
Yeah.
all right, so 4 for me then.
Well, we need to. You said you haven't healed yet.
I healed a little bit. I could heal one more surge worth. I just haven't because
How much under max are you?
I'm at 45 out of 62.
I think that's enough where you should spend one.
You think I should spend one?
That's almost bloody.
Okay.
All right.
That means we've got 3 and then 2.
But wait,
Yeah, all of you guys have 3, the 2 of them, and they have 2.
because you spent them.
Well, I gave one to drop.
You
They go drop.
Okay. Drock has 4.
You have 4 surgeons.
4. Okay.
Yeah.
Drock has 4.
Okay.
You have 3. You 2 have 2.
I'm now full health, but I only have 2 surges.
Okay.
I'm 3 below full. I have 2 surgeons.
I'm 2.
Did you spend an additional one?
I did, yeah.
You said
When I got it,
2.
yeah, because I want to be full going into this.
Gotcha. All right.
I only have 2 surges.
So, gonna go around the table and ask to see if everyone gives me the same answer. You are going to the dwarf or the chick converting children?
Baby person.
Griffle, your vote is
I
dwarf.
would go for dwarf because for the sole reason that I have trash reflex, and I think the baby vampires are gonna hit a lot of like because they're very fast. I don't know.
Okay, so dwarf is your default answer.
Babies.
Babies, Drock.
Sorry, the one thing I may have missed was there any defense being mounted against that lady? Like we know there's no defenses at the dwarf.
Not that you can see. Now, granted, and you can tell this the focus on that vision, on that kind of perspective, is very narrow. So it's not this giant scene. It's sort of laser focused on a like what would be like a area burst 2, rather than everything else which is showing like the skyline and the city and the overall effect.
I
So
think
it's kind of
saving babies is more important than saving the books in the library. I know it probably makes life harder down the line, but save the children.
Save the children.
So we have basically everyone on the Save the Children.
All right, that's
do you,
fine.
do you want to
I obviously assent to the group.
Yeah. Well, most along the lines of when I do those ones, it's like, all right, what is everyone thinking is their initial stuff? And if anyone differs, be like, okay, do you want to make your case, or are you game going along with?
No, I had like a really bullshit reason for wanting the dwarf in the first place.
Okay, fair enough.
But also when we were watching and the dwarf threw the book on the ground, like you would have heard like a little like from Griffle. Being like, no, not the knowledge.
So,
Not flour, water, salt, yeast.
you guys start to make your way through,
Knowledge is power.
and you're gonna notice 2 things. One, you guys being here, there was defenses here. There weren't adventuring groups, and there were no. There was not a significant portion of guards here. They did not seem to be pressing into the square to deal with this situation. They were focused exclusively on defending the temples. So, for example, when you look at Blade Manning, it's pretty clear that this is an offensive operation, right? The defenders of the cities are making their way into the square. They're fighting the specters. They're actively engaging the things near the viewpoint character. Here, this seems to be focused around the individual groups that can actually make a difference. Were protecting their own. The 3 different temples were preventing the temples from being taken and destroyed. So going out of this area, it's actually relatively easy to get out because most of the attackers are focused on those 3 hard to crack nuts. And going through the city streets, it's not that difficult to do. Although you can see that there have been pretty significant amounts of damage. There are a few city streets that you go down that when you look, there's just like half a dozen ghouls just dead in the street that looked like they were wiped out, maybe by a couple of sort of bigger spells, and then they moved on. So the defenders here are doing decently well, but they're not controlling a big area. And you guys heading towards Basewick, you're gonna get to the outer ring of the adventurers that are picking the vampires and ghouls off, kind of clustering around, pouncing down as a group of like 7 or 8 adventurers, guards. The mechs, like one mech or two, will mix in with each other. These sort of mixed assaulting groups are going and picking off the smaller groups around the square, but not trying to enter it yet. You can kind of tell that they're sort of building up to it. They're trying to contain the vampire who's sending out these groups to go and harry the rest of the city, and have not yet tried to engage, but probably would if time continues to pass. As you kind of run through, you are going to be relatively unmolested to get to Basewick. And about 3/4 of the way there, going down city streets, Drock, you see Clotho stop in front of a little like cafe, and she stops, and then she grabs hold of your arm and goes, "Oh no, my knight, we must stop here. This is important."
Can I ask what about it makes it important?
Yes. And you see her face is not that mannequin look. She has that, she's sort of shrunk in size. She has that like halfling look to her. And she kind of pulls you to the side and points towards the cafe. You can see bits and pieces of the top of the cafe have been broken. The roof is on fire. In front of the cafe, there's little like table and chairs sitting outside, and there's several people that are laying on the ground dead, like they were trying to escape. Maybe inside of the cafe is where one of the smaller spendists was located. And she's like, "Sally showed me this place. They have the best mint juleps. You have to come with me." And then she steps aside to like be into the little thing, and then she goes and sits at one of the tables that looks like it's relatively undamaged or anything like that. No one. There's no blood. There's no gore. There's nothing around this little table. And then she says, "Go in there, and you should get 2. No, you should get 3." And she points to a man who's laying, with his arms out, dead. His back's been torn open. You can see bits and pieces of his spine. And she says, and get one for him. I owe him a debt. He bought me a drink when we were here."
Clotho, I would love to sit and have one with you. However, we have to take care of a couple things in the city. If you help us with that, we can get back here quicker and actually have that, what did she call it?
Mint julep.
We can have that mint, sorry, I'm not catching the name, guys. Sorry, it's early.
Julep.
We can come back faster. Can you help with this real quick? And then we'll be right back here.
So she kind of like looks at you, looks around. She slides out of her chair. She stomps her foot on the ground and goes, "No, I want to do this. There's not a lot of things that I want to do. My knight, I owe that one a debt. You should bring him a drink. I want to repay a debt."
As do I. Never fun being in debt. However, there are children at risk. Do you not want to help save the children?
So she.
I didn't catch what Michael said.
You're not going to mention the guy's dead?
No, she doesn't seem to care.
So she looks and says, "But they are, my knight, they're mortals. It doesn't matter if they're children or old, they're going to die soon enough anyways. But I owe a debt. You are my knight. You're supposed to serve me. I would want a mint julep and to repay the debt for the nice young man that bought me one when I was here earlier."
How can we repay that debt?
Lots of arms. And she kind of like purses out her lips in a very sort of petulant child expression.
How do we repay that debt when the man is not currently living? He is also mortal and dead.
She looks from you, looks to the body, looks back. Dead? Well, then stop it. Protect him. Make it better. You can sort of see that, like, she's getting this expression of, like, she wants what she wants and is just kind of trying to, discount anything that gets in the way of what she wants, and she's getting more and more upset.
And we are trying to make it better. If we can stop the fighting in the city, then it is possible that we can resurrect him and then repay the debt. But we must do things in order, and saving the city and the children is first on that list.
So she looks at it, looks at you, and you can see that, like, she's trying to figure it out. Like, the wheels are turning, but it's really slow. Like, she's just not having a good time understanding the context you're trying to put this in. Could you give me something like a diplomacy check, please? Or whatever you would like to justify to try to,
Oh no, yeah, no, definitely diplomacy. I'm trying to treat her exactly like a 5-year-old. Break it down in simple terms.
There is a priority list. There is a proper order to things.
All right, 29.
So she looks at that. Okay, but you have to promise. You have to promise that we're going to protect that nice young man and the barkeep, and he's going to make me another of those Met Juleps, right?
We are trying to protect everyone we can, them included. If you could assist, it would make our jobs much easier and possible to protect even more.
So she looks around for a second, and then you see the sort of halfling. Disguise is not the right word, but the form that she was wearing when she went out on the town sort of fade a little bit, go a little bit more like the mannequin inside. And then she shakes her head and says, I feel useless. I don't know how I can help. I can. And you see she frowns in her mannequin face and, like, looks like she's really seeing what the scene looks like for a second, where there's just people dead everywhere, the city burning, people screaming in the distance. And she's like, I could. And then she puts out her hand, and you see that little start of that ball of flame. They are people in the way. I could burn them all. And you see that little, like, start of that little sun and the heat from her starting to light up.
Instant skill check pass to get to the next location. However,
Yeah. However, you're in the area of the town that she partied in.
You're watching One Punch Man.
Oh yeah,
You like Genos. You got her little.
yeah, exactly. If you could help us, there's a vampire up ahead that is converting the citizens and the children. If she converts the children, she will kill the parents. And one of those might be the barkeep. We should get there and attack her directly.
She says, she looks at the little, like, miniature sun in her hand that's sort of starting to light. You feel the temperature rising up. And you're aware that she's trying to figure out, like, how do I use this without melting the things that I care about? Like, how do I use this? And she's kind of running up. And so she goes, but if the barkeep is near there and I do this, I don't understand what needs to be left of a mortal to bring them back.
Instead of
You see
using
the little miniature sun die out, and then she folds her arms. The halfling form settles back over top of her. She stamps her foot and goes, I want to help, but I think I'm just going to hurt people.
Clotho, can you light the sky?
Right, the sky. She thinks,
Can you put your sun above the city?
You want me to bring the dawn?
Yeah.
Yes. She nods. And then you see this smile, like genuine happy smile break her face, like, the 5-year-old that's waking up on Christmas morning. And then she puts back her head and lets loose this like I know what I need to do. I can't make a new sun, but what you need is time. My knight, we need time. And between 1 second and the next, she steps sideways, and the commoner halfling form that she's wearing vanishes, replaced by the mannequin looking form dressed in that emerald armor, that gown, her battle armor that she wore before. And you see she draws her blade and goes, "Not direct. What we need is time." And then she points the sword in front of her with both hands, and then she goes around herself, leans back into it, and when the tip of her sword touches the air, you see she leaves a line, a perfect circle around herself of golden light. And that golden light flickers and burns, and you see above you, about 100 feet, another ring, 10 times as large, in green and gold light, that is in the air as well. And then above that, in the skies above the city, you see a dark green ring, almost imperceptible against the night sky, but with the light of Clotho, you can see it from here. She pulls the sword back into herself, and as she does, the ring rotates. Now, where half of the golden ring around her is in the ground and half without. And above the city and above the rooftops, the ring rotates as well. And then you see, when she's holding the sword close to herself, her arms sort of change, her shoulders, her chest, it fills with muscle. It doesn't look like bodybuilder muscle. It looks more like Olympic athlete, right? She has lean, purposeful muscle, and even then, layers of fat over top, just bulk on her body. The Goliath form that you saw before is very well represented. She is pulling strength into her upper body and her arms, and you see that circle of light around her start to flicker with golden light and start to show flames that are coming in the front and the back, around her, around the buildings, the sky above. And then she takes the sword in front of her and pushes it up. When she does, you see that circle sort of squash, compress into an oval as the flames go forward and back, making a rough oval figure around her, and you can see it mirrored in the sky. As soon as she does that, one of the characters recognizes what she's doing. Do any of the players recognize what she's doing? I'll say part of the description again.
Similar to the ship.
A ring of fire appears around her, distorts from a perfect circle. Plucky answers.
Yeah.
Your helm goes off and says, "Plane shift detected." In your head, you get an image of the city, a 20-mile oval, and she's plane shifting the entire city.
The fuck? What? Oh,
You can feel all through the city the lights click, 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 as the portals are losing their destinations. No longer portaling or spinning to places on the prime. The portals are snapping shut all over the city as she raises the entire city somewhere else.
Weird. Lucky where?
Markers unsure. Energies detect this is located somewhere within the wilds.
Oh boy.
You see something change on your helm, and a readout shows something different. There's a timer, one moving normal, one moving sort of unusually
Uh,
fast.
Yeah. So we needed more time, so she moved us to a place where time was faster than the prime.
Yeah.
Good thing we're avoiding extra planar
But
activity.
then more things can happen before dawn.
No, not on the prime.
So for you, from your all's perspective, time is going to flow normally. But when you go back to the prime, more time will have passed.
Right. So time moves slower in the wilds.
And On will get here faster, and now all the spin discs are useless.
Well, can she get here faster?
As she's finishing doing this, you hear the helm.
Time in the wilds moves slower than on the prime.
Let me look.
There are parts where it's different.
No, the wilds moves way faster.
That's what I thought.
But at the Iron Star, it moves.
So you
Where Nurse.
you might lose time going into places in the wilds where Narsenhar was. When you went in there for a couple of hours, you came back and you lost most of a day.
Yeah,
Right.
the Wilds is inconsistent.
The wilds has little pockets that change.
Right.
It's not always.
And so she's taken us to a pocket that moves slower than the prime.
Seems
Good
like
to
it.
move the entire city.
So wait, which clock is referring to where we are now?
So the clock that's moving faster is the prime. The clock that's moving
Oh,
normal
okay.
speed is where you are.
Okay, so she's slowing from the prime's perspective. She's slowing things down in the city to bring dawn faster.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
It's likely
I'm
she'll-
gonna
she'll
ask her like,
plain snap it back
Pop us back.
yeah,
and then pop us back at dawn.
okay, amazing. Yep, that's pretty fucking skits.
So she does that. You see, like, she's pouring in sweat and has this sort of satisfied little grin on her face. And then she takes the blade, sets it to her side. It vanishes. Her battle regalia disappears. And she looks back at one of many. You guys can see that all of you can see her sort of mannequin form right now. And she goes, "It is in my nature to bring the dawn. It is in your nature, I hope, to survive until the dawn comes." Incoming message to Griffle.
First, Clotho, that was amazing. What the hell?
So she smiles. You see the halfling guys sort of snap over her for a second, and she kind of claps her hands together and goes,
Yeah, I play.
"Thank you, thank you. It was hard, but I think it'll be fun to watch."
What is this going to do to the timeline that we had for when the ward goes off?
So the ritual that On casted, it said it doesn't matter what plane you're on, right?
Mhm.
So
Ah,
on
so it's
forces
still gonna
can
work.
still come in.
And the beacon is here with
Oh.
us in the wilds. Surely it's come with the city, so that's still gonna work if that whole plan is.
It might come sooner because
Yeah. Yes.
time is all relative to the prime.
Yeah.
You get a message from the helm, and you recognize Rivor's voice.
Yep.
He's like, "Are you still connected to things?"
Still here, Brevor.
"Oh, good. I'm slightly confused at what I'm reading on my end. The good news is that we were able to check through the information you provided us, and it seems to be all working. And the ward that was there seems to have faded, but it's changed into something else. As far as I can tell, instead of just evaporating, it looks like it's sealing the portals, sealing everything to where nothing can get within the city."
Oh, so us moving to the wilds wasn't what sealed the portals.
Looks like it started, but now that the portals are closed, something is preventing them from reopening.
Okay, right. So they could have just reopened portals. Okay.
Learn the new address,
Yeah.
pop back over.
Oh
Yes.
wow! That everything's coming up, Griffle.
Oh.
Don't worry about where we are. Just worry about when we are. We are somewhere where time is moving slower than the prime, so that
Faster.
Lesser.
No, slow.
No, we're faster.
No.
We're slower.
We
This
just-
is why
yeah,
I
let's
was
just go
confused
this
as well.
way.
We
It's
just-
you're saying it backwards, right? You're saying the same thing different. Time on the prime is flowing faster than it is happening here.
1 hour to us here could be something like 3 hours to the prime.
Yes.
I
it's
hate
because-
time zones.
Well, it's also because apparently the wilds, you just have. It depends on where you are.
The wilds is like whatever goes. Brevor, don't worry about injecting the code. Unless you get an opportunity, obviously, if the existing ward fails, but this is fabulous. Not only can they not reach us anymore, but the dawn will come sooner.
What about all these very heavily negatively charged vampires?
Weird.
Oh, and also I'm gonna be like perhaps this
Go.
I'm
Argo's about to get fucked.
I'm gonna give some clout to I'm gonna give some undeserved clout to Arn. I'm gonna look at Clotho and be like, please forgive me this small lie. I think it may bear out some benefit in the long run. And I'm gonna turn the mic back on. Unmute.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's this ward of Andesang who has conveniently shifted us here. Also, what a most grand and powerful queen is she? And you can tell it pains me to give praise
Yeah.
to her, but I'm trying to sort of like spread it so that people think she has more clout than she does.
The
Like
power of the Church of the Boundless. He's no.
and the leader, the high priest of the Church of the Boundless contributed somehow.
Someone
Was
did
there.
something. Woohoo! He was
He was
present
present.
during events.
Present for the great miracle.
Participation award.
Miracle. It's a miracle.
So, question, guys, because I'm confused on one part. I thought nothing would affect the portals until the new code was put on. What was the thing that we did that helped close the portals?
Clotho.
No, so Clotho dimmed the portals.
JP. So Clotho took us into the wilds, which cut the portals off because the portals were like, we are portaling from wherever in the shadows fell into the prime into Haven. And so when the destination for those portals was moved, those portals closed. But if that they would have otherwise been able to open again, except for the fact that the ward that Arn put in place has now changed to where no more portals can be opened in the city.
Okay, so it was On's ward, not
It was
our
On's
new
ward.
code.
It was Clotho's shift that closed them. It was Arn's ward that prevents them from being reopened again.
Got it. Thank you.
Oh, good. I struggled to get it until Gary explained it as
Did
well.
we notice? Is that something specifically because we moved to the wilds? This change in On's ward, or was the last 3 times that we saw
Oh,
portals open in
I'll ask
Haven, were
Bravor.
they also sealed?
I'll ask Bravor. Any sign of courtesan in Haven? What changed in the ward?
So he says, well, as far as I could tell, it looks like the ward has changed from just marking the locations of teleportations to sealing everything in the area off completely. I think what triggered it was something causing the failing of all of these other portals, but I don't really understand how this works.
There's no way Arn could know that Clotho was going to do that. There's no fucking way.
No, but if On gets notified about every teleportation in the city, and the city teleports,
I don't know where this map is. It's longer. I don't know.
then
was-
maybe she
He was waiting for something big to happen.
Just a couple layers of rituals. I mean, it would make sense that she knows that they're going to be teleporting in. And so I think that would be a ritual that would make sense to have, like a giant seal portal.
So, vampire children? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We see On. She's like, "Where's my god seed?"
Expensive.
Bro, this is so cool.
Expensive. Come to our ship. We've got an egg.
This is just your voice now?
Yes.
Filibuster has found his voice.
Too much of that into Cora.
Oh, yeah, that is also with it. I love it.
Like a 1923 after.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Cast baseball games in between sermons.
Mm-hmm. Horse races.
A little narrower than I would have made it, but I don't think it's gonna cause problems.
Got the. What's that guy's name?
What?
The
Seabiscuit.
Rector of Ruin. That's a great horse name, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a great horse name. As ridiculous as it is as an enemy name, it is a great horse name.
I don't know. Have any of you guys played the video game Grounded?
Yeah.
Director Schmechter. Every time you say it, that's what I think of.
Time to ask
Ugh.
ChatGPT for another villain name.
For a creepy lady who violates children.
Please.
Oh, don't type that in.
You don't actually have to
Memories of Atasha.
memory the location.
Memoirs.
Memoirs.
Give me a
Memoir.
super villain.
Oh,
name.
I like memories
Atasha.
better.
Geisha, I gotcha.
Also, these little vampires just make me think of the little sisters from Bioshock.
Yeah, they do.
Hello.
Now, if Gary gives us the option of saving them or absorbing their power and killing them,
I know what I'm choosing.
A second. Did you mean the vampire children or the actual children? My answer's to
the vampire children. On your first playthrough, you have to save them. On the second playthrough,
That's so sad.
Oh my god.
The Sanguine Matron.
Oh, that's good.
Sanguine matron? I actually honestly like that.
The Crimson Cradle Keeper.
That is very terrifying.
The Velvet Veil Matriarch.
Oh, lovey giddy.
The Ebon Widow. I don't know why.
Oh, I like Evan Widow.
The Nocturnal Nurturer. Shadow Suckling
That's the
Mother.
name for her.
I hate it.
The Moonlit Matron of Desolation. The Mistress of the Scarlet Nursery.
Oh,
Mm.
that sounds
That one's
cool.
kind of heat.
I like that one a lot.
The Vow.
Sanguine Matron. Sounds pretty good to me.
Wait, what was it? The mistress of the.
Oh, the ones you guys reacted positively to were Sanguine Matron, the Ebon Widow.
Which
Kind
is
of,
just to avoid Marvel IP.
I wouldn't. Crimson Cradle Keeper, you kind of said. Nocturnal Nurturer. Moonlit Matron of Desolation and Mistress of Scarlet Nursery.
Mistress.
Scarlet Nursery. That's super cool.
That sounds like a Hardy Brothers book name. The Hardy Brothers and the Mistress of the Scarlet Nursery. The mystery.
Oh my god, I have a Ravenclaw.
Oh.
No.
Breaking report say Elon Musk plans to buy Riot Games and limit how many times you can play their games a day.
That would actually be a
That
super
would be a very good favor. I'll cast this before you leave.
that I have seen more toxic than the League community. Or like no game community that I've seen that's more toxic than League.
Are we toxic?
I played League once, logged in with Gary, and it was like Gary, Jolene, me, and I don't know, we got some randoms. Like, I was utterly horrible. I don't know what game Gary brought us into, but it was not like beginner friendly. Gary, of course, just carried the entire team, but I got yelled at for every wrong move, even though we were winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like.
So
So to be fair, fair to JP, he did fine, but when I had him join my game, I was the second rated grandmaster in the world for Yi, and it matches your MMR against whoever's the highest rated person in your team.
Yeah.
So it was like 3 new people, another grandmaster, me, and so it was them, 2 grandmasters versus 5 grandmasters. So there was 0 fault on JP. It was 100% my bad.
But like we were winning, and I was getting yelled at constantly, and I'm like, why would you yell at me? Leave me alone.
People make us move.
So back then, the like opinion among sort of the higher ranking people was that smurfing was evil. Basically, it was basically cheating, being an asshole to new people. But it is also problematic in the opposite direction, right? Like it's problematic to the people that want to play with us.
Yeah.
The problem with MOBAs is that like it requires you to keep up with, like, you have to know not only what you do and the intricacies of it, but also what everybody else does so that you know to look out for it.
Yep. Which is why I said when they were like, "Hey, do you want to come play League with us?" I was like, "Absolutely not."
And then how many champs are there now? Like 200?
200.
Like 170 or
Yeah,
something.
there you go.
Yeah, stupid amount.
Yeah.
What?
Gary just read a tweet that said, "Questing beast breaks through the damage that the one ring prevents."
That is true. It does do that.
Because the questing beast is
It's one of the dumbest
card
cards that's ever been made for. Oh, questing beast! Why are you such a gigantic? I should have put this. Actually, I put this on top of this other board in case we need more space.
Questing beast is a card that says 2 and 2 green. It's a 4/4, so it's already a well-statted minion.
Have you seen questing beast, by the way?
No.
You should look at the card rather than having him read it to you because you won't process all of that. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm saying the card is a book.
It's quite. There's so much text.
You should
Vigilance, Death Touch, Haste. Damage dealt by your creature can't be prevented. Your creatures can't, or this creature can't be blocked by creatures power 2 or less. And if you deal damage to a target's face, it also deals damage to a target planeswalker opponent controls.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a lot of text.
Jesus.
And that's just a 4-cost minion or creature, whatever.
the 4/4 for 4 with
Wow.
a book of text on top.
Questing beast.
Standard, not legal.
Not anymore. It
It
was
was-
legal in standard for a long
It
time.
never got banned.
Never got banned, and it was
Elder. Oh, so it just went out. Of
On the release of Eldraine, green
when release was a problem.
fucked up.
Green, well, Gruul, green,
Green.
green, red
I
had
thought he
access.
played green blue as well.
Green, red was
That's cynic.
You need
Or
to-
cynic.
Are you actually gonna use
Green
this?
blue is Simic.
Huh?
Are you actually gonna use this other card to save it?
There was a
probably gonna
card.
be okay.
I think I remember
We'll
most
see
of
if
the
it causes
two colors,
problems.
but I don't remember the three color ones.
Yeah, I can't remember most of those.
Chirpy.
Who? T?
No.
The
Do you?
B.
Or not T. B. Prominent.
when Eldraine released, there was a card called the Veil of Summer, which did get banned, and it said like it was just 1 green, and it said you and your creatures can't be targeted. The target of blue or black spells and draw.
This is wrong.
So it's essentially hexproof from blue or black, and then you draw a card for 1 green mana.
Wow.
And it could act as a counter spell
What
because
is
it
it?
also affects your own.
It was an instant for
green
1.
instant spell.
Can't be charged until end of your turn. End of
Yeah, until end of the turn.
End
But
of
that's
the
it. You can, if someone
But it's
does like a black
Jesus.
discard card, you could just go, cool, not only am I immune, but I draw a card. And then it got banned from damn near every format that it's legal in.
There's also a 3-cost planes. Eldraine is fucked up. That's really there's
Well,
a
it has
3
Oko.
Yeah, 3-cost planeswalker called Oko, and his +1 ability, which means it doesn't. It's actually adding resources and defends the planeswalker. was a removal spell. It just turned a creature into an elk. Which also silences all effects on that creature.
Oh,
Yeah.
so target artifact or creature becomes a 3/3 elk. So you could turn like your shitty artifacts into 3/3s, or turn their awesome creature into a useless 3/3.
Oh my god.
It was
For three.
So
For three.
it was
And
very, very
it came out with 4 loyalty, and it would or no, it was 3 loyalty and I think it was the +2. Is it +2 or +1? It's either
Plus
it would
2 gives you
it would go up to 5 toughness basically.
Yeah.
So there was no creature on that was a 3-drop that could remove Oko like at all.
Oh, right.
And they did print a red
you
card.
set aside. Hang on.
What's up?
You set aside some vampires for me to use. Yeah.
They did print a red card that was 1 red. It was called Fry, and it did 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker, which was not enough to kill an Oko. So like they printed a counter to it, but they didn't actually print it. Yeah.
Is broked. Do no like.
Oko is also banned in almost all formats.
Also true. Although honestly, the gold standard for fuck this card in Eldraine wasn't any of those. It was he's not called Stomper, but whatever it's called.
The Beanstalk Giant?
No. The red one, the red giant.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
The
It was like there's a
the creature and a removal spell that you could use independent of one another on the same card, and you can use both sides.
Yeah, it was like so there was
There
a
you go.
mechanic called Adventure. So creature cards had spells attached to them.
Okay.
So when you spin the spell, it exiles and then you can cast the creature card separately. And this giant it was basically a shock that cost 2 cost.
Mhm.
So it did 2 damage and it cost 2 instant. And then the next turn you cast it, and it's a 4/3. And if enemy target that giant with a spell, it would deal 2 damage to their face. Right? It was 2 damage, something like that. So it was like hard to remove, and it was like
It was a 4/3 for
Removal.
3 too.
So you had to hit it at least, well, not necessarily at least twice, but
it's pretty much always doing 4
4
damage.
damage. It's always
Yeah.
been 4 damage to your face, pretty much in most situations.
If you play it in like aggressive,
And after you use the shock part where you did damage or something, it put it into exile, so it couldn't even
So
be
you
taken
can-
out of your hand for
Yeah.
like discard effects and stuff.
I
mean,
do
it's-
think adventures are sick. I think that's a
they're
great
very
thing.
cool mechanics, but they're broken as shit.
They were gonna bring it back probably because the next set coming out is Eldraine.
They're 100% bringing back Adventure. Because Adventure was an old mechanic in the card pool called Archive for forever and a day. Actually, there's some Archive cards
Somewhere.
around here somewhere. If people want to see what the mechanic looked like originally. It was in the card pool when I was working for them. All right. Once Kylie's back, well, actually, you guys can go ahead and roll initiative. There's required for to be here for initiative rolling.
We're over there.
You guys are here.
Where's the cam boy?
He is in this little pen area.
How many vampire kids are around?
8.
Should I use the stall tactics here, guys? Are we planning on doing another battle?
we're planning on going to the dwarf after this?
These are probably gonna be fast.
Oh, true.
These are little baby vamps.
So it might be worth using.
I would say this is probably the best one to use it on.
All right,
well.
I will use stall tactics, Gary.
Grapple whenever you're ready.
Oh, and I'm tracking initiative.
There are 8 vampire children.
I'm assuming they're not minions.
They're not minions. There are 8 of them. Made a joke about her name, and now I've forgotten her actual name.
Also,
Because I'm like, her name isn't Geisha.
It's like,
Tasha. No, Tasha is her name.
what was that, Drac?
I was gonna say prior to going into battle, we should use non-lethal force on the vampire children.
On
You
the
might.
vampire children?
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't use lethal force on them.
They could be
Yeah.
like years old.
They are donezo.
All right, let's just quickly evaluate the fact that Drock was totally fine using lethal force on a human child in Three Trees, but suddenly has reservations about vampire children. Where do your loyalties lie?
What's her nickname?
The mistress of the Skyland.
Trying to save the children. Trying to make up for past crimes against children.
These are not innocent children.
These just look like children.
Haven't you read your Bible, JP? As soon as you're born, you're fucked from an eternal standpoint.
Very true.
All right. All right. So I'm trying to get everybody slightly off the map because I didn't draw the map correctly. So you guys are over here.
Furtive, are we doing evens and odds?
Eves and odds.
What is our active check range? Hit check.
Oh,
Lowest and highest.
so lowest defense on the board
Mhm.
is 20,
20?
and the highest defense on the board is 27.
So
26.
56.
20,
The 20 to 26 is our ask range.
Equals 2 minus 1.
Yeah,
That's it.
that was a great formula.
I'm so glad on the last day we have done this speedily without any arguments.
I still don't get it.
You're the
Well-
math teacher.
What?
We'll just do it like you do with the kids at your school, which is you don't have to understand it; it just works.
Oh yeah, that's
You said they've said to people.
never in bullying you.
Also, they're not kids at her school.
Because if they're low,
They're adults.
they're high.
Some of them.
If there's
Wow.
someone with a defense of 20.
I had a friend said that insisted on.
If this is the range we are
It can
acting in,
But if there's
So if the lowest defense is 20,
yeah.
if you roll a 19, you know you didn't hit. If you roll a 20, you might have hit something.
Right.
So you have to ask.
Okay.
whereas on the upper end, if it
works
meets it,
the other
beats
way.
it.
Yeah.
So
So
you,
you
drop
remove
it by
that one.
Yeah.
I guess that's why I'm thinking means it beats. I'm just dumb.
So when Gary tells me the range, like lowest is 20, highest is 27.
No,
The only difference, the only change you need to make is -1 on the highest.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it just doesn't sit right.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't.
No, I get it.
It's non-Euclidean. It's fine.
So when you guys come out into the street, so you need to be in basically a 3x4 brick. Are JP and Griffo going or JP and Foxy, are you guys going to be the front of the team?
Yeah.
You assume?
Oh boy.
And then
It's not set up yet, Foxy.
it's not completely set up.
Where are we arriving at?
Way over here on my side.
I could put them up once we're settled.
Yeah, there's going to be some nonsense that happens at the beginning. So,
The children have speed of thought.
Morin, do you have a place that you want to be? Front, back, middle,
Definitely middle.
middle,
Yeah.
like there.
Does that sound good?
Look good. You happy with this?
Very bad.
How
That's it.
far am I from
Yeah.
the mistress?
So the mistress is the unmarked one.
Yeah. You want a pink on
Or
or
14.
something just for visibility?
So I'm 13 from here. Perfect. Lucky number 13.
And that's the camera.
The camera's over there.
Okay.
He's not in combat.
He is a non-combatant.
What if I go out of my way to fuck him up?
He can. He
He's
has
covered in
defenses.
runes and stuff.
He has defenses, but his defenses are not represented on the range on this.
I think we decided the shame of their
Defeat is more valuable.
important.
Yeah.
wasting attacks on the camp.
Yeah.
So as you guys come into the square, you recognize where this place is. This building is the Wainwright, where everything was set up. For the
Ah.
You're just here. So this little spot in the front where the
Get a refund.
ghoul is.
Yeah.
Hey, just down the road. It sells the most amazing viewing crystal.
So when you guys were here last night, there was the little roped off area for the demonstration. For the demonstration of like the things, and they were displaying it on the side of the building. So that's what this is.
Mhm.
In the middle of the square, or on the middle of one side of the square, there's that blanket, little tassels on it that's set out kind of like a little picnic. And there are two umbrellas set on either side that you can see have like runes and stuff covering the top of the umbrellas, and are pretty obviously generating some sort of magical effect. On the sitting in the middle, cross-legged, with her huge sort of dress all flowed around her, is what was the mistress of the night nursery? What is it?
The Mistress of the Scarlet.
Mistress of the Scarlet Nursery, aka Tasha Turi.
She's a tree.
She is a Turi.
Ooh.
And then you've got on that little blanket are two recently turned children. And you can see there are 4 other children on the blanket around her.
They're going to become
Non-combatant children.
currently
Currently, yes.
non-combatant. CNC.
And then these things, the children have made hopscotch boards with body parts and blood.
Oh. Grizzly.
And are broken into sets of 2, playing hopscotch using severed heads to denote what one they have to jump over.
I feel like Ring Around the Rosie would be darker.
Mm.
Well, you stopped Ring Around the Rosie, right? That was last night. Stop the plague.
We did.
Why are you looking?
Yes. Yes.
We stopped the plague. last night.
Over.
Do you not remember?
Sorry, I've been pretty busy.
Are you still there, JP?
Yep.
That's-
Okay.
Wow, did you see how quick his hand popped away from the cat like he was in trouble when you said that?
I had hit the push to talk, completely forgetting I also bound it to my mouse, so
Did you see how offended the cat looked?
Yeah.
yeah.
Your cats are so.
Yeah, they're so
Oh
friendly.
my god, I saw the cloud of fur.
So did I.
Also,
Oh,
Alright, I wasn't trying to make it a mean thing.
Oh no, they hate being brushed, so they are very fuzzy sometimes.
Reroll this. All right, initiatives.
Okay.
I've rolled mine.
I rolled mine.
And
I rolled the highest initiative that I have this week.
Thank God. It can't be that high.
Is it
It
like
was a 7 on the die.
I get to roll twice. I'm very happy with it.
so brain.
I don't know what, if I'm not rolling diplomacy, intimidate, or bluff in a skill check, and I'm not actively attacking something, my rolls have been terrible.
dice are our
So my highest is 29.
30.
We'll do 30.
Minus
JP, what do you got?
27.
Oh, wait.
your highest is 19.
My highest is 19.
Good. Sit down, woman. Oh, child. Sit down, child. That's right. And one woman.
All right. So JP, what's your
27.
27.
27. So one of the 2 of you.
7 plus 7.
Yeah.
So I'll be 2.
Like you could let her go first because she's also rolled terribly for most of the initiatives. Has been going.
I
it's
have
not
been
terrible,
going on initiative
like 4.
4 to 12. 4 in the smaller fight, 12 or 13 in the big one.
I'm here to control the battlefield, Gary.
19.
Oh, I'm at 20.
20.
Oh, wasn't no, Jack was 27,
27.
right?
Yes.
20. What are you at?
16.
16. So the odd number vampire children go first. And then you go. And then everybody else.
Are the non-combatant children considered allies for the purposes of ally-friendly attacks? Like that?
Yes.
Yeah. Are they also considered creatures for the purpose of non-ally friendly attacks?
Yes. Okay. Where are my thumbs? I should have another one of these somewhere. Should be 4 of these. That's not what she was.
She's so cute.
I
Drock,
wish my cats were that friendly.
Drock, see the thought. Where are you going?
So I want to move up. I know everyone loves when I do this, but I want to get to the middle. So I want to move up as far as I can. I want to get to the middle, and I want to I'm gonna be actively trying to get the children to not drink.
What how much movement did you have? for this?
7 for speed of thought, and then 11 for my first turn.
22.
He's a fast boy.
He can almost outrun my spear. Oh, the drugs got the pumped up kicks.
Oh no. Also, it's contextually bad. Do you know
Yeah.
the song's about? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. There was a reason I referenced it. Outrun my spear.
Hey, pretty lady.
Hello.
Thank you to.
I was saying hello to
everyone who
her.
helped this morning.
Not replying to
Hey,
you.
Kylie. All right,
So, who goes at 5 and 7?
everyone.
5 is
Five
the
is-
children.
And 5 is the odd children, and then 7 is everybody
That
else.
means
Okay.
I will say it definitely had an impact to put them lower on initiative.
yeah.
I'm nodding like you guys can still see me, but yeah.
Clover will relay it to us.
The children have a plus 12 initiative.
Wow.
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 Just like we thought.
All right.
Jock is very good at stalling children.
Yep.
I mean, how did you perceive the conversation with Clotho at the cafe with?
You are you ready?
Yeah.
Will you move me forward 6 squares?
4, 5, 6.
All right, this hits everything on the board. Fourfold invocation of doom.
Glorious.
That's a daily.
Yes. If it was not a daily, I would literally ban it.
Miss. Well, that's
Go
unfortunate.
4.
I think that's the person I want to hit.
The person you want to hit is 3.
Oh, well, fucker. Oh, that's the wrong one. That was an 18. 18.
Is that red part?
You rolled the red too, right?
Red one?
Yes.
So good luck.
Number 7.
What's this against?
16.
And
I'm sorry.
that's will, I
I
assume?
believe it's will.
I feel like it's either will or fortitude.
I hope these
Might
kids
help you
have
will
low will.
Hmm?
I hope these kids have low will.
Yes.
24 will.
Hit.
First. Higher on another ghoul. Hit. Okay, so that's 25 roll.
There's no
25
damage
will
on this,
the
right?
mistress.
25 will on her.
Yes.
Let's go.
Josh, look at the camera.
15, that's a hit.
Oh,
2 plus 16, 18 will?
No.
Oh, that's under. Sorry. Hit.
And she's
Thank
gone.
you.
Hit.
So you missed
Missed 1.
number
4,
number 4,
which is this one.
and number this one.
6. So 4.
5, 6.
Uh,
Oh, no.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Another dazed until the next end of my next turn. The
Um,
rest are dazed save ends.
hmm. That means everything's training combat advantage.
It does mean that
Does
the
mean-
entire match.
It's raining. How much do I want to? Is it assuming that she is coaxing the children to drink? Or assumed?
It is broadcast
To
with
the multiverse.
subtitles in high detail
not-
to
but-
literally all people.
But like she is influencing the children to drink.
She's just setting offering. She does not seem to be like psionically,
Forcing.
forcing them. She's just very calmly and somewhat sweetly explain to them that all of their pain and terrors will go away as soon as they drink from the cup.
Drock, what are you doing on your turn?
I'm going to tell the children not to drink, and then, if I can, maybe knock some cups out of their hands or something.
So, mechanically speaking, it is a minor action to destroy a cup in a children's hand.
What, including just talking to them?
You can talk to them normally. I'm saying if you're going to destroy a cup in a child's hand, it takes a minor action.
All right, I'll minor action, insightful comment. You have +6 to diplomacy.
What's the is it the burst 10 on that?
That's +5. But he's close to me.
Yes. But the two of them are not. So
They're not talking.
Okay.
They're just pewing. Pew.
I mean, I'm not saying they should. I'm just, put it out there.
I am he who pew pews.
It is worth noting that you can knock unconscious with a fireball. So, should you want to attack the children and knock them out, you can do so non-lethally.
So I can non-lethally dishearten them.
Yes, it's not over.
That's whack, but in a good way. You should probably do that.
It's a nice burst formation.
They are a nice burst formation. A picnic is a nice burst formation.
It is. Crash stitch that on a pillow.
As a reminder, everyone does have an action point. This is the first encounter towards the next milestone.
Foxy, it's your turn.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It is.
Oh yeah. See,
Oh.
I was so used to going last. I'm just like, I can chill out for a little bit.
It is probably worth having her move before you set up the board, because the board's going to radically change when she moves.
Yeah. The only difficulty with that is it's difficult for me to move without having some reference point.
Gotcha. So
How
there,
far can you move?
5 but like 5 is my regular movement, but I have other moves.
so a movement speed of 5 will get you in range of one of the vampire children. You could double move.
Where am I?
You're here.
Okay.
So you can move up to one of the hopscotch boards
Uh-huh.
in 5 squares. If you move anywhere else, it's going to take you more than just one movement. You can get
This is like
that's the lens. Yeah.
The camboy.
okay. This may be a bad idea. But I'm thinking about
Excellent start, just a
so I'm thinking attacks on the run. So I'm gonna move action, move up.
Mhm.
And then can I get to another combatant within 5?
you can get to her and if you go
I
5.
can get to her.
She's here. She's in the middle.
Who's the
That's the
cam
cam
boy. Okay, yeah.
She's
So
here.
what I'd like to do is dump attacks. So like move speed to move up. Quarry her. Oh, I can't quarry her because I.
Won't be closest. Won't be closest.
If you get like out of the burst formation.
She can go to here.
Yeah, I can hit them from there.
So are you gonna put both attacks on the run into her? Or are you gonna split them up?
I think I'm gonna split them up because I can't quarry her.
Okay.
Although,
You have combat advantage against everything, by the way.
do I?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put them both into her then.
He just dazed the map.
Okay, I will. Yeah, so I will. I will attacks on the run up to her. Bam, bam. Yes.
I'm gonna have him set up your board, and then I'm gonna ask you if you care about which of 5 squares that you're in.
Okay, but after.
Yeah.
Because I can always be in range.
All 5 of those squares are legal. So the question is
Okay.
which one you want to go
That is a 15 and a 17.
on the die.
Yes.
Probably both hits.
Yeah, so that's plus 18 to both.
But with combat advantage.
No, that'll be plus 20 to both. So
So
25 and 27 versus AC.
so
No, 35 and 37.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why am I bad at maths?
I think you're just not used to hitting by plus yes on everything.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Okay, so
Who knew? In order to get Griffle's rolls to be on fire, we just had to fight children.
so 7.
Oh, I'm excited. It's beating children time.
16, Oh, that's a 26, 30, 40 plus 62 plus
Is it 40 plus 62 or is 62 is the total?
62 is the total.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry,
That's fine.
You're about to be
I'm out loud mathing.
That's fine.
62, 64, 66. And do I get to apply anything else?
Don't you get your combat advantage die?
Yep, that's what I've done. 67. It was a 1. I think that's 67 damage.
Insane.
I didn't crit. I'm not bloodied. I did have CA and I've applied it. Yeah, 68. 60.
Needed the light blade expertise for CA, right?
Yes.
Probably known you were gonna pop a daily, or maybe go back.
Okay, so 60. Yeah, 68 damage.
Ow. When you are done with this attack, she is going to react. No, she's not. I lied.
He is dazed. Is it worth dropping an action point?
That hurt her.
Quite a bit.
She's not bloodied, but she definitely felt that.
Did I bloody you guys?
But she has like 150 health or left. Maybe.
I wonder if the little babies will react because they seem like it seems like the kind of dynamic where if you bloody like her, the little babies would be pissed off.
Maybe. Up to you.
But they are dazed, so it might be a good time.
What's your action point? You?
She crits on 18 to 20.
I feel like I could lay some pretty serious damage into her.
How big on saving children are you? Think of it from the perspective. Would your character fucking go berserk?
Is she one on that board?
Saving children.
That's-
I'm gonna
Looks
action
like that.
point and chuck bolts of
I
water.
forgot she
Anyone-
was ranged on.
Anyone's fine with bolts of warding, right?
Yes.
Yep.
These children don't explode as far as we know.
What is that?
Let's see.
Let's say 3.
This is a daily or an encounter power.
This is a
Okay.
counter.
You can re-roll it.
20. Will this 21 hit?
No.
Thank you. Hang on. Ah!
I will say that you are reasonably certain that
It's a 12.
that 20. Oh no, you get 30 something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get 32.
32. Yep.
That goes much better.
Thank you so much. That's
I mean, you
huge.
popped your friggin' action points. So I feel
Yeah.
like-
Okay, so it is a 2d8. It is an 8 and a
Have you used Sonic Surge yet?
9.
The thing that gives you and everybody else I crit on a target.
But what's
You're-
warding is 2d10?
You only have one skill.
3.
This harden. This harden
Okay,
is
so
not-
13.
this harden is slightly oppressively good. It's just
It's
So
hard for us to find
25.
anything.
Okay, 25 damage into her.
sorry.
No, that was my fault. I
So
literally
actually
just-
27 from CA. Oh, and she's undead, right?
She is undead.
28.
Oh yeah, you finally get your undead slaying bonus. So it should have been 3 extra damage from undead slaying.
Yeah, so
Is
31 additional damage, like 31. Which means this would be 99 is her current damage taken.
do you remember what that is called?
It is my background and it is Restless Dead. Or Restless Undead or Restless something.
I'm making sure that it's not one of the ones that. Okay, it doesn't. But some of them scale, and I was making sure it's not one of the ones that you need to scale.
Yeah, it's called Restless Dead.
It does not scale.
Okay.
How much damage is she taking overall?
99.
She is as close to bloody as she can get.
So she's got 200.
Yeah.
Got your.
Brilliant. Okay, and this and
That's
this is her.
Yep.
I would like.
Fanboy is off.
Yep.
I wanted to put him on there just to see him on the.
I'm gonna flip them over. So
Here, I'll show you the board.
You are in the middle of a group of 5 squares. You can be, 2 left or 2 right, wherever you so choose.
Right, yeah, of course. Honestly, I think I do actually want to be here.
Okay, it's 2 to the left.
Yeah.
Now, I would make a note that is not on the map, but it probably deserves to be on the map. Is there is a parasol next to you?
We don't know what they do.
Parasol?
Yeah, the little umbrellas.
Okay.
I'll put a mark.
I'll risk it.
Because that is your maximum movement, so you'll only figure out what it does when you end there.
Okay. It's not actually my maximum movement. I can shift 2 if I really want to.
Oh, well, I'm going to explain what the parasol does, and then you're probably want to take out my action to shift 2.
Okay.
So as long
Unless
as
I go here instead.
correct.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So would you move in range to figure out what it does, or would you be like, nah, I'm going to not get close to that?
I don't want to waste my shift 2, so I would not. Sorry, guys. I know, like for science.
I don't think we have the resources to do science.
Okay, so whoever is recording the I don't know. I think it would probably be an ally condition. So if an enemy ends its turn adjacent to you, they get pinged for 5 lightning damage.
In all cases, or is it range?
In all cases, until the end of my next turn.
Cool. All right. That was number.
Okay.
So listeners off your board.
Oh, I see what you're asking. You have to be within 5 of me for it to be effective.
Oh,
So filibusters off the board.
Yep.
But one and I are further off the board.
Okay, cool.
All right.
So at the moment,
So I'll move up.
That's filibuster.
Filibuster.
brilliant.
Billy's maximum.
I'll move up. I'll walk past the parasol to figure out what it does. But I want to end kind of in that square beside the children.
There.
6? You move 6.
You wanna go
Yeah,
next
that
to
works.
her?
Yep.
You want to be next to the parasol?
I don't want to end next to the parasol, but I do want to walk near it to see if I can figure out what it does.
You're gonna figure out what it is. So people who enter a square in or adjacent to one of the umbrellas or end their turn there gain vulnerable 10 all until the start of their next turn.
Maybe no.
Yeah.
Stand next to the umbrella.
He's got it already. 'Cause he went
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
But don't do it again.
He took a chance for science. It did not
I
pay off.
scienced badly.
You'd write that down, John.
Yes. Vulnerable and like an idiot to all.
Hey, someone putting it on the battle line is probably the best person to learn that.
Sure.
Okay. So, Gary, with what we've seen, is there like a safe direction for the children to run?
No. This entire area is surrounded by ghouls. There's very much not a safe place to be.
Dang.
Let's kill her and then deal with the rescue op.
Yeah. So, all right. So, as my move for my minor, I want to yell to the children, do not believe her lies. She does not offer you salvation. Do not drink from the cups. And I'll knock one of the cups out and try and destroy it as my minor.
The salvation.
So there's only one cup in range. So that is a destroyed cup.
He's a halfling.
Perfect.
These are all halfling children,
How
correct?
many children could I conceivably scoop up in my arms, given that they are smaller than actual children?
Probably 2 per arm. You could probably get, if you didn't have your weapon out, you could probably take all 4 children.
All right. And then I am going to use Rebounding Dance and strike into her twice. So I'll kind of like shift around the square and end up near her. So I get 2 because she's dazed.
You have to go onto the mat in order to hit her. Is that-
You'll be in the disheartened.
You will be in, well, he isn't at the end there.
Oh, okay.
So you go onto the mat, right?
Yeah.
You can make the 2 attacks anytime during the move that you want.
Right. And then I'll finish off the mat. I'll finish back where I am effectively.
Okay. She's about to find out. So when you step on the mat, you can tell that as long as you're standing on the map, you suffer a -10 penalty to will.
All right. Well, I'm finishing
Oh.
off the mat, so I'm good.
Yeah.
-10 defense, +10 vulnerability.
Yeah.
Sorry, -5 to will, not -10. The 10 is vulnerable, the 5 is
Okay.
that.
Cool. I get +2 because she's dazed.
Yes.
Makes sense at the picnic.
All right. A 30 and a 25. Does 25 hit her AC?
25 does not hit her AC.
Question.
Was it the first swing or the second swing?
The second is 25.
So you're going to get the -2 to defenses.
Perfect.
And that will make it hit.
All right. So a
Also,
total.
you guys have 27.
Nice.
Crazy.
All right. So a total of 47 damage. Weapon and fire.
And could you give him the map? Because I need to know where the hell he wants to. Because he gets like shipped 11 in the middle of this.
I'll just end where I am. It's fine.
Yeah, you can go in there, smack her twice, and then end back over here.
Yep.
I have a -2.
You don't want to stand closer to a lot of ghouls.
Oh, I guess, yeah, I could go closer to where the party is in case they get attacked. Yeah, so stand more at the front near Griffle, I guess?
My here.
Sure.
So for the first time ever, Drock comes towards the party.
Here's the rope. During all this movement, you step on the hopscotch board to see what it does.
No, I've done enough stupid for one turn.
Well, to be clear, the penalty to will doesn't stick with you. So-
I will step on the hopscotch board.
Okay.
Oh, bro, you are already invulnerable to all.
What the last sentence before this one was? No, I've done enough stupid shit already.
But one of the stupid didn't stick.
What?
One of the stupid things did not stick once he got off
It
of
was
it.
it wasn't permanent.
It's made out of blood and viscera. Why would
Clearly,
you
the
wanna
effect was
stand
not
on
nearly as permanent as the stupid status effect.
So, a creature standing on a square of the bloodied rocks. When they end their turn, they must make a melee basic attack against a creature within range. And if they are bloodied, they score a critical hit on 19 or 20.
That's great.
Do you want
Oh, so that's good for the babies.
Yeah, stay away
You
from
want-
there.
Do you want to end on one of those squares, which will give you a basic attack, but it will put you in range of them, or do you want to end away from it?
Away from it for now. Yeah.
Okay. So you are currently standing adjacent to the hopscotch border. Do you want to be further away?
Yeah, I'll
Or not?
move one up closer to the mat.
Be adjacent to the board. I promise you.
Yeah, that's that idea.
With the vulnerable right now, I'm going to be a little less stupid.
Okay. It's 3, 4. You're up.
Oh, and she is now bloodied, right?
Yeah.
Oh, she is. Yeah, she's dead.
What is this?
That is his vulnerable marker.
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for him. But
Feel free to absolutely flap her cheeks.
Yeah.
She only needs
Bro,
50.
How much damage has she taken?
Taking like 150.
99.
No,
Drox did 40 something.
Oh.
47.
47.
7.
Okay.
She's in
Well-
the bloody thing?
What?
She's not gonna go and ghost?
Also, you're at +2 to hit, and she's at -2 defenses. Now's the best time.
Her hunger is not a reaction.
Okay.
We should kill her. We should-
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You guys have seen that the court's hungers are all a little different, and the last guy was not Kurturi. He was Weiss.
Spirit of the Skylord.
146.
Centered here.
By the way.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it'll hit these 5.
Okay.
And the camboy.
You can attack the Camboy if you would like to.
No.
No.
So 5 targets.
Leave this bloody camboy alone.
I'd be interested to see if you could hit him. So if you could just roll an extra die just for
The red die
giggles.
will be for him.
Okay.
Okay, so this is gonna be a plus
Want you to be a crit.
17. I don't think I have anything to augment this with yet. Yet.
I look how much you want your dice up.
Thank you.
What is this against? Pretty good rolls.
This is against Fortitude.
Fortitude. You're looking for a 35 fort on Gamboy.
35 for it.
I don't think that
Yeah,
hits.
that's not gonna hit.
Carry on.
Okay, so rule number 7. This was an 18. 2 on 2. 3 and 8. And 17.
What about the children?
I'm not targeting.
But you said you could attack them.
I don't. This is not ally friendly, is it?
It's not ally friendly.
Oh, then it is. It has to target them.
That's fine. So do you want me to roll for them?
Yeah. Don't roll ones.
Don't roll ones.
Then you'll ineffectively do.
You
your
can hit
non-lethal
any of
damage.
hit.
You will hit them unless you roll a 1.
In
I'm
which
saying
case-
roll extra dice. Their defenses are not these defenses. So when you roll 4 times, and if any of those are 1s, you miss.
Wait, are you hitting the children?
Yeah.
Yes. Why?
You can knock them out.
Can't not do it.
You can also knock them out.
Did you miss any of them?
I already gave them ones.
None of them are ones.
Then you hit all 4.
Okay. I don't know why you said don't roll ones when in fact we would want to roll ones in this case.
No, you said we can knock them out. You were not.
They are unconscious.
Well, they're not going to become vampires
Yet.
now.
So plus 17. So does a 19 versus fort hit a child? Vampire child?
Yes.
Oh
No.
right. What about a 20?
24. 24 does hit a vampire child. Oh,
Well, wait, this
that's
is
her,
also
though.
the lady.
that's her. It does not hit her.
Okay, so I miss ghoul number or vampire child number 2, and I miss her.
That's with the -4, right?
Okay, so she is granted combat advantage, so it's +2 to hit. And she
22.
has -2 defenses from
24 fort.
24 forward on her will connect.
Let's go.
So I miss vampire number 2, but hit everybody else.
Sounds good.
They're all
Well,
immediately.
It's also -2 though.
He is also -2. Everything on the board is staged, so they're all
21
good. 21 fort on
Child.
the child does connect.
Okay, so I hit everything.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Glad we got there.
So I hit everything. Everything's gonna be knocked prone, and it's
Oh, I don't know
2d
why I picked you up.
2d10. Da-da-da-da-da. 13 plus 14 is 27.
All right, Griffo, you ready?
Yep.
So the children 2, 4, 7, and 8.
Yep.
All take
27.
Oh yeah.
take 27.
Yes.
27 damage.
As does the lady.
And the lady also takes the same.
Mm.
Okay. So and then the main chick also takes 27.
She's got like 25.
So should I action point?
I mean,
Does she go next or does
the odd children go next.
the
and
odd
then
She
chick?
goes to 7.
Should I action point and try to finish her off?
Well,
like
she is
25.
at.
We know her health, she's 200 health.
173.
Got 23 health.
173.
27 health.
27 health left.
You think you hit it? Thanks for it.
I don't know if I can do 27 damage to her though. She's not prone, which is nice.
Well, prone is negative to your attack.
Not
No.
hers.
Not bursts, but
I don't have
ranged attacks are -2.
I mean, I'm gonna go before her, and I.
Is she 7?
And her
Yeah.
hand is hovering over the disheartened button. And yes, she is going in.
Okay, then maybe I'll hit something else. I'm gonna put my curse on rule number 3. But I won't action point to do it, so that'll be it. 7, 2, 8, 4, and her are all prone. 7, 2, 8, 4.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did he do damage to her?
Did a lot of damage to her.
Yeah, it just did 27 damage. to her.
27
On this attack.
No.
Oh no, that.
Oh, the prime is
was
part of
the
this.
attack.
Okay.
Yeah. I was saying that again for filibuster. I don't know if he was here when I.
Understood.
He's upstairs.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Number 5 is my odd children. Yes.
Odd children.
Josh, I got the other kitty now.
Oh my god!
Oh,
I'm gonna have to train Maxwell.
to allow this,
Mm-hmm.
you just have to give him his churros, like a little bottle.
Uh,
I can't wait to see him tomorrow.
so charge on Drock.
Your cat's so friendly, man. My cats hate me.
I don't know. They hate everyone else though. They won't do that with anyone.
31 AC on Drock.
That hits.
Is your Triplico flight a daily?
Yes.
Okay.
These go there. These, no,
Who's attacking right now?
no comment.
A child.
So it's the wrong dice.
Like,
So 10 points of damage. So 20 total damage to Drock.
22.
22.
At 10.
I did. Oh. This is 10.
Got it.
2d8 plus 8 is their basic. And she dazed, so that's her round. That's her turn.
Wait. Did you add the 10 vulnerable?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They don't hit hard if they don't have combat edge. But she's gonna push you 1 square.
Uh-oh.
Onto the blanket. You go.
Onto the blanket you
There's
go.
a child there.
Into the range.
Yes, onto the unconscious child.
Been pushed onto an unconscious child.
How do you feel? All right.
Is there a provision for like dead, like unconscious or dead bodies on the battlefield to become difficult terrain?
Yes, typically speaking, it does.
But the child is so small.
Child is small. It's not difficult.
Huh. Is that like an actual thing?
Yeah, it's one size category below you. So it won't be difficult. It will be difficult.
No,
terrain
like
for
I've
him.
never played with that rule.
Yeah.
Like no, it's never been enforced in any game that I've been in.
It is not a super common thing. Trying to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So she could go after you. That seems like
Did ghoul number, I guess that wasn't adjacent, so never mind.
How far am I from this attack?
if you move. So filibuster is 6 squares away from you.
I would suggest moving.
I can't.
Well,
That's too far.
oh, sick.
Yeah, I think it's within 5, right?
5.
I did not intentionally set that up, but it is what it is. All right. 14, 15, 23 AC is going to miss. That is it for 3. So 3 should have gone. 3 is.
It takes 5 damage. And it takes another 5 damage.
Oh yeah, they're all in the.
5 from her, 5 from me.
Okay. Number 5 takes.
Are they resistant to psychic?
Would anything have taken extra damage when it attacked me then? The first one that attacked me?
It pushed you away, so it didn't end its turn next to you. I mean, that's not why it did that, but. Yeah, let's go for more. Charge. Actually, this guy is going to end a turn there. This one missed, so I can't do that. So, natural 1 or natural 2 is going to miss even your defenses.
Unbelievably.
Unbelievably so. Number 7
Lauren kicks the child.
Run.
It runs at me and I just like push it away with my staff.
So the odd ones I'm going to roll saving throws. So 1 saves, 3 saves, 5 does not save, and 7 does not save.
Wait,
So
the orange ones are the only ones that are saving it.
Yeah.
The rest are ended.
No.
no,
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
the other way.
backwards.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to roll them all and then figure out what actually matters. So 1 is not, 3 is not, technically 5 did not need to roll, and 7 is not. So 1, 3, and 7 are not dazed save ends. So-
These fuckers always got
And 3 takes 5 damage.
And number 3 does take 5 damage. Sorry, Foxy. All right.
And 7 doesn't do anything.
Which one did not save? I'm sorry.
It stood. It was prone and dazed.
Which one did not save?
5 didn't need to.
5 didn't need to save. All the ones that could have saved
Did.
Oh, on the odds. Got it.
Number 6. You're up. I mean, he's technically in the range, but just
one.
I mean, how bad could it hurt, right? You don't do damage. What has been told.
I can avoid him.
What's the disheartened do again? One?
Negative
Will
7 to
it's bound
hit.
get worse.
You,
The boards are
Kylie, because you're only hitting 2 things, is it more pertinent?
the
to use
hopscotch boards
something else?
would not have been. They would not have had time to set up their games.
It's true.
And if
I
you
guess
get here
I-
later, they've set up more games.
Do you have another burst? She is prone, so it would be -2.
That's cool.
Burst and blast don't give a shit about prone.
That's why I'm asking if she wanted to use a different ability.
Because she's close to dead anyway.
Because, well, not because because you're specifically only hitting 2 things,
Yeah.
but
I don't do.
the goal is to hit her.
All my spells are 2d6.
Every one of them,
Yeah.
even disheartened.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably your best chance of hitting because she is prone.
I mean, I could. Yeah. Yeah.
She's
it is.
prone and -2 to defenses currently,
Yeah.
and dazed. So
Totally.
All right. So 2 and her. Og 2.
so it's only a 3 on her. It looks like.
No, it's a 9.
What's a 9? That's
Yeah.
fucking cool. That's very hard to read.
I know. It's
Red on
scratched
green.
away.
That's
also-
red on green.
Oh, well, also that. Yeah. So that is a 27 to hit her.
That
Yep.
hits.
Will, which we yes, they're both hits. Plus more because they're bonuses and stuff. All right.
Cool. Do it up.
So 18 damage to her
So close.
and
So-
vamp 2.
Yeah. So child number 2 and her are 18.
Yeah, 18.
18 points of damage.
So
You did an
2,
action point, right?
2 and lady
Yep.
18.
Cool.
And their psychic locked in -5. I mean I could action point and try to kill her, but
I'm not gonna tell you to do
45.
She's very, very close to death.
no.
Like 10 health follow.
No.
I'm just about to do her health follow-up.
How much damage did you do?
So 1.
18.
18.
Oh gosh, she's 9 health away. She's at 191.
Okay, so let me do living action point. And then I just don't do it. Oh, I guess okay.
I feel like the kids are going to be enraged by her death. This is like it has to be. This is how these things work.
So maybe we want to leave her alive. Do we want to leave her alive?
I think that's the choice.
I
feel
think
like-
half the kids being enraged is better than her
And
getting attacked.
to be fair, so far, from what we could tell, the kids hit pretty weak. So,
That's even more reason to like. Can we lock?
well,
her
but
down?
she might not hit weak.
She is prone, -2 to defenses, dazed, and -7 to attacks currently.
So, or she dazed and prone is such a fucking shitty combination. I stand up. If we can keep her prone.
Well, the thing is that she looks like a caster of some kind. So she's probably not going to stand up on her turn.
Yeah.
She's just going to cast from the ground. So she can
I
be -9
get the
instead.
feeling, just my metagamey brain, and you don't have to listen to me, but my metagamey brain tells me that when there is like an adult figure with a large group of children or animals and you kill that person,
Yeah,
they're gonna enrage.
I get it. I totally get it.
What
Okay,
if we
so-
do non-lethal damage to her and just knock her out so she can't act? Would that still cause enrage?
Effectively the
Still
same.
the same thing.
They're not gonna.
Mechanically the same.
Okay, so I'm gonna action point. I'm gonna use my minor to command 5 of 7 to recover my daily.
Command word recover. Sounds good.
And I'm gonna inflict pain, which is an area burst 2. Can
So
I get?
basically just them.
Well,
It's just 2 squares empty area here.
that's not good. Okay, no. So I'm not gonna recover. I will not recover. I'll do area burst 1. I'll do my other daily. Afflicted Mindscape. Don't have that. But I'll get these 3.
When you scramble, can you move allies?
No.
Okay.
So I mean I can, but only if I do damage to them.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is each enemy in the burst. I'll do the 3 in the middle. It is area burst 1, so it's those 3. Friends. So 7. So it's 24 reflex on the first kid. Oh, 25 reflex on the first kid.
Are you including dazed?
No. 27
Hits.
6 on the first kid.
It's everything.
Okay, great.
Well, I mean, 27 hits everything. I don't know what this is. I can't read that.
That is a 4. So 4, 5, 22, 23, 24.
24 against.
The
That one's
prone,
also dazed.
24,
Yeah,
25,
included.
26.
Well, the +2 is included.
So 26 reflex. Does 26 reflex hit a kid?
Yes.
Alright, so I'll get hit.
Kill the mother.
So that is gonna kill her unless something wonky happens. So 19 psychic damage. They're all immobilized, save ends.
Who else did this hit?
Oh no.
2 and 4.
She's unconscious and down.
Yeah.
She has a dying note marker right here.
Okay.
You need to keep
So
tracking how much.
I will keep tracking how much her health. Okay,
Yes.
cool. Will do.
So
Whenever you get done, let me know.
so those targets are immobilized. Save ends. And there's a zone, and any enemy that ends its turn within the zone is slowed until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
And they're all psychic locked. So now 4 is psychic locked as well as 2 and her. And because I action pointed, we crit on 19s on those 3. And that's my
64.
So when this happens, you see her body as she's just like riddled with attacks, slumps to the ground. But as she falls to the ground, you see a ghostly image of the woman stay, although her body collapses in a heap. And you see this sort of like bubbling black mist surrounding the image of the specter of the
The specter of
Nursery?
the mistress of
Scarlet.
the Scarlet Nursery.
So
Scarlet
many
Nursery.
words, so many words.
Tasha. Tasha's specter is here and lets out this otherworldly banshee scream. And you see all the children's bodies sort of like shiver, and all of them turn towards her, and their eyes go completely black. Their bodies distend slightly as their limbs grow slightly longer, looser. Their claws grow greater, reacting to the scream of their mistress perishing.
I
Uh,
knew it.
She is still there. So again, the things need to be tracked. Some of her stuff is going to be a little different. Her defenses do not change, but she may have additional weaknesses, vulnerabilities, etc. So
Is she insecure?
So wait, what just happened? I missed the trigger for that.
she died
Died.
From
from
Me.
getting killed.
oh, I didn't think one was attacking her. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. One just dumped like 50, 40 damage into her. So
Are you guys aware of the so just to be super clear, Rolf Harris, I think, is dead now and also like a pedophile. So,
dead and a pedophile.
Dead and a
Dead
pedophile.
and a pedophile.
However, there's a song called The Court of King Caractacus. Is anyone familiar with it?
No.
Okay, so what that just felt like was that so the song is about like the ladies of the harem of the court of King Caractacus, and in the second verses, the boys who put the powder on the noses of the ladies of the faces of the noses of the faces of the ladies of the harem of the court of King Caractacus, and then the final verse is like the fascinating witches put the scintillating stitches into the britches of the boys who put the powder on the noses of the faces of the ladies of the court of King Caractacus.
Yep.
That's what that felt like.
There's also a camp song that does that as well.
Oh, a camp song would be way better.
Green grass grows all
Wouldn't
around,
have
all
really
around.
complicated.
Oh, the trailer branch and branch and trunks in the hole and the holes in the ground. The green grass grows all around and around. Green grass grows all around.
It gets really convoluted. All right, your turn is done.
It is.
They let out a scream. She lets out her scream, and then it is her turn. No, yeah,
Her and the children. So
her and the children's.
The even children.
the
Oh, I didn't do her death attack. Hang on, death wave does a thing.
No! I cast forget!
Say psych right now.
Death whale close first 2. So
And
Drock and
Griffle.
Griffle. I'm gonna count things on my end, Drock, to make your life a little easier. Oh, okay. Yeah,
So 20
that is a 20.
on drop.
On Drock. So
Your minus will too.
so yeah, a total of 44 versus your will and a critical hit. Gonna set it hits. And then 28 versus will on Griffle.
with the -7.
No, it is not.
Minus
28.
It's still gonna hit drop.
It is -7 is correct.
with a minus
She
7,
tried.
it is. Oh, with a minus, I have 25 will.
You're good.
You're good.
Fine.
There's a 37 will hit you.
Yeah, if we can knock off another 10, 11, 12, 12. If we can knock off another 12 somehow.
Remember when you committed science?
Oh, the +5, like,
You, sir, are guilty of committing science.
Oh, lordy.
So brain
That's an 8 drop.
13. So 13, 31. Oh no, I missed her, so I don't have to correct damage. So 38 points of psychic damage to Drock.
God, it's just 6 hours.
That's good. What do you?
Sorry.
You're not telling me what to get you.
My flight from
So-
Orlando to Phoenix is like 6 hours.
But is it 6? It
Okay.
might be 4.
Yeah, time zone.
So it takes off at 7 p.m. Orlando time, and I arrive at 1 a.m. Orlando time. That is
Orlando time, both
6
times.
hours.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was both of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, because almost all of them do. Look,
I am bloodied.
you're bloodied, and I'll put this on the map.
Fucking movie on that flight.
Is it telling you that you should change your flight?
You watch the Minions movie.
Is it telling you should change your flight?
Feeling I could change my flight. Because it should be weather at Cincinnati.
For free.
At Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it's local.
So the after the scream happens, the children are at +13 psychic damage until the end of their next
Do you have
turn.
to work on Tuesday?
Fourth of July.
4th.
Oh yeah.
I got very lucky that way.
Oh, I'm curious.
Here for hang.
Oh,
for me.
no, it's just a 6-hour plane ride.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, your butt's
Was
gonna hurt.
it 6 hours?
I mean, we've been practicing sitting for 12 hours.
That's true. You've gotten your practice in.
But I've been able to
I
lean back.
practice that literally every day.
I never lean my chair. I'm gonna
Dude.
break that rule today.
I never lean my chair back because if someone in front of me lean my chair back, I had
Going to
this
provoke
much room.
an attack of opportunity from you, Butzer Druck.
And me?
What attack bonuses am I at?
No, you don't have threatening reach. You have just normal reach, sadly. Huh?
What attack bonuses?
She's -2 to defenses and dazed, so a total of +4 to whatever you roll.
Is she still prone?
She is still
it's the same thing.
right. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All right, 38 to hit for 20 damage.
She had 10 points of damage.
Oh,
She's in
Substantial. Just
Right.
a ghost now.
I imagine Radiant may do that temporarily, which I will work on.
So she will take 10, and then she's going to Psychic Shackles in an area burst of 2, centered saw.
Let's wait.
Are you taking? Did you get up from days?
She did not get up. She is still dazed.
How she taking so many actions?
She took one thing off her turn when she died, and she's choosing not to stand up and provoking an attack of opportunity to make an area attack.
Okay, whatever.
So she's only taken one action. She just, is being horrifically penalized for taking her single action. She's going to, I believe, horribly miss both Morin and you.
She's at -5.
Yeah, I mean, she's -7 because she's still prone.
I did work in
And you did work on the week. Yeah, so the two of you guys have negative numbers on the die rolls. So
It might still hit more in.
that is will. It is a will attack.
That is correct. You have finally targeted my strongest defense.
You activated my trap card.
It still does damage to me.
So 11, 22, 22, and 15 is
37.
37. Halved is
18.
18. 18 points of psychic damage and slowed save ends.
Wait, say it again. Sorry.
18 points of psychic damage.
Gerard, you can't keep doing this to me. 18. 4, 3.
That is her single action. And she's going to action point enslave on Griffle and repeat the attack against everyone who is adjacent to a parasol square and in the blanket.
So is this a single attack that she's doing on her action point?
She's enslaving you.
She is casting a single action attack. But the target is one person and then everyone who is in certain areas. So it's only going to target 2 people. Does that answer your question, or do you need? Is the question, can you lightning rush this attack?
I think that's the question, yeah.
Yes, you can lightning rush this attack, and it'll hit you twice.
Yeah, I'm just worried it's attacking Will right now, right?
It is attacking Will, and you are standing on the square of -10 or -5 Will. Sorry.
Yeah, and I'm still vulnerable. So I don't know if I could eat all of that damage, so I won't lightning rush.
So enslave on Griffle. So she's at -7 because she's has all the bullshit. So that's a 10 on the die. And then enslave on you. She's at -7, but +5.
Yeah.
So she's at -2. So 5 on the die. All right. So against Griffle is 24 versus your will. Excellent. And actually, I think I'm gonna miss the guy with -10 will.
-5 will.
-5 will, sorry. But the person with penalized will.
Yeah.
It's only a 19 versus your will.
Yeah, that misses. All right, I'll also be right back.
99% sure disheartened. Just stop both of them from being dominated.
Oh, good.
That's the goal.
Honey, I did something.
A lot of
I disheartened the enemy as much as I disheartened you.
She is dazed. She's dazed, so that's the end of her turn. The even number things. So number 2 is first, who is way the fuck over there. Prone and all bad things.
Prone on the blanket.
Prone on the blanket.
And it's also dazed.
with daze and terrible shit. So she's going to scuttle along the ground on her hands and knees. Or like with her butt up in the air on her hands and feet
Yeah,
on the ground. Claw Griffle's feet.
like the girl from The Ring.
Still prone.
He is still prone.
Hippie bitch.
She's prone. Hasn't made an attack yet, so she is still psychic locked.
-7.
Is no longer psychic locked. She's at -9 because she's prone.
Yes.
So I'm gonna say what? Because she's very unlikely to hit. So 9 on the die means that she is only swinging in at a 15, so 24 AC. It's gonna miss.
This dang dishearten ability is doing some work.
I think
Look closely as the troops try to attack our brave soldiers and fail miserably.
All right. So that was 2, 4. He's gonna attack on Drock. Ooh, you're Jason.
Can you do radiant damage?
Yes.
So she's going to attack you with disturbing song. So when she swings at you, you can tell that she's not actually trying to hit you. She's just trying to like wave her hand in front of your face and get your attention. And when she does, she draws your attention to her mouth and she's doing a little sing-song gesture.
Is this one of the kids?
One of the kids, yeah.
Is it a minor action?
No, this is a standard action. This is
Creepy
number
children.
Okay.
and she attempts to put a disturbing lullaby in your head.
Is this minus 2?
Ring around
This is
the
minus
rosy.
she's prone. She's
So minus 9.
She has to get past all the other disturbing things in there first, so I don't know.
So she rolled a -1 on the die, which gets her to 12 will, so 17 versus your will, which is going to be a miss. She's no longer snatching blocked. That is it for her. Number 6. Yeah.
We're gonna roll the saves all at once.
I'm gonna roll the saves for the evens all at once. She's not prone. She's seen some shit go down. She's gonna go over here.
It's not 6.
You're 6. 1.
Hopefully you haven't taken your
She-
second turn, right?
She does technically provoke an attack of opportunity from you.
Let's fucking go.
No, I have not taken my
I
second.
think you have to crit to hit her.
I rolled a 1.
That is not the correct kind of crit.
Um,
She's gonna move in, and
4 and 2 take 5 damage.
she's gonna come in and try to attack you. She's not psychic locked or anything, so 32 AC.
Mhm.
This is plus 20,
21. Oh my god.
21, 25, 30, 37. So 37, a good chunk of it's psychic if it matters.
Okay. 7.
That's
I'm
the
bloody.
whole
Does the 69 damage on
That's
the
from
vampire
her being
bloody?
dead?
Yeah.
We should kill her again.
69 damage on what?
And a Vandicated?
Yeah, it definitely is bloodied. Which one is that?
Number 2.
Number 2.
What about 51? Is that still
51 is also bloodied.
okay?
You can or
That's
can't
number 4.
Number 4.
do radiant damage.
I can't.
And 27 is not bloodied.
To
27
make her
is fine.
not insubstantial.
Yeah. Get her. I am bloody. And I'm going to touch of command. So it's actually touch
I hope you hit with this because it's going to be very disturbing.
plus 19. 15, 19, that's a hit.
I definitely hit.
Alright, so the child vampire is dominated by me.
So when you're used to using this attack, you're used to fighting against an opposing will and then controlling them. There's nothing there. When you go to grab, it's not, I'm putting leashes, I'm not putting strands of control on someone's mind and then taking it over. Rather, it feels more like you grabbed hold of a leash and pulled it from the person who's holding it and onto yourself. This person is already dominated.
Right.
But you're just pulling it off.
Okay. Taking one of the leashes.
Not permanently.
For a round. That was number 6. Number 8. Cannot scuttling charge. Is prone. Is sad. But all right, 4 saving throws for me. 3. 4 saving. I'm 4 saving throws for me. And then I count things out. So 2 is no longer dazed. 4 is still dazed, save ends. 6 is not dazed.
Can he make a saving throw if he's dominated?
You make saving over versus daze.
Who did? Which ones did not save?
6.
Just
6 and 4. Sorry, 6 and 4 did not save. And 8 could make the throw. So
Two moved.
number 2 did, but
And
yes,
you remember it was slow.
I do remember it was slowed. It's not important for the type of movement that it.
How
It
much
did not stand
damage has the matron taken total? Griffle.
Oh, Griffin.
Matron has taken 216 damage total.
The matron did need to take 10 points of damage from provoking from Drock. I don't remember if you were.
226.
All right. That is it for my stuff. Top of the round, number 1.
So I think number 6 should take radiant damage.
Radiate him. Why is it radiate?
Do we still have the ongoing 5
It's lightning.
lightning?
But it should. 3 should as well. Didn't it?
3 I think did.
Oh, okay.
That was a while ago.
Yeah. So stick.
Damage.
6 should take damage.
Cool.
And then 5 should also take it.
Okay.
And
I already told
Actually,
you.
technically, yeah.
I told her 2 before.
2 and 4. Okay, well, 5 takes an extra. Let's chill.
should
Five
2.
already took theirs.
Oh, 5 already took it.
Yeah, 5 already took theirs. Yes. So it should have showed the all of the even numbers except for 8. This last round should have taken 5 points of damage.
Yeah, I did that.
Cool.
Okay.
I mean, on the odd numbers, it was 3 and 5. Although
Uh,
5 took 2 pings of it because it was
Accurate.
Yeah.
Accuracy. Yes. Because one of the things was from you.
I'm gonna slide 1 towards Morin. Is that okay?
Sure.
I hate
Shift
shift. I
is
never
fine.
know what about shift. And I'm gonna cast Prophecy of Doom on the woman.
Okay.
Prophecy of Doom.
I'm just going to take Cowboy off. We don't need not a.
Relevant to that.
I didn't want you to look at the map over here and be like, what's that one mark?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did I heal someone yet? I don't think so. Lauren, how hurt are you?
I have 15 hit points.
Yeah, let's heal you. Minor action healing word.
Did you also attack everyone with fourfold and not crit anyone?
I don't think so.
Okay. You've rolled like 60 dice with fourfold over the time, and you.
I don't think of it as an attack roll, so even if I did, I for like game. You're saying for game, which
Gamblers work, yeah.
8 plus
8 plus surge.
and +2 to your next attack. I'm hoping it's relevant. 41.
I'm no longer bloodied.
Excellent. Being bloodied with the children on the map, not the best plan. I would recommend against it. Drock, are you bloodied?
I am.
And actually, how many? Is there only 2 enemies adjacent to Drock?
There are 3, yes, 2 enemies adjacent to Drock. One square away. I'm gonna be slightly sad, but also very happy if she doesn't get another turn.
How much damage have number 2 and number 4 taken?
They're both bloodied.
That doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, 2 and 4 have taken the 69 and 51, and they're both bloodied.
Which
4 is
one,
bloodied at 51, so 100 or less.
which one has taken more damage?
Number 2.
Okay.
You
Taken 69.
I'm considering action.
quickly choose.
Uh,
It is 30 hit points or
you
less.
action pointed. Are you the only one who's action pointed? No, you action pointed.
I
We'll be doing another fight after this.
I action pointed.
I don't know if we are, because I don't think we're gonna have any surges
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do another fight after this.
as
No.
a party.
I'll action point. I'll rain of blood.
But what we
Uh,
could do is jump on the ship and fly around.
I'll rain of blood 1. Well, we still have these ceilings that are doing that. Oh fuck. This guy hates me. He might. Yeah. Okay. Rain of blood.
So you're provoking?
I will provoke. Do I still get the
You can't.
attack if I get hit?
You can't swing it. It's dominated.
That's the one that's dominated? I
Number
thought-
6. Number 6 is dominated.
Sick.
You're welcome.
And you're welcome. I mean, it normally can't attack you. It's up to the person who controls it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, technically these are all the vampire children are dominated.
Okay, Guidance of the Past on the attack roll on the matron. Last time I said this, it went very poorly. Sorry. Didn't go for the action. Keep losing my card.
I'm gonna post a picture of my dog in the Discord that Tank sent me. Because it is the dumbest.
Oh, there it is.
Is your dog doing a dirt?
He's doing it too.
Okay, the the pass roll is a hit.
Beat me poorly enough this week.
I need a little real food before I.
Oh
It's double 11.
no!
Look at the little
Um,
grin.
I
It's
know.
just like so self-satisfied.
Oh, this hits both because it's 27.
Oh, so cute.
D6.
That was not your guidance roll, I assume.
What a derp.
My guidance roll was
He's starting to get his jowls, like the
Mhm.
leather
14.
lips.
Are the children same size as me?
They are. Yeah.
Even after getting bigger?
Yeah, they didn't actually get bigger. Really.
Okay, 14 damage on number 2.
They didn't get bigger, they just changed their stance.
And then I unbloodied. Does she gives combat advantage?
She is still dazed.
So yes.
It's a burst or blast or range? The range of burst. The burst.
There's 83 on
She,
the 2 killer.
you have +4 to hit on her.
83 kill?
83 is not good.
Okay.
There's 283, right?
Is
No, 83 on number 2.
this one giving
No,
combat
it's not
advantage? Is number 2 giving combat advantage?
Number 2, everything is dazed, I think, unless it is saved, and that is something you were tracking. Now.
Some of the odds.
Number 4,
Number 2.
number 2. All the evens did save.
Okay, so
Prone
No.
doesn't give combat advantage.
no, not for this.
Okay, so 14 damage on number 2, which you wrote down, and then 16 plus 4, 20. Oh, actually, 2 more damage on number 2. Sorry. And then 16, 22, 22 damage on the matron, and they're both
What type of damage?
untyped damage.
11 damage on the matron.
Oh, that's right.
Oh. Yeah, 30.
They're both vulnerable. 5. All
237 damage on the
Drock
matron.
has a big bonus to the attack rolls. Drock and Bert.
yes, you both get +3 to attack rolls.
+3 power bonus to attack rolls.
It me.
Do we know what her resistances are? Have we sussed anything out?
Not yet.
Not yet.
You know that she's insubstantial, but I'm not sure what else.
I've been doing radiant damage to her. Just, as a
I
note.
don't think it's mattered.
But you haven't since she went into this new form.
No, I have not. Alright, this is
Would you like to change this? Is your turn.
this is round 2.
Mhm.
This is top of round 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys kicked her ass.
Wait.
I don't think
so
she's gonna get another round.
the orange ones are not.
The orange ones are now.
So is
Yeah,
anything
that's
still dazed?
Yes.
And is she dazed?
6 and 4 are dazed. She is
It's not.
dazed.
She's
Oh, she's not
Oh,
dazed.
did she save?
No, she had a. She was until end of your turn, so it's gone now.
It definitely hit her.
it did. Only the things have.
I can't react
Oh,
to it.
fuck.
If you reroll it, so I guess she's it.
Alright,
As
so
I said,
I'm gonna give you for the first time inevitable strike.
oh no, this is the just a so we can see her.
Yes,
That-
that was just oranges.
I'm with you now. I
Oranges.
apologize.
Yep.
Inevitable strike.
Not the jewel.
So and
Does it still look less?
so for inevitable strike, it's one roll of twin strike, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
you roll
So
the inevitable.
I will roll the inevitable strike 1st with
Mhm.
these 2.
Mhm.
Okay. That's a 10 and a 14. So the 14,
Is she
20,
bloodied for the
24.
purposes of bloody effects?
34 versus AC.
Mhm.
And that's definitely a hit, an 18 on the dice.
Would you Do you think it's better grapple crits or
This twin strike. So
It's better for Morin to crit, I think. I don't have anything. I don't have a big hit left.
if Morin misses, one can destroy her.
well,
I don't have
you don't have any big hits left, but you get an extra swing when you crit.
I do.
So there is.
Could be worth it given. I don't have my curse in her for my extra curse die.
If he gives me a crit, it's on the attack, so it's both, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it
So
would
yeah,
max out your
It would max out all of my twin strike.
Yeah, give it to her.
And we saw how that happened before.
Do it. That's up to you.
So all of those dice are awesome.
Okay.
So
So
including inevitable.
including inevitable strike.
Assuming inevitable hit.
It did, yes. Yeah, then. Okay, so and I will make the
Oh.
attack roll.
Do not add up all of the damage.
Give him a little meow.
Give me the damage for the very first swing
Okay.
because
And-
I will need to know that.
Okay, so I just rolled a 12 on the die for the free melee basic, and I'll just table that for a second.
Okay.
Okay, so we have
This is for the first twin strike, which has inevitable on it.
so it is 20 34. I would like to, if she is so she is
Can't be quarried.
immobilized, she can't be quarried.
Correct.
Why not?
She's not the closest to you. There's someone else that's closer to you.
Oh, of course.
You could step onto the negative will mat if you'd like
I
to.
wouldn't.
I assume not. So
Okay, so then so how much was that? That was, let me go back.
so it's
40.
10,
4.
18,
So hang on, so it's 20 plus 14, 34.
34, and that's just the first twin strike.
No, not yet.
Mackie.
The plus 2d8, so plus 16 to that.
Okay.
So 40, 50. Plus 2 per hit for CA, so another 4.
Well, I need to know just the very first swing.
Oh, the first swing, the
Yes.
inevitable strikes. Oh gosh, okay.
That's fine. We can add it in it. If they're identical with both swings, then it's not as big of a deal.
It is identical for both swings, but the
Crit
inevitable
dice.
strike has the
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So I need so just roll your first set of crit dice, and then I can do the thing I need to do.
Okay.
Josh, Clover's playing with the
I'm
die.
watching. I'm watching.
Okay. That is a 12.
Okay, so we've got 62, or no, 50, 25. Jesus. For so the first swing is going to do 12 halves. 18. So the first attack does 18 points of damage,
Okay.
We should get her an OnlyFans. I
and
would
now
pay
she is
money for
revealed by
this.
radiance.
Okay.
No longer insubstantial.
Oh, that's why you wanted me
Yeah.
to do it. Okay.
That's the part I need.
Okay.
So the first one only does 18 damage,
Okay.
and
I thought Radiant, if it broke it,
not hers. Hers is different.
Then 12. It's a 12 again on
Just be
the
dealt radiant damage for it to go with. So 12 is the
12 on
bonus
the
for the-
second crit dice roll. Yep.
74. Math person help.
Sorry, what?
74 minus 18. Or sorry, 74 minus 36 is
44 minus 6, so
74.
30.
Yeah, sorry.
wait, what?
74 minus 36.
74 minus 30 is 44. 44 minus 6 is 38.
38. Okay. So 38 extra damage.
Yeah.
38 extra.
38 total?
No, 18 with the first swing,
38
38
on the
from the
second
second
swing.
swing.
And then my bonus hit is 32, which is definitely gonna hit.
Yep.
And that's gonna be another D10 plus 12. That is 4, so 16
Mhm.
extra. And can you please add 90? So hang on, because she's undead
Mhm.
for all 3 hits,
Mhm.
and she's grinding CA.
So
So I think. Oh
One-
no, hang on. I already did the CA thing. Never mind. Sorry, she's undead. So
she isn't dead. So it doesn't change the damage from the first
the
swing.
first one, but it
the
adds
other two
1
hits.
to the other one.
So 2 extra damage.
So that would be. Jeez. Okay, let me tally this up. So that would be 40 58 was how much damage I did. 58, and then give me a second to work this out because I'm bad at math. So that is. So let's see.
We have different numbers, but
Um,
so you did 18, 38, and 16.
she is at 295.
295. She yet remains by a thread.
I 5 threads, perhaps.
Maybe.
Sorry, that was my turn. Is me.
Maybe. No, it's fine. If she didn't have that one trait, it would not have been nearly as complicated.
Speed is almost.
Drock, do 5 damage to this lady.
Yeah. Yeah. Is she adjacent to another enemy? Like, can I hit multiple?
I did not hear what you
You way
said.
more than more.
You have 2 people adjacent to you, if that's your question you're asking.
Yeah, I want to hit her and something else if possible.
You will.
Oh, I lost it now. Somewhere in the region.
18, 38, and 16. So add those together.
1830.
70?
60.
Oh, and an extra 2.
All right.
We met.
I'm going to use winged weapon. No, brain. Whirling defense. Augment 2. I'm not going to add the bonuses because there's going to be multiple targets, so we'll figure that out after.
Oh, you have 3
You also have +3, yeah.
because I am melee. Yeah.
Right, so +3.
Okay.
I'll add that after. Okay. So book order. Who's first, Gary?
I do need to know whether you succeed or fail.
Wait, Drock, that's +3 from.
Both of you. They're both
From-
power bonuses. So it doesn't matter.
Okay. Book order. Who's first?
She is.
She is.
So 22 +3 +2 for being prone.
You got it.
Correct.
27 for 22 points of damage. And then the next one's way over. It's 36 plus bonuses for another 22 on whoever I hit next.
Describe your kill. What does it look like as you take out the mistress of the Crimson Nursery, or what is it?
The mistress of the Crimson
Scarlet.
Nursery. Scarlet Nursery.
Drock takes his flail and spins in a big circle and hits everything.
This is for children everywhere.
As he hits like 4 children.
Yeah.
They're all unconscious, laying on the ground.
The flail swims over them. It's fine.
This kindergarten glass sucks. Cool stuff.
She is gone. Ooh, actually. You have the reins of one of them.
I do.
You can feel the reins fraying, like they are gonna kind of collapse like puppets with their strings cut.
I wanted one of those like end of encounter bugs where you still have a mob mind control, so you just take it with you.
But then basically you are aware of the mechanical effect here is that they're all going to get 1 round. And then they're gonna collapse.
Okay.
Except for the donkey. I mean she's still gonna get 1 round. Yeah, it's just not gonna be her round.
I am the one who holds the leash.
All right.
So the one that remains that I hit is marked.
And how much damage did you do to it?
22.
So 22 to number 4.
22 to number 4 is going to be. Where's my? Oh, I'm on the right one.
She didn't get a round to use her close burst pen slide everyone 5 squares.
That's too bad.
Does that include the children too? Yeah.
With her gone, Gary, is the mat still the -5 will?
Yes, it is.
I'm stepping off of the mat, putting myself still adjacent to whatever I can.
Correct.
Through the umbrella into the top scotch.
And then I don't think I have any useful minors because I still don't have a heal and I've used my diamond cincture, so I think that's all.
There are no useful minors because you prevented them from being turned into useful things. She also didn't get an action to mind control the children and force them to drink when she needed more soldiers.
That's also
Good.
We're getting really good at locking people down.
Yeah.
We're getting good at focus fire as well.
Yeah, as soon as you guys were like, we hate this bitch, everyone killed her. Number 4, you're up.
I'm up. It is I.
Let's go, Lord.
The Skylord begins his turn. First, we're going to minor action curse.
I feel like the arrogance of your weapon is slowly.
Number 6.
The curse the dominant one.
Yep.
Yeah, why not?
Why not the oh, it's already the other one.
It's the
Closest
closest
one.
one.
Have your yellow.
Actually, oh, you know what? No. Wait. I'm going to shift 1 square and then curse
You
number
succeed or
5.
fail, you're slow.
I just failed.
Failed. You are immobilized instead.
Yay!
So I curse
What are you asking for?
Giving you this back.
Oh,
you give
okay.
asking for
number
immobilized.
5.
So you're immobilized and vulnerable 5.
Is this all I'll say then?
Fun.
It is all defense. You are not immobilized.
Correct.
You've not yet failed to save.
You just give me time. And then I'm going to Rolling Echo. I just want to say, this is the first power in history that I have acquired and then used in every single encounter after I've gotten it,
Mhm.
as opposed to certain things that I literally never use.
Yep. That's
When you pick this thing and you're like, this seems like a good power, and I was just like, you're gonna use it
I was like, I don't know
all
if
the
I'm gonna,
fucking
I
time.
don't know if I'm gonna get that close. And then, since then we've played with our 2 tanks running off by themselves and leaving the casters to deal with the ads. You are more of a
You're
tank than
very
I
good
ever
at-
will be.
You're you can tank it.
Yeah, but you also get hit more than I do. So
Uh,
Risky
I
thinking.
died like 6
How many times were you like 1 hit point from true death?
yesterday it was fucking. That was the craziest shit. So lucky.
I don't get hit, says the guy coughing up copious amounts of blood.
oh, I can hit number 1 as well.
Yeah, you get 3 targets.
3,
I assume that's why you went there. Or 4
4
targets.
targets. I get 4 targets. And I get prime shot to 3 of those 4 targets. This is unbelievable, guys.
This shit doesn't happen to me.
I'm at a plus 18 to 1, 3, and 5.
Do we really want to kill them though, or just if they're gonna collapse after?
Yeah.
I would prefer them to not take their turn and hit me.
True.
They have a very large hit bonus to damage currently. But her
Oh.
death whale was a large
So I crit
bonus to damage.
number 1. I definitely hit number 3.
Right.
Pretty sure I hit number 5. And I don't know if I hit the guy that I've dominated, but that's because I didn't actually want to hit him.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is going to be. I'll use my
What is this? What is the total?
a 3 plus 18, 21 versus 42.
20 versus 40. Do you include the combat advantage?
days.
Dominated.
Oh, right, 23 versus 42.
And also damage. 23 versus 42 does connect. That is the target number.
Cool, I hit him. Okay. 2.
You hit the children's fort.
So I'm using my curse on number 3.
Would you do the crit first for my sanity's sake?
Oh, sure, yeah. So it's going to be. I need to roll 3d8. The crit is 12 plus 14, 26 plus 11 is 37. So 37 damage to ghoul number 1.
37 to child number 1.
That's the first damage. And I push them out of the square, out of the hopscotch.
But they like to be
I know they did.
rude.
And then
Number 2 is needed. That one out.
I will definitely be killing
Number 2
them.
is way the fuck over there. You're not a.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did the thing I always do with you guys. The non-blue ones are my first die.
Non-blue or cursed. Cool.
Yeah. There's nothing else that I do here, right?
You do
Oh,
not.
yeah, I'm gonna Fell Knight number 3. No, not Fell Knight. Dark Reaping number 3. Something within 5 squares of me died. Is the question.
No.
I don't think so. So I can't.
All of the
start
kitties
thinking.
are still alive.
Yeah.
All the kids are still alive.
And
Okay,
she was
then-
6 squares away.
yeah. Okay.
She was 6 squares away from you when she died both times.
Okay, so 5 plus 14 is 19. So 19 damage to ghouls 5 and 6. And then 19 plus 8
He just doesn't like saying he's dealing damage.
27.
He's turning them into ghouls.
It's refreshing. And
Hey, this memory right to the bottom.
27
We're passing it all the way below.
child number 3.
We'll note that.
Evil child.
And then I push them all away. La da da.
47.
La da da.
Yeah, her action where she gets to drag everyone through the parasols and slide all the children and the people onto the hopscotch board so they get extra attacks. Glad she did not get to use it.
I think I just need to save now.
Gary spends 3 hours creating an encounter. Players, fuck you.
No, I mean, like
I save.
part of the reason I like talking about, hey, this is what you guys didn't get to do, is that especially in instances where it's like the teamwork is what happened here. It is nice. You did not save or did save.
I did save.
Number 5 is odd children, correct?
Odd children.
The powers to which I have a deity to subordinate relationship actually answer me.
How much help do you have?
41. I strike more. 41 help.
Helps that.
No, you're about to get fucked up.
Why?
Because he's on his hopscotch board.
Yeah, you're next to the board.
Hop and scratch.
Oh,
It's not fun.
15 on the die is very likely to connect. So 30 AC.
yeah, that'll hit.
You're not bloodied, correct?
I'm not bloodied.
I'm so sorry.
It's about to be.
You're about to. So this is plus 22.
Oh,
32 points.
32?
A good chunk of it's psychic, if that matters.
No, it doesn't matter yet.
You're like so
Buddy.
calm about it. You're getting your ass kicked by this child.
evil.
Would be the first time.
She goes to end her turn. She draws on the power of the board
Mhm.
to get an extra attack at the end of her turn.
Oh, the other one gets to do it too, by the way.
Also, you know what's crazy is the fact that Jock could lightning rush any of this.
Jock, would you like the lightning rush? Any of
Oh
this?
wait, can I unspeakable bonds?
Clover's playing. Clover's playing.
What's unspeakable bonds again?
You take 32 damage and get a +2 to attack and a +4 to damage.
He has like 30.
I have 37 health. That's my problem. It's what do I lightning rush at this point?
You could lightning rush this melee basic that's coming at me.
How much health do you have left?
Me?
9?
Yeah.
Oh. He has 9 hit points left. If that's something you want to
Oh,
lightning rush.
yeah. Okay, I'll lightning rush this next attack then. Yeah.
These things, no, this one's not
That's
bullshit,
slow.
right?
Days.
Oh, it's changed. Yeah.
So what are my attack bonuses? I have like
What?
3 and 2.
Jock, for you.
Pardon me?
Would you rather get combat advantage and end on the hopscotch board? Or would you rather not have combat advantage and not end on the hopscotch board?
Probably not on the hopscotch board.
Well, make him attack somebody. It doesn't have to be an ally.
The nearest thing.
The nearest thing. Yeah. The nearest target. It could make them attack an ally.
Which could
Correct.
be more.
Yeah. Well, he didn't hear on the board, so he
Oh.
would be adjacent to her.
But he's not going to get another turn.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's also accurate.
So it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, it matters where he is.
Yeah.
So do you want combat advantage and be on the board or not?
Sure. All right.
Okay, then what do you think?
How many? What's my attack bonus at this point then?
A total of +5.
And does that include the 3 that Griffle slash? Yeah.
A total of +5.
And are they bloodied?
They're not.
Do they have an? Do they have an ally adjacent?
Yes.
No.
Not one of
Oh.
your allies. They have one of your allies adjacent to them, and none of their allies, so you get both bonuses of gang up.
Yeah. Okay. So 27 to hit for 28 points of damage then.
28 points of damage to number one child.
28 to number 1.
Number one child. That thing
Uh,
rolled so.
So precariously. 24. You're coming to 26 points, or sorry, 26 to AC on Drock, which I assume misses.
Misses.
With 26 of AU.
Child 1 is bloody.
What AC?
Mhm.
Yes.
There's so many red rings.
Right there.
That ring of death.
All right, that was one. Number 3.
It kills both of you.
Evens goes for Drock, odds goes for more. 10, so it goes for Drock. You can say that hits 33 AC, Drock,
Yep.
It's nice knowing you.
plus 21.
Farewell, drunk, my friend.
So that is 30.
Hardly at all.
42, 45 points of damage. A good chunk of it psychic if it matters.
I am unconscious.
Dryborn.
End of the turn. It will take an attack against someone who is conscious adjacent to it, which is you.
Mhm.
24 AC. 26 AC because I can math.
26 AC will hit.
Okay.
Unspeakable bond. Would you like to take the damage for me? You or one
How much?
or
damage?
Griffle.
Wait, can you choose after he rolls the damage or no?
Let me see.
I think it's when you take damage is the trigger.
I actually am
I am
pretty
damaged
healthy.
by an attack.
I'll take a damage.
We'll see. We'll see how much it is.
This is plus 21. It's gonna be 31, 41, 43. 43, a decent chunk of psychic if it matters.
I can take it.
43 minus 9 is 34.
Mhm.
Correct. Does that kill you?
It wouldn't kill me.
So it's your choice.
But
Well, wait.
34
So did we
But
say?
you stop at 0, right?
Yeah.
No,
no, I
yes,
guess keep it 0.
You still take damage.
But we said that they're only gonna go one more round, right? So these are the odd children. Griffle's not gonna get to go again, neither are you.
Correct.
So Griffle should take it because
Yeah.
we should just spread the damage.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
34 damage to Griffle. You gain a +2 to attack rolls and a +5 to damage rolls. I think the +2 is ignored. You get +5.
It doesn't matter, but
I know.
yeah.
It does matter because you might Mighty Hue something
Yeah, true.
at some point.
Not
I'm not intentionally avoiding Mighty Hue. I'm trying to pay attention for
yeah,
it.
yeah. I appreciate it.
There just hasn't been a convenient place for them to step that is Mighty Hueable. All right, that is number 3. Number 5. You're still, you did spread the damage, yes?
So he's
Yeah.
9 hit.
I have 9 hit points.
You're next to the board, and there's no reason for them to not go next to the board. Yes,
Is it a 20? No.
there's 17. So I hit on a 10, so I'm not asking about a 17. Where did I go? That's there.
I very specifically did not move next to the board because I knew this bullshit would happen.
Well, because he had to move next to the board if he wanted to hit the
Yeah.
maximum number of targets. So 21, 31, 36, 37, it doesn't kill you. That's
I'm
the thing that I'm
unconscious.
caring about.
I know. I'm unconscious.
It does
Do
get
you choose to go unconscious?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Assume that will be your choice.
I look around and go, yeah.
Yeah. Fucking pass out.
It's another attack though.
It does, but it's not going to use an unconscious person. Which is why I asked if he was going to go unconscious, because if he stayed up, it would have attacked him again. Number 7.
I can go selectively
Get the
unconscious.
fuck over here.
Dragon. Oh, it's guide numbers.
No,
Or
monster.
just playing possum.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys do not act like they only have one turn of life left in them, and is going to disturbing lullaby on Griffle.
Don't act.
Ring around.
Oh my gosh, if you want to make anything creepy, get children to sing and then like pitch it down and like slow it down.
25 versus your will, Griffle.
That is a hit, I think. Unless someone's granting me any bonuses to defenses.
And you are not bloodied, correct?
No.
I am not bloodied.
You're not bloodied even after the damage you took from.
Correct. I was at full health.
Ooh. Oh, never mind.
So don't get
I
that.
thought I saw plastic wrap all over our dining room table. It's like,
Like that or that. This isn't really a good roll.
She has the rum now.
11 plus 8 does 19 points of psychic damage.
Right. That will in fact bloody me.
You are lullabied. It is not going to be relevant. It is a thing.
How much damage? Sorry. 18?
I think 19.
19.
Yep, 19. That's it for odds. Jora, your turn.
Right.
Aw.
It's 9:30 in the morning and it's too hot for him to go outside.
Arizona.
He goes outside every morning. And this morning he was like,
Nah.
no.
It's like 110 there today or something stupid. Today's
It
not day,
it might be, yeah.
This is the third round, right?
Oh,
This is technically the second round.
Oh, okay.
It was hot enough in Arkansas yesterday to kill you.
Every day's hot enough in Arkansas to kill you.
Yeah,
So it's currently 55 degrees outside here.
55?
Yep.
Celsius?
No, Fahrenheit. I converted for you guys. It's 13 Celsius.
Dimensional scramble centered here.
You know that they don't get turns, right?
It's 93 degrees.
Yeah,
It's
which I just do
9:30
nothing.
in the morning.
Who gets
I'm not saying, you're saying that the even number ones are the only ones that are going to get to act, or they collapse.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And there's only
number 2 is really low.
2,
on self.
4, 2, 4, 6, and 8.
2 is very low.
You guys have not taken out any of the children.
Okay, fine. I'll do force grasp.
Ooh, is that the immobilized one?
Yeah,
Was it our coffee one? No,
There's a I love the coffee one. It's good.
they're good.
If you want to mobilize
Yeah.
Do you understand Fahrenheit?
4 and 8,
Vaguely.
Yeah.
Vague? Okay.
that'd be nasty.
Let me do it then.
For Griffle's sake.
Okay.
I can get a rough approximation. Like I know what hot and cold means.
2 18s.
Those that
Like 32 is freezing, right?
Yeah. More with it.
Each.
32 is freezing, 212 is boiling. And I hate both of those.
110 feels. So 14 force damage and they're immobilized. Then
Does, does 14 points of damage kill number 4?
9.
Griffle?
Foxy.
108. What a flat! That's not too bad. Yeah, that's like Melbourne in the summer. How much damage?
14 on number 4.
14 on 4. Thank you.
Does that kill it?
I don't believe so. That would be 87.
Still alive.
Thank God we didn't
And then
waste time on the children.
this is dominated, so I can just
Correct. Dazed and dominated.
Does the dominate stay even if Morton's unconscious?
It does. He can't command it, so he can't do anything.
He just ran away.
Alright, so you Sir Robin into the distance.
yeah. And I am well, I guess it doesn't matter because odd went
Brave Sir Robin.
well, force slowed. I don't know about life.
He was not.
He's slow to mobilize and prone.
He would.
In any way that he considered moving, he does not do that.
That's my turn.
Alright, the last action of the engagement. Number 4 is chain fucked and cannot move. Number 8 is immobilized way too far away. number 6 is dominated and has no one to control it. So the only person who gets to act is number 2, who takes their first part of their action by taking 5 points of damage against number 2. Please, Ripple.
That's vulnerable 5. Not going 5.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
vulnerable 5, not on good 5.
Yeah.
Oh, disregard.
Number 2 is
disregard.
at 90.
Disregard that.
Yeah, I was lied to about the tokens. It did not take 5. So she's gonna stand up from Prune. From Prune.
Gary, number 2 is at 90.
Yeah.
Still alive?
She's still alive.
Cool. So they're 100 then.
So she's the only one that gets to act before the end of the combat. And is going to do so by. So you're already low, so she has combat advantage. She is going to just swing. I'm gonna actually roll a hit and see if that happens first. Probably not, actually. 8 plus, so 21 AC probably, or 23 AC, because I can math. It probably doesn't hit. Grapple?
Nope.
Cool. So, after the end of their last turns, all of them sort of like collapse on the ground, again, like marionettes with their strings cut. And they don't look like they're unconscious. They're still like looking in different directions as if there's something vaguely inside, but nothing is giving them commands, so they stop functioning. Congratulations. Have flashback.
Yay.
We all slowly wake up, dust ourselves off.
That is, I think number 2 on the. I mean, the gap between number 1 and number 2 is pretty high.
What
So,
does
like,
that mean?
The EXP gap. So, like the first combat you guys did
Yeah,
was the hardest one by a significant margin. And
right.
I think I'm gonna look it up, but I think this one is the second hardest. But it's not by a big. There's not a big gap. So it's like here's the hardest one. There's a gap. Here's the next hardest one, and then they're all kind of clustered together. So it's like just very
They're
slightly.
similar to
Yeah,
other-
they're very similar.
Oh, you're saying
Maybe the-
one is by far the hardest,
Yeah, that's
and the rest are pretty close.
So they're pretty close, but I think this one's like 100 EXP or something higher. Very slightly higher.
Gary, when we're healing after this, do we go to 0 and then heal or go to 1 and heal?
Go to 0.
I have no more healing surges, and I am still 17 hurt.
I have 1 healing surge.
That's why we're going to the ship
Yeah.
and chugging healing potions, which doesn't work because it requires a healing.
I'll have
surge.
those.
Alright.
I could theoretically give someone a healing surge if we cast Comrade Sucker again.
No.
Theoretically.
There's none.
You lose the surge when you do that, though.
How many surges do we have between us? How many have you got?
If I spend one, I have 2.
2?
Spending 3 gets me to 81 of 98 health, so
That's all of your.
I have 1 left. I could either max out my health or save it for something.
I have 1 left.
And then I think.
And I think Morin only has 1 as
he
well.
only had 2, and
Yeah.
I healed him,
Yeah.
so he's at 1.
Yeah, so like,
He is unconscious at 1 surge.
Yeah,
So
so
he
he'll
needs
one
that surge.
But we do have healing potions on the ship that don't take a surge, right?
If they
I mean,
do
they
take
only
surge, they're-
Yeah, they're weaker. But yes.
But we do have them. We have
Oh,
them.
that.
I don't think we have any more cure light wounds. I think we only have the regular healing ones.
I think you've got like. I think you actually do have a couple more of the cure
The
lights.
ship had, like-
4.
12 or something.
Yeah, I think you've got 4 of those left.
Still, that's not.
But they only heal you from bloody. Ones that take no surges, they heal you. You drink them, you can either get surge plus 2d8, or if you're already bloodied and you have no surges, you get just 2d8 with no surge.
Right.
But they won't heal. They won't do anything if you're no surges and not bloody.
I thought we had ones that were just a flat 10.
Those are yes, but those take a surge to use. The only surgeless healing ones you have only work when you're bloodied.
To be honest, I don't think we could survive another combat. Because even if we healed up to full, jumped in combat without any surges, get our butts kicked, we're toast. There's no coming back from that.
People aren't here, so I'm not gonna do too much. Would you mind?
Should we break, Gary, for like food and?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Let's do that. Let's take a break for say 20 minutes. Yeah, let's come back at like 50.
30.
12:50 or whatever time zone we're in. 50. Of course.
Now that I have a healthy base of pizza.
Put it on top of. So, yeah,
Can we get a status update on the 4 squares?
you can indeed after
alert.
one round.
We can watch.
You can indeed after one round.
Okay.
But you need to- yeah.
One round of 6 seconds, Gary. Clock is ticking.
Um. So I'm going to do these in order of the successes that are being put on the board. The stuff happening at the second one at G at
Big Bear?
Blade Manning. It looks like the fighting is sort of wrapping up. The square is basically the ground level is being covered by adventurers that are keeping the ghouls penned in, and then on the rooftops, the artillery of the city is just raining death on the center of the square. Now that there doesn't look like there's any sort of civilians and non-combatants mixed into the square from the remains of the festival, the defenses of the city are quite handily dealing with this location.
That's Flayed Manning.
Blade Manning.
Is that the one? Sorry,
With the bear.
the beer. Okay.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting you can't do 2 of these at once. I got like coffee, peaches.
Oh.
Oh,
You guys did the children one. That was off the board.
I really wish that had been bubble gum.
Coffee bubble gum.
I was thinking the same thing when it happened. The one showing the library, the one at F on the map,
The dwarf.
is showing signs that there's a lot of stuff happening around. Like maybe the defenses of the city are engaging stuff and helping here, but the tide has definitely not yet turned, and it doesn't really look like the main guy is all that concerned, although he is occasionally mind controlling adventurers and people that make it through the net and sending them back out to fight. His control over people seems to be making it to where any sort of advances that are made in that area just get flipped. And then the diplomat stage that is at sea looks like very similar to what it was last time, although you notice that there are a lot more of like full-blooded Turi court vampires that are there. So the stage is no longer all of the diplomats plus Margot. It's all the it's 3/4 of the diplomats and their families, Margot, and about a dozen what looks to be full-blooded vampires that are doing some form of ritual to raise all of the ones that had been slain nearby, and they are currently using the influx of people and bodies being carried into the Giants Market to refill their supplies of ghouls and undead for other parts of the city. And those are the 3 locations.
Oh, wasn't there first?
He said Big Bear done,
You dealt with 2 of them.
and
So-
then the other 2 are
Oh, only 5.
There are 5.
Yeah.
So I will say that from here, as the fighting dies down here, you guys can hear. Basically, after the incredible loudness of the battle is happening, the people here are taken out. The ghouls are starting to be routed and running to the south. They look like they're leaving the area and prioritizing getting out and getting south to maybe one of the other locations, over keeping themselves alive. So they're just fleeing, and some of them, like a decent number of them, are getting cut down by the adventurers and other people that had sort of ringed off this place prior to you all arriving, or basically as you guys were arriving. The other thing you can notice, and then I'll get to this, you can hear sounds of heavy fighting coming from a couple of streets away to the east. And it is loud, it is bright, and it is very dramatic. Whatever's happening to the east is people lobbing and moving back and forth, throwing around like hardcore major league spellcasting. Is happening to
Is the river
east.
to the east?
Yeah, river to the east. Is to the
Yeah,
east.
it's the spur, but it's the wastrel. Sorry, it's
You're
the
right.
wastrel.
Do I recognize any spell signatures?
You do not recognize any spell signatures. You can tell that the skies to the east are alight with power and magic, and there's a mixing of dozens of spell signatures. Like there's, at a glance, maybe 50 different spellcasters lobbing decent quality magic in that direction.
Just how long has it been since Clotho did the thing?
Since she did the plane shift, about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
Because we know. So how much time has passed on the Prime since the start of the attack? So we knew there was one seal until on. I don't know.
About 2 hours.
It's the beacon's ward turns off.
We don't know that that's when Arm shows up.
Right. So that has passed with the beacon turning on.
That's what I ask again.
The word around the beacon has turned off.
We went from a neutrally charged place. All the vampires came from a negatively charged place. And we went to a positively charged place.
No, still in a negatively charged place. They went from negative, neutral, negative.
To more negative.
Yeah.
Oh.
The other thing is even
I
if
thought
even
the
if
Shadowfell was opposite of
It is.
the wilds.
the wilds has pockets where it flows in a bunch of different ways.
We're not in the standard wilds, we're in the slow wilds.
Same as remembering when you guys went to visit Narsenhar, his rules did not apply the same.
Sure.
But also those catastrophic effects don't happen until you go back to the Prime, right?
No, if you go negative to positive.
Yeah, if you go the opposite, it can pop you. But I will also note that you guys learned from Margot, and I think from somebody else, that the Shadowfell is so close to the Prime
Yeah.
that you don't really gain a significant charge from being there, even if you're there for quite a long time.
Sure.
So it's probably not something that anything but the eldest vampires are actually having to deal with, and it's likely they would have shed some of their charge prior to assaulting something that is, that could cause them. It'd be very dumb not to make that as precaution. So you guys are at basic at B. You can hear fighting to the east. You've got other places you can go to. What's the plan?
How long? Do we know how long until we go back into the Prime?
Seems to be a continuous effect at the moment. So you're pretty likely that she can just turn it off and shift you guys back to the Prime.
Okay. Do we have an idea of how the time difference?
Yeah. So it's been about 45 minutes of the attack, and it's been about 2 hours have passed on the Prime.
We need like 12 hours to pass on the Prime.
Something like that, yeah. I'm thinking, do we
10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So that's what?
We've only been
8
here for
hours.
10 minutes. So
8
10
hours.
minutes has been an hour and a half.
You need a total of 8 hours. The attack didn't start right at sundown.
Okay, so my question, rather than me try to work out the maths for this, my question is, if we went back to the ship and we took the shortest long rest, i.e. 6 hours, with our crew on watch and gave them the orbs and said, and especially the 2 special event ones, and said, if anything happens, wake us. Would we be able to get a long rest in before we shift back before dawn on Sildar? No.
I do think we need to probably go back to the ship.
The only way
Is there
to
a
get back to the
ritual?
ship without getting hard fucked is to go to the wastrel.
I think that's true.
We know the way Charles spend us.
All spin discs are currently disconnected.
Well,
No, that's not true.
You can still spin to another spin if you know
Actually, there's one in the temples that we already cleared.
there is. Yeah.
So we could
You
get
can still spin, you can still spin within inside of the city, you can't leave the city on spin right now.
but the goals were all going south, which would be towards the temple, so we're probably better off going towards the.
Hmm.
Wastrel, maybe.
I'm fine going towards the wastrel. You can probably make contact right now, right?
I probably could.
Ask them to clear a path.
Gary also said that the word blip time has passed.
Correct.
Can you ask Brevor?
It changed. So Arn's ward activated and then changed to prevent all like teleportation in and out of the city.
That's
No, in the beacon room, the words turned off with Brevor's little 10-second window.
Oh, right. Yeah. Did that happen?
That has passed.
That
Yes.
Passed.
Can you ask Brevor for an
Yeah, I will. So before we have been dealing with.
update? What if he's dead?
Yeah, Brevor, are you there?
A little busy. What do you need?
Everything under control? Do you need assistance?
No, and probably no.
Great, give us an update when you can.
So he says, a group has made it inside of our barrier and is attacking our beacon. I underestimated the force they would send to take the beacon. They are encountering heavy resistance, but 2 of them are not engaging, and I don't think anything I can do can hurt them.
once the Night King.
We cannot go and fight in this condition. I have 0 healing surges.
Can you
But the
give him a
helm-
mental image of what the Night King looks like?
No, not to the beacon.
Can he can't teleport them out of the room?
They specifically sealed them in this room behind the ward, so they couldn't get out.
Can Griffle control the beacon still with the helm?
No.
No.
It's only Brivor can do it outside of the room.
Could Griffle give him instructions on how to get the beacon to this place?
Our beacon does that differently.
Okay.
So the way I'm understanding, and Gary, feel free to correct me, is that the displaceability is like present on like like powerful beacons regardless.
Mhm.
But what it specifically is for Haven is their ability to teleport crews out into the city.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
it's like taking something in an area and then being like, okay, we can do you anywhere within this zone.
It's a launch pad.
Our beacon has been modified specifically to take that ability away and turn it into Yeet Leviathan into the sun.
Basically, it's been changed to work with the plane shift ability of the ship to yeet things into other planes.
Can we yeet the Night King into a sun?
No.
Sorry.
That's it.
Also, I don't think it would kill him. Anyways.
What do you mean that's what you just asked?
So I just said.
You can't control the city's beacon. You
Our
would need
ship's
to get
beacon.
to your ship in order to use the better pieces.
But he's in with the beacon,
He's in with the city's beacon, not yours. Yeah.
and our beacon can only yeet things that are. in
Yours thing
range.
yeets an entire area into someplace. It functions the way it does with the larger combats because everything in a 40-foot radius of that thing tends to be a single ship or a Leviathan or something like that. You would,
That would destroy a lot of stuff.
yeah, destroy a lot of stuff.
Could we have Brevor displace the Night King to us and then Clotho?
There is a decision I want from you guys before because you guys can basically do this while you're on the move,
Yeah,
having the discussion of what to do next. Is the group either, heading to the river to where you guys believe the fight with the wastrel is happening? Or are you guys heading south? Are you guys like what are you doing right now while this conversation is happening?
To the wastrel.
I believe we're
for the spin.
I'm voting wastrel.
I also have another thought. We send ascending Margot.
You can. Drock, I didn't hear from you.
I'm
You
good with
going-
whatever. So
Okay, so you guys are having this conversation. You look on the map; it's only a few blocks from.
Yep.
Basically,
I will put out the proverbial white flag, or like I'll put out my ally flags for the
Mhm.
wastrel. Not
So-
the white flag. That's surrender. The
we are friends.
ally approaching. Do not shoot.
When you guys get to the riverbanks, you guys are going to be slightly north of where the wastrel is moored. It is moored in the middle of the river, and there are dozens of spellcasters on either side of it, launching hell out away from the wastrel. You can see that there are a lot of vampire spellcasters that are on vampire spellcasters, or maybe mortal spellcasters, people in dark robes, on the shores. That are most of them are defending against lightning, fire, all kinds of elemental attacks from the wastrel, keeping the shoreline somewhat okay. While there are these huge undead. They're the size of the giants, the two giants you guys have seen, the Wee Sky and the one that kind of attacked you in the alleyway in Silverspire. They're that scale, but they're like the mindless undead side. These are very clearly not vampires. They are zombies, but of giants. And the defenses basically are holding the line on the shore, and these massive zombies are grabbing chunks of buildings, picking them up and hurling them into the river at the wastrel, which causes their spellcasters to stop for a second, defend against that physical attack, and then go back. At the moment, it looks like it's sort of a stalemate, but from the way that things look at a glance, it does look like the wastrel's kind of expending a lot more energy. They're burning their fuse a lot faster than the things on the shore. The shoreline's basically just holding things in check, not dying to the assault from the wastrel, and then letting the giants wear down the assault on the wastrel. On the shoreline, there's maybe about 20 like full power vampire spellcasters on either side. There's 20 on the east shore, 20 on the west shore, and there's about a dozen of those giants between east and west that are hurling the stones at the wastrel. So you guys are now on the sort of boardwalk, the raised like walk path that goes by the river. Here right now, the walk path is goes down an incredible amount, and you look and you expect to see, a river right there, maybe 20 feet down if it's at the lowest of low tides, but it's not. It goes down like you're standing on the edge of a cliff, and there's just a tiny little bit of water at the bottom, and the wastrel is in the middle of the river. It does not look like it has enough water to move, and it's tilted very slightly to one side, like it's sitting
It's like
in the
running, kind of
run
half
aground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's half run aground, unable to move, because the source of the river that exists here is currently on another plane.
Oh, of course. It makes so much sense now that you've said it, but I would not have thought of that.
So the wastrel is sort of floundered in the middle of the river. There is still a little bit of water left, basically in the spots of the river that just happen to be deeper, so they hasn't run out the normal course of waterway. And in one of those sort of deeper, effectively for the purposes of the wastrel, a puddle. It is sitting, resting, and unable to move up or down, and just getting hammered to hell by those boulders that are coming in. So that is the sign. That is the site as you see it. Continue with conversations or whatever you guys would like to do.
Is there anything we'd like to do?
Turn around.
Back away slowly.
I mean, we can't engage in this fight. We are so far. Can I pull up Hensy on the beacon? Our ships still within range of me, right?
your ship is definitely within range. I don't think Hennessy has a way to communicate with your beacon normally.
Okay, yeah.
The beacon on the wastrel is not of a category to be able to have normal communication. It does the standard list of friend, foe, coming to trade, wanting to talk, like the typical like commands you can see from a long distance.
Yeah.
What in the world flag commands. They don't use flags most of the time, but that's what they're called.
But it's the basic talk of like.
Ship to ship talk.
So, if I were to go, I think I could cobble together a message that would be understandable. Move on without me and come back to me.
Anything you want to do at the shore? Everything is taking place south of where you guys are.
We're kind of on the exterior though, nothing looking to engage us.
No, the focus is on. You can see most of the focus is on the wastrel in the center of the waterway, like they're trying to finish it off while it's crippled. There does look like there's a good chunk of casters that are separated away that are working at something. That are in a ritual circle doing something. It's dark. Actually, no, it's not right here. So there's brilliant skylights overhead. So you'd be able to figure out that it's likely that the ones who are separated away from the main part of the battle, they are gathered around a circle around a smaller ritual circle between them. It's probably trying to open a portal because those giants wouldn't have been able to come through like normal spin discs. They had to have special accommodations. And it looks like the ritual casters are trying to turn the portal back on in order to get where they need to go. Not having a lot of success with it yet, but actively working.
Can we send the sending to Margot?
Is that what you want to do? You guys stop at the
Would that have been possible during the short rest? I mean,
Probably not. The short rest that you took would have to be slightly on the move. So you're getting to where you need to be while you're resting is sort of already taking up a lot of the other stuff you'd be able to do.
What would you want to say to her?
Let her know we've taken out 3 of their invading forces. And
They can see.
the Night King is here. Oh, I guess they have the orbs too.
Mhm.
And she knows the Night King's coming.
Now you can still cast it, but you're going to be casting it like on the riverbank, like here as you guys have stopped trying to figure out what you're going to do. There doesn't seem to be anything other than the fight that's happening in the south.
What's her end goal?
Her angle? I mean, I think she's a foot soldier in a giant war that they've been told that you're doing.
But she just wants to kill the Night King. She doesn't. What if we've gone to fight her and just fucking murked her ass?
I mean, we could tell her the Night King is in the beacon.
He knows the Night King's here.
She doesn't know he's in the beacon. So.
Have the black orbs activated yet?
It looks like one of them has gone clear.
Can we see through it?
Didn't activate.
Like it's not.
Like it's a special event that might not have been so special to witness, and so they chose not to broadcast it.
Can I try to look through it?
Sure.
Arcanely.
Arcanely.
$31.
You can tell that there is a warded barrier between you and wherever this is going. So it looks like it's not working because, you know, if it's a TV screen, it's the equivalent of that like static, like that like white noise static screen.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Like a connection lost.
Like I would infer that they've opted not to use it.
No, probably it actually looks like it's turned on now that you've made the check.
Oh.
But that there is something preventing the thing from being seen.
Or like the
The beacon wards.
Like the wards, yeah.
It's
the wards are
the Night King's
cutting off.
camera.
you guys are smart.
Is that Night King's camera? You think?
What would you think it is?
Oh, I have no idea.
Brivor said, "There is a man in here. I cannot damage him."
Yeah.
He specifically said there are 2 people in the room.
Well, the other person is, I think Shadow Man is here.
Weiss?
Oh, big.
Maybe the big Beast
He's
guy,
out in space.
but I don't think it is big Beast. I think it's an unknown, but I do think the Night King is here.
Can Brevor drive the two people?
Yes. And he will do so. And he says, they're both, look, they've got symbols of the Turi on them. One of them is very large. Maybe 10, 12 feet tall. They kind of look human, but not completely. I'm sorry, I don't know what humans are really supposed to look like when they get twisted like that. The other one is a woman that is covered with runes and enchantments and has a bunch of constructs of some kind around her.
Turi woman. Which rooms?
Is there a bald guy?
No.
Oh, the Night King's not here.
The
Night
Night
King's
King
not-
isn't bald, but yes.
But Big Weiss is bald.
Big Weiss is bald.
Big Weiss.
Oh,
Laith Weiss is bald.
Good.
Also, Laith Weiss is 50 feet tall. He probably would have led on that.
Was the Night King 15 feet tall?
It's just
You're
like a little
saying
thing.
different things. Weiss is 50
I
feet tall.
moved on from that.
Mhm.
Is the Night King 12 feet tall?
He's like
Oh,
normal
not-
human size.
But he did mention two humanoid.
Two
Did
humanoid
they,
people.
did they have wings?
The Turi symbols.
They're both Turi.
One of
Neither of
is
them are
tall.
Night King. Based on description.
We don't know any of those people then.
so I'm going to send H for pilot is on board, meaning me.
Mhm.
I'm going to send I'm altering my course. And I'm going to send
Josh.
Oh.
you are heading for danger, and B, require assistance, question mark.
You send boop 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 boop, and you're watching. There is a bit of a delay. You get back. Unable. So it gives you back the like command for docked, basically.
Yep.
Like unable to move.
Yep, I run aground.
You run aground.
Yep.
Pen down.
I went and looked up the actual list of
I'm trying to remember what there's one that's like waiting to act. I can't remember what it's called, but like waiting to dock or waiting to do something. There's a
like requesting.
like we're trying to do something, but we're waiting for something. It's
Yeah.
basically saying we're waiting for an opening to move.
Okay.
So basically they're currently running around. They can't move normally. They're waiting for some kind of opening to get out of dodge.
Okay.
And you send that. I'm gonna go quickly to you two, and then I'm gonna end the round in large quotation marks, like just kind of advance forward slightly. Is there anything Morin's doing for the 5-ish minutes of watching this thing play out?
I think the other thing I'd want to do is maybe figure out what this little ritual that they're trying to cast is.
Okay.
Oh, but you said it was a portal to open.
It looks like it's some sort of gate to open a bigger portal because these undead giants would not be able to spend it normally.
I'm not sure I'm worried about them opening a portal.
Have we seen any dragons yet? The dragons?
Not in this part of the city.
Or on the
Well,
cameras?
I'm
Yes.
gonna use
You saw,
Cameras?
yes, you saw them at Giants Market.
my one potion of cure moderate.
Okay. Drop
Cure moderate pain?
your moderate wounds.
Words.
Drop. Anything you're doing?
No, I don't think there's anything useful I can do at this point.
How far away is this ship?
Maybe 250 yards, something like that.
Yards?
Yards. About less than 1,000 feet.
Mhm. Can I do read 'em?
Yet. What's your question?
Should we go on that ship?
And it's wheel woe. I can't remember. Is this the 2 ones? Yeah, wheel woe both.
Will it benefit or harm us? Let's see, half an hour in the future.
It is going to return. Actually, you have to make a check, right? There's
I think there it is.
there's either a check I have to make or one you have to make, and I forget which one read on.
It's a you don't know it.
You secretly roll in
I roll on our power. And the results are
against the moderate DC. Possibility farming. Failed, nothing.
So I'm rolling your Arcana check. 18. 19. Thing glows with wheel.
It says that if we go on that boat, good things will happen within the next 30 minutes.
That's a 5-minute cast, I
Yeah.
think. Is that
Oh, I don't know.
some of these are
Go on that
It
boat.
doesn't say, so I think that
duration. Yeah. So if it doesn't say it's 5. Because some of them are like standard action cast. I think that one's one of the 5 minutes. As you,
Good. Is there a great?
1 second. What was it you were gonna say?
I was gonna signal permission to come aboard.
So signal permission to come aboard. Your wheel finishes. You're like, okay, this can turn out really good. You're watching this ship just get beat to hell. And as you are doing that, you're sending the signal. You're watching the portal. You see a big black doorway opens, about 30 feet tall and 20 feet wide. And you see the casters around the ritual circle like slump slightly, like, oh, okay, we got that done. As they do that, you see this rolling red mist come through the portal and kind of pass over the casters, who kind of like look around them. The mist flows past them and washes over top of one of those giants. And you see the giant go as the mist flows up down its throat. And you see the giant is like grabbing hold of itself. You see from the giant's sort of undead, kind of flabby belly, what looks like 2 feet or 2 boots planted in its stomach and pull and press. And then its rib cage explodes open in every direction as something just kicks its way out of it. And then this vampire who is wearing this brilliant red cloak, who has this immaculately oiled beard, has long flowing hair, and it doesn't look like any of the blood and stuff is actually on him. It's just sort of like sitting there and sliding off as he explodes his way out of the giant and floats up into the air. You see all of the spellcasters nearby, like, all orient on him. And when he speaks, his voice echoes and can be heard for hundreds of yards in every direction. I think it's actually 1,000 yards in every direction. And you hear a great booming voice. Oh, what a wonderful night for a bloodbath. You guys recognize
Inferno.
Baron Ferno.
Never talked to this guy ever.
And then all of the spellcasters orient on him, and just the air around him explodes with power and magic
Who
as dozens of Turi spellcasters start laying into him.
who was casting the portal spell?
The Turi mages.
They did,
That's a word.
they did not succeed.
They opened a door. What came through the door,
Was not what they expected.
and you see them just laying spell power into this guy who is floating himself up and continuing to sort of rise into the air as the things are detonating around him. And you hear his sort of mocking laughter echo out through the area. And since you were watching the portal, you can see that behind the enemy lines, while everyone is focused on Baron Ferno, rank after rank after rank of very highly organized soldiers start stepping through the portal.
Are they Legion?
And so now I
They're
point.
not Legion,
I point.
they're Dasang ghouls.
I point.
It's his school army.
I point to the 3 wearing the song armor, and I say, "The song runs. The song runs," and start bolting to the ship.
Ooh. Ooh.
And pretty much as you guys are, is the plan to run to the ship?
That seems wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we got no.
So
Yeah.
you guys start tearing assing through the ships, and you can see that Baron Ferno floating in the middle. You can, Kylie, you are adept enough at Arcana, and so is Morin. Actually, you're not at all an arcane spellcaster, right?
No, I don't cast any arcane, but I am trained in Arcana.
Well, the two of them are going to know slightly more by default. If people want to make checks, they can. the stuff going after Fairno should be doing something to him. But all the spells just sort of die when they get about 15 feet away from
He's got
him and
stupid shit armor.
explode. He has some sort of like, massive warding. You're pretty certain he can't do anything through that warding. That is a
He's magic circled.
yeah, he is magic circled or something to that effect. And you're pretty certain that there's unlikely that he can get through it, and it does seem to be following him. All he's really doing is being a very flashy, very obvious, very loud distraction. The helm lights up, and you can go boop, 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 as like 24 portals open in different spots all over the city. And you can feel through the helm that people are flooding into the city. You can't
Can
see
I-
them, but you don't know, but you can tell that portals have snapped
Yeah.
open all over the city.
No clue if this helps with anything that might be going on, but could I potentially lend him my voice of thunder to make him an even more effective distraction?
That's beautiful, but he's doing good enough on his own for one round of the challenge.
I think
Fire gun.
I think 5.
Yeah, he's floating above the river. So the question is basically, you guys have to make it down the embankment to get to basically the riverbed. It is very, very muddy. Obviously, I mean, it was a river until just a minute ago.
DC 10? Oh, God.
God.
So the question is, if you guys are heading to the wastrel, how are you going about doing that? It's going to be sort of, I need checks from everybody or an explanation of how you're getting there. Through checks or whatever to get to the
How
wastrel.
far is it from the edge of the bank where it starts being muddy to the boat?
Not nearly as far, but you'd have to go into where the spellcasters are to do that. So like, say that the main battle is here, right? These tokens where you guys are is the wastrel, and everything is happening on the banks next to it, and you guys are up here with the cookies. So like, if you went down the bank and then crossed to them, it's not a very far distance, but you'd have to go to where the spellcasters and stuff are, and like the undead giants and things.
So how far is it from where we are?
If you cut a line this way, it's going to be a decent bit further, maybe 100 yards.
Because I have linked portal. We could do another ritual to portal in.
Just go to the wastrel. Is that how many squares is that?
Link portal, by the way, does function with spin discs. So spin discs count as a linked portal for the purposes of rituals.
It's disorienting portal, but it says it functions as a link.
So linked portal requires a portal circle, like
Yeah.
that's specifically designed for a linked portal. If you use that, use that and have permission to go aboard. It'll just pop you from here to there.
What about the one? It's not
That's great.
disoriented portal. We have another one that's like actually a portal, like portal jumpers thing.
Well, that's shorter, much shorter.
Oh.
This is 250 feet.
All right, let's do it.
So you could like go down to the bottom of the embankment, get a little bit closer, and then pass the portal from there to there. So it's basically more or less what's going to do is going to lower the DC for everybody for their one check, because you're going like a third of the distance. Okay, that's what we're doing. So I'm going to need one round for people unless people are doing other things to assist.
Could I
Assist in the ritual.
well, yeah, I'll assist once we start casting the ritual. We have to get to the part where we have to get far enough that the ritual's in range, right?
Yeah, so you have to basically get down the embankment to here, or if you were on the shore where all the action is, you could link portal over, but that's going to be difficult to do the ritual there. So you can either slide down the embankment to get to here to get close enough to get to the wastrel, so you don't have to do the intervening space where all the death magic is, or you can go over here along the shore where you'd have to deal with the spellcasters.
Okay. So could I use like rolling echo to reshape the earth below us to make the terrain easier?
You can knock off sort of the top layer of slime, make it a lot less slippery. That sounds like a good idea.
Okay. I'll do that. What do you want me to roll?
I think endurance is default because you're trying to maintain this thing that's only designed to be done like as a one shot. You could do Arcana, but Arcana is going to be at a pretty significantly higher DC. I.e., the description is one of those is at moderate DC and the other one's at hard DC.
Oh, endurance is terrible for me. My endurance is terrible.
Athletics and acrobatics are default for the check,
Those are worse.
and then you can do anything else.
All right, we're gonna do endurance. Wait, you said I could do endurance?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying in general, the default is athletics or acrobatics.
19 on the dot. Woohoo! Right on target.
So, success.
Yeah.
You do not have any ill effect as you stumble through the, like, I don't know if anyone's been around a major river before, but not only is the bottom full of mud, but like big, like full-sized trees are down at the bottom here that have drained out, and branches and other sorts of things that are at the bottom of a river.
I've figured a path.
Done well, clear path. Does anyone else have something they would like to do as a default? Or, before we continue forward, because I'm going to do one of many last, and she's doing the actual ritual.
I just want to assist others, like, pushing through using endurance, kind of like pull myself and others forward.
Sure, sounds good. At a slightly higher DC, but still good. Your DC
29.
29. Easily
Nice.
done. So you're able to kind of keep going, trudge through as the rolling echoes are smashing down the mud, making it a little bit easier to walk. And then you are ahead of the group, forging the path, allowing others to follow once you've kind of made several wrong steps into things that are very obnoxious to walk through, and then kind of retrace your footsteps by like a step or two, making it easier for those behind you.
Keep being like, Mara, will you move this?
Yeah. All right. Griffle and Lester, you're up.
I'm thinking maybe like a nature check, on like a nature check aided by my sea legs,
Mhm.
on like picking prime places, like picking the places to place my feet. So being really careful about where I'm walking.
Yeah.
Knowing what I know about like geology and the like, like some ground can look stable, but is actually like a landslide waiting to happen, sort of thing.
And one of the things in this world is that tides have a much greater impact than in our world. And so there are definitely places where high tide and low tide are like, a massive difference, maybe 20 feet vertical difference. And in those places, when you have to go ashore for things, there's trees, there's branches. Going kind of hopping along a low tide bank would be something that you'd be familiar with. So nature sounds like a great check.
Gosh, what is my nature?
Looking for-
26.
26. Easily done.
I use my wall huckers and walk down.
So you're walking like on the like cement embankment on the side that kind of pulls up the floodgates and stuff. Nice. I definitely say you can do that. I would say that's going to make it significantly easier. But the parts of the embankment that were underwater previously have like moss and mud and all kinds of slick stuff that's there as well. So it's like not only you can walk on the wall and it's going to be much easier than walking on the ground, but the important part is not slipping and falling off the wall.
All right. How do you feel about like dungeoneering or nature?
Engineering and nature could make sense. I would say default with this is probably going to be perception, unless you can.
That's also-
perception or acrobatics. I would
Just
say
like-
perception's default.
Find a path.
Yeah, it's like you're picking your way through, and because it's just this giant, like, flat wall, it's like, okay, if you can see where you need to step, it's not really that hard to navigate at all. It's like you're, walking on flat ground.
I succeed. 18 plus 31.
31. So a hard DC success, which means a +2 for your check to quickly cast this ritual. So I think a total, we've got one success that was a one category above what was needed. So you have total +2. I think Arcana for fast casting is by default.
Can I assist with the ritual?
You just did with perception. So getting everyone in position quickly and quietly is the goal.
$25.
So 25 means that it gets started. You see things that are happening. You try to just carve a quick circle in the mud. You can use it to gate to the wastrel. After a moment of uncertainty.
Didn't include his.
Oh, you didn't include his? Oh, excellent.
Oh,
Yes. After a moment of uncertainty, like when the people aboard the wastrel recognize that there's a group of people going along the mud coming this direction, and sort of, turn some of their negative attention in your direction, and then okay, and just away. You feel the gate sort of connect to the wastrel, and then it kind of has that like, are they going to let us? Where the permission is being asked for, and then through the beacon or through the helm, permission granted, and you guys teleport onto wastrel.
We did it.
Well done. All right, good session, everybody. She's not going to surrender.
Try to
So
subtly.
He doesn't
rip-
think that the song is coming, are coming.
So how did she know to put a ritual circle on Haven?
We're not done yet.
Gary, please.
Wait, what?
I need to know.
Oh, on.
I will tell you that it's going to be very soon that you learn the answer to the question.
I mean, I was looking through the researcher's eyes when we were in Silver Spire, so I didn't, I guess, take highly detailed notes, but she could have said something, or we could have said something while I was listening.
So you guys
Oh, well, of course, we took Alana aboard.
teleport
Oh,
aboard,
yeah, but
teleport aboard the ship, and
Yeah, but she's like,
teleport aboard the ship, kind of ushered out of the teleportation circle as it is relocked and sealed, as they have realized that people can attempt to get on board and are sort of fitting extra things to make sure that no one, appears behind enemy lines or appears behind their lines and causes havoc in hell. And by the time you guys make it to the deck and are ushered up on deck, you can see that the battle on the shores isn't a battle. The Turi forces, when they are pitted face to face with Desang, like hardened, seasoned veteran ghouls, not even a chance. They are very quickly tearing through the ranks of the forces. And you can see, even from a distance, that several of the Turi ghouls surround and try to destroy one of the Desang ghouls, and it sort of walks through them, tearing them apart like they aren't there. Like one of the Desang ghouls is treating 4 or 5 of the Turi ghouls like they're children.
that's hilarious and I love it.
I'm so glad that we asked On to not loan out those ghouls. So,
Yeah.
Haven.
So you get this booming voice coming as the Baron flies down, and you see the ward around him deactivate the magic circle that he had. He pulls down a band of something that he had around his waist, and when he pulls it off, you can see that it looks like one of those cords that On wears. Her whole body is covered in those wraps of white cloth with the gold writing on it. He had one of them around his waist. And he takes it off, and you can feel that sort of like snap of power as the ward deactivates, as his magic circle goes away. And he's flying maybe 30 feet aboard, and you see the Admiral standing aboard the ship deck, feet spread apart, hands behind his back, and the Baron laughs and says, "Permission to come aboard, Admiral." And the Admiral just nods very seriously up to him, and then kind of turns to one side and says, "Is he going to do anything we need to worry about?" And you see standing behind the Admiral is something very unusual. It looks like an old man, if an old man looked like they were also 75% goat.
What's his name?
The guy from that we never talked
The
to,
rhyme guy?
the rhyme guy.
It is not. He
Okay.
doesn't look like a satyr. He looks like satyr's like half person, half goat.
Oh, this is like that race that turns into goats or turns into animal.
Like Henge.
Henge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, goat.
he looks like a Henge yokai that is in his hybrid form of part goat, part person. And you can see that around him, like his entire body has a very faint, dark green light. Like it's sort of hard to see from a distance, but it's like someone has a hunter green, maybe nightlight that is radiating from his skin in every direction.
Is it corpse light?
It doesn't look like corpse light. No.
We don't have that.
Somebody else might.
Oh, we did hand them out.
But you know what corpse light would look like, and it doesn't look like that. It's like a halo of power around him. And then the goat man goes, "You may bring him on board. I don't."
Boo.
And then the Baron flies down, lands aboard, and you see when he does land, there's just big hunks of stuff falling off of him. Like none of his armor. You guys have seen the Baron before. He has that like conquistadors.
I have not seen the Baron before.
So he looks like a Spanish conquistador who's like 9+ feet tall. He has an oiled beard with a giant mustache. He has the like shining breastplate, but no other like obvious armors, although he's got layers of like leather and straps over his legs. He has these huge, sort of dramatic Renaissance era blood red boots that he wears. But underneath the leather, there are black tights. So he doesn't look like people of this era at all. There's something like, oh, this guy is from a different time period about the Baron. And on his back, there is an enormous hooked spear. And covering his body are weapons. Like he's got daggers, swords, knives. Around one side, he's got several different maces that all look like they have slightly different enchantments on them. He probably has close to 30 weapons gathered around his body. And he lands, he looks around, he smooths his oiled mustache, and then goes, "Ah." He goes and does a very elaborate bow towards you.
You're like bloodied and beaten to shit.
I'm fine. I got 60 hit points.
Oh, whatever.
Your expertise in avoiding wards is appreciated by our mutual patron. And then when he does that,
Who's your
he sends a little wave of psionics at you. You can tell he's not good at this. Like he's real bad. He's basically been around it long enough that even someone who's very dumb can figure out the basics. If you wanted to stop this, you could just bat it away. So he's sending you a psionic message with that thing. So sends through, and you get a memory of being inside of your own crystal palace, and then Lady An saying, "I must warn you, if you allow me to do this, I'll see everything." And then you see her kind of snap through your mind, and there's all these conversations, these pieces of fragments of the group sitting around one of the dinner tables in the ship discussing the attack that's coming on Haven, of working with each other to figure out exactly how you wanted to word ascending to Salumain to check if the attack had begun yet. All these little pieces that, while you're pretty certain Lady An can't see the visions even through your mind, she could see the conversations that you all had talking about the attack coming to Haven, what it looked like, and that the ghouls were not theirs. They're other, they're different. You described them and how they work, how the black portals open, what was happening in the vision itself. She can't see it, but she got to see all the context around it, all the planning the group had done up until the moment that she took over your body and killed you. And
We
then
never talk trash about her.
Does-
She is our queen. I don't think we ever said
We
anything
made
to
the
her.
cargo before that happened as well. Did she see us meeting
After.
after?
What?
I think On is evil.
because On did that.
Oh, well.
On did this to you guys when you were on Census.
That was like
So
after.
Margot didn't prepare you guys until afterwards.
Afterwards, yeah.
Yes. So the Baron thinks that you cleverly avoided some sort of thing in order to tell her exactly what was going to happen. And, you know, that is his elaborate bow.
Our mistress is very wise. I am glad that she understood our message.
So
Roll a
Uh,
death check.
the admiral goes, "Can I imagine she will be making an appearance here?" And the Baron goes, "Unfortunately not. Her and my other barons are indisposed The Imperium believes it is striking at a point of weakness. It is going to find the plane of the Iron Tower is a tough nut to crack.
Let's fucking.
Oh, so they are attacking the Iron Tower.
fucking go.
Oh, real quick. I've thought about it a couple of times, but I haven't had a good chance to interrupt. But so when I asked the Vito guy that was selling the orbs, like, oh, should we have this party inside or outside of the city? Was he like maliciously being like, it doesn't matter?
You don't think so? You think that he
didn't
probably
know.
didn't know.
He didn't know. Okay.
Like,
Also,
I
I
think
just want to say once more, it is super twisted to be like, yeah, we're gonna live stream the attack. First of all, it is twisted to be like, yeah, we're gonna live stream an attack on this place, and then sell tickets to that live stream in the place you are going to attack.
Can you ask Bravor a question for me?
you think it's pretty reasonable that the higher ups didn't tell him so that he couldn't
Yeah,
reveal the information. He
they
had
reckon that they sold these orbs all over Silvan, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
he had the super secret, like, I heard something I'm not supposed to hear that you didn't hear from me.
Mhm.
That something here has to do with the plane of the Iron Tower. So
But the two pieces of information were actually unrelated.
they were related, but not the way that he thought they were.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Can you ask Bravor a question for me?
Yes.
Can he accept? Like, can he teleport people into the room?
No.
No.
You know,
you can only disperse.
Yeah, that is what the beacon does. It doesn't even disperse from that room. It disperses from a rallying point that's outside of the wards. And
So what? Is the beacon just fucked?
It might be.
He said that he thought it was kind of under control, didn't he?
That's true. He did say,
said
I
it
don't think
was
it's under
fine.
control, but I don't think I need help.
Yeah.
Or-
or rather, the question was, is it under control? Should we come to help? And his answer was no, and also no.
Oh,
I don't think it's under
Oh.
control. I don't think you should come to help.
Okay.
so we should go to.
No.
I think we would probably make it worse.
Can we let?
Or no?
I'm afraid of this guy. So
The Baron?
Baron, there are big people in the city. We don't know who they are, but they're here to fuck shit up,
They're trapped with the beacon.
and they're trapped with the beacon of the city.
Ah, so that is what brings this. He pulls something from his bag and he places it in the air and it just stays there and pops open a set of 7 beads. And then he gestures towards 2 of the beads that kind of go in the slots where the dark ones are in your board.
Mhm.
One of them has that static and one of them is clear.
Oh, can we see that one now?
It's not doing anything, but it's clear.
Mm.
He says, so wards. That is what is stopping my vision here. Do you know how long it will last, or exactly what Sophie's choice they have set up?
What was that?
This one is obvious, but I'm curious what one is being hidden from me.
Wait, what's Sophie's choice?
He references the movie Sophie's Choice. Holy fuck!
An equivalent to the same thing, right?
Unfortunately, movie I haven't seen.
Also, have never heard of it.
Oh, so basically, if you guys have seen which Batman it is, where he's like, hey, you can either you can save your girlfriend or you can save
Yeah.
the commissioner.
Yeah.
And it's like you can only save one. That's the idea of the Sophie's Choice. Like you're fucked either way.
Yeah.
Also about Maria.
Where's Rachel?
So the Dark Knight was just a better Sophie's Choice.
Where's Rachel?
I mean, it's part of the whole. Well, Sophie's Choice is the entire point of the other movie.
Yes.
So that's the idea, right? Is he's like, these are supposed to be something that the people would have to watch a choice being made, but he can't see what one of the choices is.
So did he ask where it's?
Yeah, he says, where is the one I can't see?
It's deep underground. We don't know where I get there. Not really.
I
We're
know
in
how to
contact
get
with the
there.
one who would know.
If nothing else, Brivo could guide us if we were lost.
So he smiles and says, I'm very interested to see what is behind that. Any information you could give would be delightful.
Who? In terms of like who?
Yeah, he looks at the static and he's like, I can't see what's behind that. It doesn't really seem to bother him that much.
Mhm.
But he's like, okay, if you guys know something about this,
Give him
Explain.
the description that Brevor gave us.
Yeah. If it's a Sophie's choice, if it's picking between two things, I feel like the first thing to pick is the beacon.
Does he know
What
the
is the
second
other?
thing is?
What is the other choice?
So, you guys are talking, but I want to know what you're saying to the Baron is important.
Well, so I'm asking questions of you, Gary, the DM, because I don't understand the situation that we're in.
Okay, so he pulled out the 7 orbs.
Yep.
The 2 of them that are on your board or your set are black.
Yeah.
One is static and one is clear. There's nothing coming from the clear one at the moment. But from the way that he's talking, he knows what's in that clear one.
Okay.
And he doesn't know what's in the static one.
Okay.
And he's trying to
saying
ask.
there's some interference.
He's saying there's interference here. I understand basically how that works, but I don't know what's actually there. If
Okay.
you guys know, that would be excellent because I would like to know.
What is in the clear one?
The leader of this fair city. Their position has been compromised, and I believe the choice is to save the leader and her entourage, or to save some other important aspect of this conflict.
See, right. So I will give him the information. So in short, the beacon is was compromised. There was a routine set to lower the defenses of the beacon room to allow teleportation in, and then bring it back online after what was it, like 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
After 10 minutes had passed, allowing a strike team to go in and out fairly quickly. Brevor and myself and my companions were able to change this to set a trap, but it seems the trap has not sprung quite exactly as Brevor had intended. The beacon has done some damage to its attackers and trapped them by reactivating the wards, but there are some who are not taking any damage, seem to be impervious.
And this associate of yours has visual information or signatures that it would be able to share?
I will ask Brevor, could you share spell signatures of the attackers?
They seem to be warded somehow. I don't know how they're warding themselves from my sensors, but physical description's about all I got. Sorry.
Okay, I'll take the physical descriptions.
So you give he repeats the physical descriptions.
Yep.
You've already had the descriptions. Do you just relay it to
Yeah,
Baron?
word for word. Yeah.
And as you're doing this, you see him like smiling broader and broader. His teeth get longer. There is this aura of bloodlust that comes away from him.
He's so horny to kill.
And he's like, "Oh, I have always been curious to see if one of our rules was worth 10 of theirs, if one of our barons was worth 2 of theirs.
Is to
My
Shuri
queen,
Baron.
could you transport me? He tilts his head to one side, and you don't hear anything or sense anything in response, but his whole body shivers, and that aura of bloodlust redoubles. You have one who could transport me through these wards, and you're saying they cannot get out?
I don't understand.
He's-
Sorry, what?
He's so horny to kill.
Basically, the Baron is saying, according to you,
It's a
these
caveman
2
game.
people are stuck in this place
Yes.
and can't get out.
Yes.
And he's asking you, could you bring me inside?
Could I? Do I know if I can?
You need to ask Brivor, I think.
I'll ask Brevor.
I would say you're pretty certain you can because Brivor can use the teleportation pad to go basically anywhere within the city. So he could probably teleport people into there, but not out without deactivating the ward. A lot of the wards, again, are outward facing, right? So it's something that doesn't tend to stop people from getting in, but they've reverted them to make them inward facing. So
Yeah.
it's now a prison, not a fortress.
I see, right. So typically no, but in this case, yes.
Yeah,
All right,
that's what
so,
River did with your
Yeah,
advanced.
so I asked Brevor, we have a strike team. Would you allow us to transport in?
We have a strike team.
I might not be properly. You hear him kind of like curse under his breath, like he's very distracted with whatever he's doing. I don't think I'm explaining very well. These things seem to be kind of unkillable. I don't think anyone you would send in would like to be there.
Counterpoint.
Tell him he's horny.
What if we send the Baron in for there and we go after Hope?
No, we don't need to go after Hope.
Yeah.
We've got the juice.
Also, we should definitely only send the Baron to there.
Yeah.
That was what the Baron wants.
Okay.
That's what it is.
It's
What
his
if-
turn for a cage match.
Yeah, okay. If he wants a cage match, we'll give him a cage
I have
match.
a sending ready.
Okay, so I'll ask Scribble, like, can you
I mean, technically, yes, I can send more things in. I've been sending in non-people, and I'm running out of munitions. You're pretty certain that Brivor has just been using the teleportation pad to shoot bombs into containers?
That's very funny.
Good on him. Okay.
So, he,
I want to ask the Baron if he can redirect the feed so that we can see what happens with it inside.
Yeah.
With the beacon.
so he
And you guys reckon we don't need to go after Hope, right?
said as a response to you, he shakes his head and says, "This is outside of my area of expertise. My mistress makes sure that I am not burdened by such problems and can do what I excel at."
But I want to watch.
On will give us a show later. We'll ask her for the memories.
And so if that's something you say, of course, my lady will be sharing my memories to all of our potential allies.
Can I?
Also, phew, I'm in the potential ally now.
Thank God.
And so, like, doing this, and then he looks behind the admiral and then says, "And this lovely diversion, I imagine you are here to say thanks to for that." And the goat man goes, "Not. I just took advantage of a situation that was here on me. There were people here that looked like they were in need of aid." And then you see the goat man kind of like look next to Drock and then like immediately look back at the Baron. Like he can see Clotho.
What the fuck is he?
He's a goat
Wait,
man.
the
He's
goat man can see Clotho?
Yeah,
fit.
he's looks like he's trying not to look at
He's
Clotho.
probably not of the court, but he's a fake creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've encountered plenty of other fake creatures that couldn't see her.
Have we?
Like whom?
I don't know if that's true.
Gnomes are fake. Sorry.
Gnomes do have Fey origin. I
Yeah,
think. There are some Fey origin things you have, but
Fey
not
origins a
like
bit different than
full on.
being fake.
It's
not
Fair.
fake creatures.
And Henjay are Fey origin, but this guy did. If he's not a normal Henjay, he does look like he has something. Like he definitely notices the Clotho's there. And when the Baron asked, "Hey, did you do this?" and he's like, "No, it wasn't me. I'm just sort of helping now that I've seen stuff is going on."
Mm.
And based on the interaction, did it seem like this guy has always been on the Admiral ship or showed up?
Like he showed up.
Okay.
Like he
that's
showed
what I
up when the plane shift happened.
Oh,
thought.
So he's like, "I didn't cause the plane shift, but once it happened, I noticed these people were in danger.
That can show.
Decided to show up and help."
I'm just imagining him looking like you with his hands in his pockets. Just
His
like
goat.
that.
Can I
Good,
can I ask his
target.
name?
Yes, you can.
It's either Alana or Gase or Sarah.
I don't know why you hate me this much. He's not going to. If you ask him his name, he says,
Dr. Dillman.
"Among my people, names mean a little something different. But I am merely a teacher."
He who walks on the dreams of those. Oh no.
And when he says that, with the reason that I need to look up his name at some point, which I will definitely do, so I'm going to write it on a piece of paper of stuff to look up. Clotho will say his name.
While Baron's there?
She doesn't say it. She says it mentally.
Okay.
Oh,
She doesn't say it in front of the Baron
fuck.
aloud.
That was insane.
Crazy bitch.
she recognized him? Like, does she seem familiar?
She says his name, and his whole body sort of like that aura around him glows with a golden light for a second and then fades. She definitely knows. Like she so said his name exactly correct.
His name.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So she knows who he is.
Is there like any, I don't know,
It's
I get what you're saying, but like, does she look like she's just like dispassionate, but like, yeah, this is your name, or is she like, hey, bud?
She's in her like mannequin form, so you're not really sure.
Goodbye,
So
Baron.
the goat says, "No, I'm just here to help."
Happy hunting, Baron.
Happy hunting, Baron.
So
Hey, bud.
his response to the goat man saying that is, opportunistic hunting, something I have partaken of myself in the past. If you'll excuse me.
Tell the Church of the Boundless sent ya.
The Baron sort of like shuffles to one's like takes a pointed step to one side, and then where he is, there's just a split in the air, like a tear opened in reality. He waits for a second for it to get slightly larger, and then he sort of shoulders his way through, like you're stepping through a doorway that's just barely open, without touching it,
And it just goes.
and the doorway just stitches it back up behind him.
Oh, this song is so sick.
Keep us posted, Brevor.
So right when he does that, Bravor goes, "Oh, assume you are with the strike force."
Oh. I
Poor Brevor.
strike force.
Poor Brevor.
Dude, why does he get the watch? This isn't fair.
Give us the play-by-play. Or
I would like to send a sending
Okay.
to Margot.
So I'm
For
he-
5 minutes.
He told me at the beginning of the scene that he was starting this,
Oh,
so
that's
he's been doing that during the scene.
Give up.
I want everyone to approve of this, but I did write it up.
Is it rhyme?
No.
Oh.
That seems a little.
Can you imagine if you're waging a war in a city and then you just get a rhyming sending telling you to surrender?
Oh, when the Baron disappeared, you see the admiral like jump forward and grab hold of the case of stones right as it like falls to the ground.
Wait, what? Why?
He just left it here, floating in the
Oh,
air, and then
okay,
it
okay.
left, and then the magic faded and it dropped.
That's funny. Okay. To Margot, I said, your invasion is forfeit. The song saves. If you continue, you will be struck down. Our bargain requires payment, and you are busy playing embarrassing games.
Damn.
Nice.
I said that. Is everyone good at
Yeah.
Did you send
Yeah.
that on the
that? Prosperity.
in the prosperity?
I don't know, you should put something more aggro.
We told her not to do this.
Beta right.
Just add, bitch.
that was 25 words, I think.
Send another sending that just says,
Bitch.
bitch.
That's all it says.
I love you, bitch.
Exactly 25 words.
Nice. That is word economy.
Gotcha. I like to spend time on Twitter. It really helps with sendings.
Yeah.
And what did she owe us again? What was the payment?
She said one free get out of jail free card. And we are going to tell her to save the other Sophie.
Right.
I choose
Sophie.
the other Sophie.
Well, the first Sophie was, right? There's two orbs, and it was like a either or, right?
Yeah.
And we're picking.
It's just funny that you picked the one that you can't remember the name of. I choose my other child. I love you both equally.
Green Mario.
Green Mario.
Sorry, Green Mario.
Clover. I think that we've gotten just total cat cam.
I know.
Mhm.
It's way cuter than Drock.
Right? Like, yeah, hands down.
How old is she?
8 or 9? I always forget.
Wow.
Oh.
She's like Maxwell's age.
Yeah, we might just have to start playing with cameras on.
We just take that.
Just pet cams.
He sends a response.
Well played. I am watched, but orders say to withdraw. Meet, and I can give you families as payment for a way out. Still willing to deal.
Family?
What does that mean?
She has families.
We're not
Oh, the
giving up
living family.
hope.
She's got hostages. She's got all the.
Is she willing to give us those hostages? Is
I
that
think that's what she's saying.
Basically, shit has gone very awry for her.
Yep.
And she says, I still have this chip to bargain with and still willing to bargain.
But isn't hope still under duress?
I think is she talking about like the hostages that she has and the families of the other diplomats here?
All the people who said Dasong cool.
Yep.
So that they could live
She's willing to give us scum.
instead of killing them. Are you not understanding what we're talking about?
I know what she's saying. Where do we want to meet her? We are so weak. She won't betray us though, because
I mean, do we have to go personally?
what should we contact Hope?
Probably. I mean, Hope was in constant contact with Brevor, right? Can you get a hold of her? Her phone?
The Baron said that her position had been compromised.
Hope's?
Yeah, I'll ask Brevor.
But he also has Sally as well. Maybe Sally still
Sounds
dies.
I'll ask Brevor. Status of Hope.
She broke contact with me about 45 minutes to an hour ago. I haven't been able to reach her.
Oh, man,
Where was she?
Going dark is not unheard of from her.
Okay.
It's like sometimes she vanishes and there's a major assault on the city. He's like, I assume that she's got some shit going on.
But where was she?
She was in the Council of the Heart, Chamber of the Heart,
Heart Square.
Heart Square. There we go. We're getting there.
What does this motherfucker say?
So if we tell Margot we cannot meet you personally, but something.
I feel like using our bargain to get out the families of people that just spat on the song.
But this is
Feels
not the
bad.
same as the bargain.
Well, they're doing
This is a separate bargain. She's got to get out. She can't leave. To me,
So true. She probably can't get out right now.
That's what she's saying. Yeah.
we have a bargain with her.
She's
that
supposed
says,
to withdraw and
kill
can't.
man.
So she's saying, I will offer you these families for a way out.
Oh, so she's asking us for a way out.
Was our bargain to kill Didier or stop Didier? Well, I guess we did kill him.
Morgan was to, yeah.
We did kill him, but he
She
got.
just said stop him, but she didn't care how we did it, just that we did it.
I think the fact that Didier's plan to weaken the city with poison shamed him enough to accomplish what it is that she wanted done.
That's what
Even if
killed.
because like he's not dead, he's gonna get brought back. Like
Yeah.
Leon's gonna bring him back.
But she wanted her family to have better standing in the court.
Okay,
I think that's kind of moot.
Our-
The court's
bargain with her was we get someone out, whatever we want out of the city for free.
Correct.
She just said, I want to bargain
Mhm.
for the families for escape. This is two
Yeah.
separate things.
Yeah.
Yes.
is what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
So our first bargain with her is kind of moot now because
she's not in a position.
She's
to do
not in
anything
a-
for us.
yeah,
So
she
will be
can't
a
help us get anyone out. She can't even get
Double that.
herself out. And also we don't need to get anyone out because it seems like the battle's going our way.
Well, except for Hope. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She has this part. We want to use this on Hope
If
and the
we
people.
save the
Correct.
city and lose hope,
We can
I'm
use
okay
this.
with
This is a family thing. These rewards. I'm gonna remove
She's no longer in a position to
bargains,
help.
rewards.
Virgo can't help you get out of the city.
I know.
she can't even help herself.
So all we could do is we could help Margot if we feel like helping her.
So do we want to bargain with Margot?
Do we want to save the diplomats and their families?
If she can't pay
Yes.
good on her bargain,
She cannot.
But she's supposed to kill the Night King. Like she does have that knife.
focus on one thing first. Our initial Fey bargain with her, which she cannot fulfill her end of the deal on.
Yeah.
The binding of which is gone
Why?
because the
Everybody
time has
knows.
elapsed. The attack happened.
But she still has to do the thing.
Binding meaning we can talk about
You can talk about it.
the details.
Sure.
Right.
She cannot
She
fulfill
can't
her.
fulfill it. So what?
We should get the
Okay.
souls back, right?
her.
What's that?
Should we get the like we gave her something? We should get it back.
Or tell her in our meeting where she gives us the families that she has to also fulfill that Fey bargain of saving Hope.
I don't think it was a bargain, like in the sense that if she doesn't hold up her end, something bad will happen. It was a bargain, like the spell part was that we can't talk about the thing or we'll forget. The spell part wasn't that she has to do her end or she'll explode or something.
Because we also did not have to do ours.
We know that if we
It's not a pay bargain.
It was a binding on the information share. It
The back and
wasn't-
forth between the two of you guys
sure.
is modeled after the way that the Fae do things. It does not have the same power as a Fae contract.
So it was just pointless.
It was a normal agreement
It was a normal
with the
agreement.
understanding that both of you would do your best to hold up the side of the agreement.
Which
The only
we
magical
did.
part was the binding that not talk about it.
We
So that's kind of moot at this point.
Well, that's fucking stupid.
So we did not break our end of
She
the
has
bargain,
besmirched her honor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
Now-
we did.
That's
We
not bad.
followed the
Yeah.
letter of the law, not necessarily the spirit of the law. But it was in her arrogance that she thought that that their victory was assured in the first place.
All right, we should go meet with her then.
The other thing is that it's not necessarily that she won't want to, like, be like, okay, well, I can't give you the thing that I said I was going to give you. Maybe I'll give you something else, or I'll try to.
Yeah.
Like the negotiation is open.
She's gonna host.
The main question is, do you want to bargain with her?
So
Yes.
I think yes.
sort of
because
yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have the power to get her out of the city.
we do, but we would have to.
Now.
Put her in a portrait.
Those.
We can tell Clotho to take us back anytime, right?
Yeah, we can.
So also she was like the one leading the execution of these innocent people. So it's not exactly like she's just some random we can kind of like hide and say, oh, she got caught up in something. It's like that she was basically like the front woman
Yeah,
of this. So she is radio.
she's pretty conspicuous. Yeah.
Let's.
Each of these locations tend to have each of these locations had like a personality that was the showrunner, and she was the showrunner for the
This is absolutely super war crimey.
Yep.
But if it
Correct.
comes down to like letting her go versus saving the families of the diplomats, like the diplomats and their families, I would choose to save the diplomats.
And I think it's more important that she be let go regardless of the diplomats because she has this night
Yes,
wielding
yeah,
weapon.
exactly.
Yeah. Same.
And
So, like, it's a
need to
win-win
learn-
kind
yeah.
of.
You need to get her out.
Kind of, yes.
Yeah.
For me, I don't know how we get around On's seal on any portaling out of the city.
We
Margot
ask her. We
can't-
ask her. We just straight up explain.
We don't really have a way to get in touch with her.
We can't contact On.
So
So can I ask Brevor?
Mhm.
So we can Clotho can take us back anytime.
If we go back to the prime,
She can get out.
then spin away.
She can get out.
Is that true?
Yes.
Spins are not portals.
You can spend anywhere within the city.
Yeah.
That's all inside the port.
Yeah,
Or it's
but-
all inside the barrier.
but if we went back,
They can just walk.
You could, if you get back to the prime, you could literally just walk.
You can do a little walk of shame.
Okay, so
Or you could fly your ship outside of the ward.
yeah, smuggling around. George.
But okay, so we keep saying that we can go back anytime. Clotho specifically said it is in her nature to bring the dawn, which means she may not bring us back until dawn.
Drock.
Yeah.
Ask her.
Hippie lady, I'm ready to come out now.
Well, we should also, before we go back, like I can ask Clotho, like I have no problem with that, but before we go back, we need to figure out what the bargain is anyway.
She goes out. She leaves. She gives us the families that are currently her hostages, and instead of them dying.
We need to know what our bargaining chips are going into the negotiation. So
Exactly.
we need.
Will she?
Yeah. You take us back at any time, or is she specifically going to wait until it's dawn in Sylvan?
All right, I will ask that to Clotho. I'll say, Clotho, will this spell automatically take us back at dawn, or can you bring us back at any time?
She says, my power has the ability to return this place to its proper plane. However, it is my nature to bring the dawn.
We should not go against her nature. I don't
Yeah, I think we definitely should not when she's this vulnerable.
Can we check out the balls again?
Yep.
A little ball update.
Yeah, can we spy Margot what she's up to?
All win.
You can see Margot, the Giants army. They're no longer trying to like hold their big, exaggerated ceremonial. Yes, we all believe in the Turi. They are the rightful rulers of the world thing. All of the diplomats are sort of huddled behind an inward-facing wall of ghouls that look like they're sort of holding their hands up, ready to tear them apart. And around the entire square, this unbelievably large army of ghouls can be seen. And then there is like a square of other ghouls chewing their way through that army. So there's like 20 Dasan ghouls and like 1,000 Turi ghouls. And the square of Dasan ghouls are just slowly cutting through, like meat grindering the other army as they're walking through.
We might not have the
Is
ability. to
this
see.
like is Furno like a ghoul specialist or something? Like
Yeah.
is that his thing?
He is.
Okay.
And if you've heard from a bunch of different people that the idea that, oh, you hire ghouls is kind of like bad because ghouls generally aren't like they're strong, but they're not anything special. And always having the thing of Dasan ghouls are not normal ghouls. That is not a one-to-one conversion.
Yeah.
Although this is the first time you're getting to watch what it means to be like the Dasan ghouls fighting something else. The ghouls, the normal ones, they fight very individually. They're not very strong, all that sort of stuff. The Dasan ghouls are fighting like a block of infantry that is trained as a unit
So
for
militia
hundreds of
versus
years.
soldier.
What is happening in the other squares?
So the Bear Square, the Mist Square, Bear Square. The basically it's all done, but the final brutal stands. So there are vampires and other sorts of specters and ghosts and things. There are Turi forces that are still technically there, but they're just being systematically cut down by the
So
defenders.
we've won, we're just mopping them up, basically.
At that Bear Square, yes.
Bear Square.
And the third?
The third one, you can see that there is something going on, but what is going on is more or less impossible to figure out.
This is a dwarf square.
This is the dwarf square. The ghoul that is there is having a really hard time understanding what's happening, and as it's looking around, there's big chunks of its vision that are missing. So to like look a particular way, and like 3/4 of its vision will turn black, and then the rest will be blurry, and then it'll look somewhere else, and it'll be 3/4 are now blurry, and 1/4 is black. And you have shapes and colors and things that are happening, but from the perspective of the ghoul, it doesn't really have any idea. Like
Is he
it's just a
tripping
jump.
balls?
It's more like you've seen like found footage stuff, and the
Yeah.
person who's holding the camera is like falling down a hill. That's what this looks like.
Oh, okay.
Who turned on sound?
Oh, you do have the ability to turn on sound. I forgot
Yeah.
about that. You can hear the voice of the dwarf who is snarling and casting. He's not saying any like he's speaking in vampiric. He's not saying like a normal phrase. He's using like spell casting, like verbal component, spell casting type stuff. And he's snapping through these things and going fast, fast, fast. And then you hear this woman's voice say, that was a good one. No, not that way. Oh, I wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
And this very calm woman's voice is sort of not chiding, almost seems like she's instructing. Like, oh, no, you needed to make sure you led me by further. That was a teleportation marker that would be where I would have been if I was a child 300 years younger. Have you guys met all of the barons?
No.
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 Which ones have you met? You've met Ferno. Oh, you've seen her before.
We've seen her.
I'm not sure that
before.
she's
Therese?
Perez. Yeah. I'm not sure you've heard her say anything,
No.
but
She's like toying with this dwarf.
It's hilarious. Okay, so just I've completely forgotten, but when Fernand held up the spheres, the one that was blank, what did he say was behind it? Or the one that was like
clear that on your board is black.
Yeah.
He said that was the other half of the impossible choice
But
that
he
they were
didn't tell
setting
us
up.
specifically
But
what
The
it was.
leader of Hazen.
It's
Yeah,
hope.
that's hope.
Yeah. So he expected it was the leader of this place.
Okay.
And your orb is still black. His is clear. There's nothing coming through it right now, but you know that you're able to do some more magics on the because like the black things were completely warded.
Yeah,
The ward is gone on these. You might be able to use them to see what could be going on at those places.
like the tribe.
So
Oh, if we could see Fernand fucking their shit up, that'd be amazing.
We can't see that.
That's worded.
that one's warded. It's the other one.
Oh, I see.
23.
Unfortunately not. So you can tell that there is something there, that the sort of complex warding and the traps and stuff that were woven on this have been removed. So it's more like a TV thing that's sort of primed but ready to be turned on. But you're not able to look through it without them broadcasting yet. So
You want to bargain?
Yeah.
I think we should.
If we're gonna bargain, like we can't really do anything at this point. I don't think to actually get her out.
Yeah.
Just talked about it.
Can spin to our ship.
And just keep her
We
there.
can suck her up in the ship and the families.
We could just put her in the ship in containment.
Yeah.
And say she's our prisoner.
We have someone in containment.
It can
Just
contain
put her in the
people.
any plane that she can't get out of on her own.
I don't know if I want to leave her in there.
She could probably fuck with a bunch of stuff.
There's a lot of good stuff down there.
Put her in the portrait.
Brig or
they can't get anywhere from the portrait. It'd be uncomfortable to be in there, but I don't think you guys.
But we also can't lock her in there.
We have
This is
a
true.
brig, right? Like
Yes.
outside
We do have a brig, yeah, we have security.
You could put them. You could ask Al Shaib to take her.
Oh no, we actually do have a regular brig though. When we were at Hardholm and a bunch of people snuck on board,
Yeah.
they were put in the brig by the.
Yeah, you have the security.
Yeah.
Do we believe that can hold a baron?
Gary,
Well, she wants to be held.
We've deployed our Furnace Dragon and some of our elementals,
Mm.
up to 10 of them,
Mhm.
into
And to see in the Giants Market.
Giants Market.
It did help.
It did help.
It added points to the different.
Which one was
areas.
Giants Market?
It's where Margot is.
Cool.
Did those survive?
No.
They
Don't make it
They
regenerate.
don't die really.
I was gonna say she could surrender to those. I missed what you said. Sorry, Gary.
The security forces were eventually defeated, yes. But mechanically speaking, it did make that area worsen slower. So
It
like
was good.
it was good. It had an impact. You guys didn't. It would have had a bigger impact if you guys like went there, or if you guys do actually go to that square, it'll have a bigger impact. The impact will be shown more. But like on my side, I'm keeping track of like the worsening of places, and it did help.
Can we tell Margot to meet us at that at our hotel room that we still technically have?
I think we should.
Okay, by the minute.
Well, Giant Square has a spin disc.
I think we should spin to our ship and fly to Giant.
We could spin to Giant Square directly from where we are, pick her up, and then spin to our ship.
Why not skip a step?
What?
Just
That is-
get the UFO sucker up.
I don't know if we want to reveal the ship again.
I don't think we want to leave immediately.
No.
I think we want to just pick her up, put her in the ship, and then go back for Hope.
What was the deal with
I think we are.
our deal with your
Making it
sister?
much simpler than it
Alia?
would
Yeah.
That we told her we would be in. She would tell the Church of the Elements that we would be in Haven. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if we show ourselves in Haven now. Correct. Okay, so then yeah, I'm in favor of spinning to our ship, taking off, flying to. 'Cause then
So
we can
no,
show-
I don't like that. That
Well, can I justify it first?
yeah.
Because right now we look like absolutely fucked. Like I have 0 healing surges. I don't know about you guys. I think nobody has more than 1 or 2, right? We look beat the fuck to hell. If we show up like looking like that, like it's gonna put us on the wrong foot when we try to bargain with her.
Right.
She is sensibly our enemy. She's not our friend. So we have to put on a show of like, yeah, like we don't want to be like, yeah, we beat you by the skin of our teeth. It's like, no, we beat you easy, and the best way to do that is to rock up in our big ass looking amazing ship.
So,
I do
well,
want to
can
get
I-
the ship, what I vote for, but I will say she doesn't have a bargaining chip. Like it's either we help her or she dies.
Right. So,
Yeah,
but
of the families. But
Yeah.
go ahead and drop.
okay. At this point, Haven will be pissed at her and want justice. Rightfully so. If we do a big show that we took her on our ship, we are now protecting the enemy. I don't like that.
We could say we're arresting her.
Well, and also, we don't have to, like advertise what we're doing. All people are going to see is that the ship is hovering over this area, and then when they come in to apprehend the people that were there, Margot's just not going to be there.
But why not just we spin to our ship and we tell Margot, spin to our ship? There's no need for us to go get her.
Oh, that's true.
Can she
That's wrong.
spin?
She can if we give her.
There is a disc at Giants Market.
Maybe she's
Can she just leave?
We saw her power.
She can't get out of the city. She can spend anything in the city.
You said she's surrounded by ghouls.
She's surrounded by ghouls cowering
No.
in the corner.
No, she is standing on the stage. The ghouls are in an inward facing circle with their hands raised, ready to kill the hostages. So it's using ghouls as the gun here, but it's like she's standing on camera. The walls are closing in around her. She's pointing a gun at the hostage, saying,
Don't.
"If you don't stop coming at me, I'm going to kill the hostage."
How can she spin if she's in the middle of the square?
Yeah.
She's going to have to get out?
She
So
can
she's-
take the hostages to the
Here,
spin
that
disc.
is going to be something a problem she has to solve.
Yeah.
But she's basically saying, "I'm watched. I can't easily get away. If you will agree that for this trade, you let me get out. I give you hostages. I will make that bargain."
So let's respond to her and say, we agree. How to proceed.
Spin to our ship. Take the hostages. Spin to our ship.
Ask her if she can spin to like.
Can you reach the spin disc in Giant Square?
So time does matter to a certain extent here. So someone write up the thing.
She has put in some effort too. If she can't make it to the spin disc, there's nothing we can do. So just say spin to our ship, and if she can't, she'll let us know.
I think JP's right in saying that like we can't just rock up there and bust her out of that because it's going to look really bad.
Well, I'm not saying we bust her out. I'm saying we could go and act like we're apprehending her and she won't put up a big fight because she wants us to apprehend her.
Why wouldn't we give her to Haven after?
Well,
We'll just
one,
say that like
it's-
we were instrumental in the city's defense and we have a special interest in this particular prisoner.
yeah,
Right. I'm just saying. We agree to harbor you as prisoner. Do you have access to the giant square spin disk? Is there anything else you want to say? That's not that 25 words.
Just say spin to ship. Like, there's no need to spend another 5 minutes doing another sending. Spin to our ship.
Oh, don't ask, just tell.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Otherwise, we spend another 5 minutes giving instructions. She'll be like, yes. Where to?
Telling. No, because asking is saying, "Oh, we're going to talk about it." It's like we're just telling you.
Yeah. And
We agree to harbor you as a prisoner, spin to our ship.
Spin to what's our ship called?
Superstitions and
I would just put like
hostages.
because
With hostages, I assume.
Yeah,
Is it probably
oh, my God,
important?
we have more people in our ship.
well, they're not gonna be there for long,
Do we have the space?
other than the
Probably.
painting.
We got one.
Jesus.
we're gonna have to put all the prisoners into our like barrack into our brig as well, so that they don't just wander around the ship. I don't want them wandering around.
why don't we just let them off onto the docks? Are the docks safe?
You know from context, no.
Safest place they could probably be is on our ship.
Let's go.
Sent it
And then once we go back to Solban, they can spin from our ship to their
wherever they're.
homes. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is going to be the sending that happens. It's going to take you a little bit of time to do this. My question for you guys is let's take a step away from this. This is what's going to be sent, and I will respond. What are you guys doing aboard the ship that you're currently on? You've got the admiral here, as well as this goat person whose name I do not fucking remember.
Well, we have to get back to our ship before she does, so.
Goat face.
Not go to McGillfish.
I would present myself to the admiral.
Okay, I'm listening.
So I present myself to the admiral. Pilot Griffle Shift, formerly of the Swerver, formerly of the Wastrel, formerly of the Superstitions Inn. I thank you for the use of your ship, Admiral. Also for your help in this. No, it was not. I know it was fraught. We would take our leave with your permission.
So he nods and he says, I remember you. And I'm not too little of a man that I couldn't admit that you pulled our ass out of a fire here. My mages are some of the best in the guild, but I don't expect we would have handled being pounded by those giants for too terribly much longer. You're needing to spin away? Do you think you're going to be returning us to where we were?
Yes. The city will be returned to the prime material at the correct time. And I will look at Filibuster and be like, when the hope of dawn breaks. And
Why me?
because
You're setting up the whole like religious thing.
Yeah.
Is what she's trying to do.
I'm handing you an opportunity to proselytize.
I'm casting a ritual. I'm casting the.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have his name on here is bothering me a lot. Thought I did. I'll have to, like I said, I'll look it up and see.
Perhaps you should better heed to the name of our ship, Captain. Not all look to the morning as a sign of the divine.
So the admiral will say,
Range.
you speak as if you understand exactly when this is going to happen. I expect, should this area return, that he kind of like looks to either side of the ship at the difference between where he's sitting and the actual side of the river. And he's like, returning will be an interesting experiment for our mages.
Knowing when this is going to happen would be greatly appreciated.
I would suggest that you mount your stern toward the flow of the river,
Which it is currently.
and whatever you can do to raise yourself above the waterline.
We know when.
I do not mean to tell you your
Yeah.
business.
Basically, he's
Do
saying
you have a clock on the? Do you have a clock of the prime,
nothing that
or is it a horizon?
Horizon.
horizon. They don't have a horizon.
Their boat.
We know though. We've
Not
got
playing a boat.
You got the time.
yeah.
You,
So I'll give him the specific like at this time.
you give him the the version of the timer that's basically like in exactly this long
Yeah.
shit's going to go down, and he's like, "Cool, well I'll tell the mages that they need to pick up the ship for like right before that
30
happens."
seconds, yeah.
Right.
And then also, please make sure you communicate this to other ships in the bay also.
We'll do as best we can.
Oh, and
In the harbor, all of the water is gone, so
Yeah.
all of the other ships have just like sunk into the mud, and the
Correct.
Superstition's End is probably still hovering.
Yes.
Everything.
Yes.
It's the exact same level it was previously.
I was gonna really enjoy that description if you didn't say it ahead of time. But yes, it is great. It's great that you were like, "Huh, I bet that's what's gonna happen." You're correct. That is exactly what's going to happen.
so with the goat man, he said he showed up when we came into the wilds, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So, does anyone do we know what help he rendered? What did he do?
You don't know.
Yeah.
But the admiral did-
Seems.
seems to be happy with the guy being on board. So
and
probably
did they seem like they knew each other?
No.
Okay. So what? If may I ask, what is your name,
So he already said before, just call me teacher.
teacher?
Would you ask him a second time if you knew that?
No, I would not.
Clovis said his true name.
Yeah,
Close said what his real name
closest
is.
it was her name.
The DM doesn't have it.
Okay.
in my-
Drac-
So,
Oh.
it means teacher, right? In
Hold on.
in primordial.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I don't think he would like that, right? Because I'm trying to show respect.
It is a generalized title, and it is one that that a lot of people know.
Uh-huh.
So while it might not fit perfectly,
It
it's
would still
unlikely
be-
to be rude.
Okay, right. That's what I was after. So I'm like, I'd like give him a slight out. And then, we would be interested to learn more of you if the opportunity arose after things have been tidied up here.
Perhaps Drock would want to invite the fey creature aboard to talk to Clotho.
Yeah, I can ask. Would you like to come with us onto our ship?
He looks around. The captain of this ship has made a proper bargain, and I will uphold my end. But an invitation to speak with you, if open-ended, would be respected.
Very good at that.
I'll just look at the admiral. You've made a fucking bargain.
We would extend this invitation for as long as you would like.
He nods. It would be excellent to see a knight in person. My father's father was around when the last knight left this world. I've not gotten to see one myself.
Meaning drunk.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Okay. That's all I wanted to do on the wastrel.
Anyone have anything else they wanted to do on the ship before they sped out?
I mean, I want to have a long conversation with this guy, but purely just to hear you talk like that, I don't actually have any questions.
I practiced that a lot. that was not. It's very difficult to do.
Those are the
and
weird
maintain.
noises we've been hearing at night.
Tell us your life story. Don't spare any detail.
It all started when neither of my parents showed up for my birthday.
So, I'm not hearing anything else people want to do before they sped out. So you spend a superstitions in.
Yes.
You guys know everything you need to know to get things done from here to there. When you guys get there, it is unbelievably loud.
On the superstitions in.
Yes.
There are people kind of running to and fro on the ship. You can tell basically as soon as you're here, the ship has not really sustained any meaningful damage. Basically, the warding on the ship is not at full, but it hasn't really had enough damage taken to it to actually harm anything on the ship. The whole crew is up and awake and doing things. And on deck of the ship is the master gunner, and she is commanding the weapons crews, and they are raining down death on what's below them. Looking below, you can see several 100 feet down the two smokestacks that are sort of, one of them is tipped onto one side, the other one is still more or less level, but they're at the bottom of the harbor, and your ship has the active ring and is flying above everything. There are a couple things that are kind of course, there are things that are at level with the harbor, but for the most part, it's smaller vessels that are hanging by the mooring lines that are sort of dangling, like little fishing vessels that are dangling over this massive drop off.
So there's hundreds of feet deep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the deep water harbor too, and the harbor is built all the way out to where it's extremely deep.
So what are they firing on?
There are tons and tons of undead here. There's massive armies of things going through. And in addition to what you would sort of expect as normal undead, like ghouls, zombies, those skeletons, those sort of stuff, the harbor itself was full of aquatic undead that were swarming over the ships and things before the water went down. And the two smokestacks, one of them has a single side of the vessel that has things that are kind of, everyone's standing on top and they move the guns to be able to fire what for them would be effectively straight down because it's on the side. And then the other one, which is upright, the guns are constantly firing, like laying into creatures that are along what used to be the seafloor, coming through and harassing people and fighting. There are more things that you can see here than you've seen anywhere else in the city. And the Dasang army ghouls do not look like they're leaving what would have been ground to go down into the water to engage them.
Okay.
The Dasang are basically staying on quote unquote land.
Can we bust out our radiant platform?
It is already being used to devastating effect.
All right, cool, great.
So as you guys pop on deck, the bosun gives a salute to Morin. The master gunner gives a salute to Griffle, and says, "Miss, it do be your ship, of course, but I think the lads and I are starting to get a handle on how it do be nice to fire upon people who do be running around like idiots, not able to reach us. These platforms be something of a marvel, ma'am. It's a pleasure to use them."
Glad you're putting them to good use. What can we do about those smokestacks? They look to be almost overrun.
And so she looks down and says, "We're doing the best to keep the things close off of them so they can keep the heavy fire on things that are further away. We don't really have a way to get them away from all of that shit."
Interesting.
So the issue that she's having is, the issue that she's having basically is they can keep the basically melee creatures off of the smokestacks, so the smokestacks can be heavy artillery and blow up things far away, but they can't move the smokestacks. They're stuck at the bottom of the harbor.
We can move the smokestacks.
Can we? Can.
This place. So where would we put them?
In the prime.
Like we can put. They would have dry docks, right?
What's that?
They would have dry docks, right?
Problem is, displace right now is set to inside the sun.
Yeah, remember it's not just really like plucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult to move the displacement destination.
Difficult, but not impossible.
Right. More or less reads as it will take you time to do this.
I mean, do they seem like they're holding up? Like, can we just outlast them?
They seem like they're holding up. The thing that you're primarily concerned about is when this place shifts back, they
They've
are
got
going to be
no
at the bottom.
way. Yeah, they've got
The Wastrel, on the other hand, as a ship, it's a ship full of mages.
yeah.
So you told them, hey, this is when this is going to happen. They can probably, get A to B to get to have
I
it
think
work.
my current idea that is the best I can think of is to just like evac them, like go down, lower some, like have a staged evacuation. So the gunners go last, non-combat crew go first, and just get them up out of there. So it's not a problem. They would lose 2 smokestacks, of which I think they only have what, like 4 or
4.
6? Yeah,
There are
4.
four. there are
Yeah,
four
they
towards
lose
their-
half their smokestacks, but we save the crews.
Oh, really?
The smokestacks are bigger than the superstitions end. Yeah,
Significantly.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah. These things are like
Do they have a spin disc on the smokes?
enormous.
No.
We would have to look. We would have to go down and like physically lower ropes for them, like with lower like rope ladders or.
And each ship has a crew of between 150 and 200.
And how many people can go at a time on our spin disc?
Like 6, I think.
It's not very many, not very fast.
How far down is it?
6 every 5 minutes.
It's a couple hundred feet. Not hard to get to.
Ooh,
Um,
are the smokestacks close enough together that they could? That the crew from one could go to the other.
yes. Basically, they were docked on either side of you, and
Yeah.
then they sank when the water went away.
So linked portal meant that they could, if you put it on one of them, the crew from the other could get to it.
Yeah. So you can put the two of them together, but and you could link portal to put your spin disc, so they could get from down there to your spin disc.
Yeah.
But you're not certain as far as like moving people, that's going to be that much more efficient.
Well, like Link Portal says, it just goes from like doorway to doorway.
I would put them somewhere on shore, not on our ship.
Yeah, like I just do a point move short.
What's the distance on link portal? Because I think it normally has to go to a circle.
250 feet.
I think it does have to go to a teleportation circle.
It goes like 250 feet or to a teleportation circle. 250 feet is not enough distance to get to the shore from the bottom of the harbor.
Is it a spin every minute?
It says the teleportation circle must be inside a doorway or similar that connects to another doorway or opening.
So one end of it has to be a permanent teleportation circle normally.
Is that true? That's not how I read it. But
You have to look at because it's that thing is referencing a different ritual.
okay. Oh, Link.
How many spins per minute?
1 second. You can spin about every 30 seconds, so you can get about 12 people a minute.
12 people a minute.
So
Maybe 25 minutes.
the first line is what it's talking about. Basically, where you are to a permanent circle. And so the spin discs can function as that destination point,
Mm-hmm.
but it has to be close enough for you to use this other piece. It's kind of difficult because it's not it's basically telling you need to know the rules of this other ritual to understand.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
Instant rules is what I was trying to say.
if we can do 12 people a minute and there's 150 people on each ship, that's 25 minutes.
Per ship.
Oh, for sure.
Total.
Yeah.
150 people per ship means 300.
150 to 200, so it could be as many. as
Wait, this says portal duration is only 5 rounds.
On what?
That's a link to portal.
Between 25 and 35 minutes.
So unless it is
Assuming
both ends,
Constant.
unless both ends are teleportation circles, it is short-lived, which is this orient is redirecting that short-lived thing.
How long will it last?
5 rounds per casting. So every 5 rounds. You're talking about 2 different things. Using a normal ass spin disc, it'll fire once every 30 seconds.
Yes.
Using linked portal, you create a doorway that people can just run through.
Okay.
So it can get through a lot faster through a doorway if everyone's sort of like lined up, like go, 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 like ready to run
We
through.
could do.
Well, they run through that and they wind up on our spin disc.
Mhm.
And then they have to spin off of our ship.
Or just
or just
walk.
walk.
You just,
Putting on the
Like we
docks.
line up right next to the docks. We just
Go,
get the fuck off our
go,
ship.
go.
Oh, it's only 250 feet. I thought it was like 600.
No, you're gonna have to, basically what you have to do, you fly down, open a link portal, have everyone run through very quickly, and then float up, dump everyone off while you recast link portal, because it only lasts for 5 rounds.
I
So
see.
you have a brief period of everyone can get onto the ship, as many people as possible, then you ferry the rest of them to the dock, and then you'd have to do it again. So it's gonna take
How many
a
people?
decent amount of time.
Can...
I would say it's probably gonna take, well, how many people can fit on the ship comfortably? Like,
Uncomfortably for 5 minutes.
comfortably, I think the ship is 40. It's on the printout for the ship.
But we have like
So
a
it's
crew.
like, I was gonna say it's probably if if everyone's standing like, shoulder to shoulder, just lifeboat style, it's probably like triple or quadruple that. So you can probably get an entire ship's worth of people onto yours for a brief like here's pop up, get off. But that process is going to take you effectively, to make life simple, 2 increments of time of advancing what's happening in the city. So
Great.
1 per ship.
I mean, it seems worth it because we don't do that, they might not die.
Yeah.
Because of what we did.
Correct.
is that operating independently of? Like, can I take an action while they're doing that? Or
You
is that-
can, and as long as it doesn't use the spin disc, yes.
Will I be able to send to Sally, maybe?
Sure, you could write it up. So I would say type up what you want to send. However, you're going to start the sending and it's going to fizzle.
hmm.
So you're aware that it fizzles.
We know of another warded area.
Her conference room.
So that's what you guys are doing. Foxy, when Foxy gets back, what she's doing. Drock, what are you doing during all this?
No idea. I will assist.
So the 2 of the ritual casters are focusing on let's evacuate those ships. Before we actually hit the go button on that, I do want Foxy to be here. I don't know what Foxy was going to do. I don't know if she said
She just went back.
in the bathroom. Okay.
Yeah.
So
What-
I don't want to
What's the
What
what's
do you
the
ships
um,
without black.
what's the towing capacity? Can we just like grab one of the ships and literally just drag it up?
It could be floated into the sky by its header.
Yeah.
Also, like your ship is a large, like Age of Sail style ship. These things are the size of small modern warships. Like these are like small destroyers, whereas you guys have like a caravel.
Yeah, that can
Yeah,
hold a dragon. So yeah, maybe.
The other ship is the other 2 ships are orders of magnitude bigger than yours, like 5 times as long and like 50 times heavy.
We've all seen the little beetle cars towing a 40-foot trailer, right?
Yeah, but you're not towing it into the sky.
Fair point.
You can tug a massive ship, but on water. That's the important part. And also the problem with the ships down below is that when the water comes back in, it's going to flood them immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. Which they could like still rescue that ship after the fact, right? I mean,
Yeah. Well, the plan that they were trying to concoct, I did not want to hit go on without them running it by you and you saying, yes, hit
Okay.
go.
What is plan?
The plan is to use their teleportation circle to help evacuate the ships down below.
Yep.
And then ferry them up to the top. And it's going to take effectively, hey, Creachums, relax. It's going to take basically 2 instances of time. It's going to be like 20 minutes
20 minutes.
in order to
Get this thing out.
get both, so 10 minutes per ship to get them completely evacuated.
Okay, so the plan is to put a portal down on their ship
Mhm.
and bring them up to our ship
Mhm.
and then ferry them to shore.
Correct.
Why do we not put the other portal on, send them to shore straight away?
It will
Because-
reach.
I won't reach.
It won't reach normally, and also one end of the portal has to be on the spin disc, which is on the ship.
Okay. But we don't
Ramen.
even have to spin them. We just like get them onto the disc and then quickly shuffle them off, get the next one, shuffle
And if you use the spin disc like a normal portal, it is going to take an
Forever.
incredibly long
Yeah.
time. Yes.
But if we just get them on the disc and then shuffle them off the side to get the next group on the ship.
That's
So
not gonna get long.
the deck is going to be super crowded though, right?
Correct. And then you're going to have to ferry them up while you're casting the next link portal.
Yeah.
And then
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Cool.
Sounds like a good plan. Good job, team.
you do that. You convince the other people who have been the crews of the two smokestacks that have been basically foundering for the vast majority of this battle on the bottom of the harbor, and are sort of the captains of those two ships are very aware. Without the fire supports provided by the Superstition's End, they would have been overrun.
Yeah.
And so when the End comes down and says, "Hey, we're getting you out of here," there's a lot less resistance than there would normally be
Yeah.
to abandoning ship. As you ferry the first group of people and the sort of thrusters on the ship are, not
It's
completely,
heavy.
not completely suffering, but like noticeably slower with, extra 150 people aboard. As you get to the dock and people start flooding off of it while you're continuing to cast, you guys notice that there is someone standing at the dock wearing the Dasang livery, who's sort of waiting at the dock for you.
Cup.
And it looks like a normal person, except for
Is it what's his face?
he's got these big flabs of skin on the sides of his face, that you recognize as being a human-looking ghoul. So this is a
What's
ghoul
his
that has the sort of flesh mask on.
It's
Ryan loves to-
either Fernand. No,
Ferno is the Baron. Do you remember this guy? You like
his name is. It starts with It's like the very first vampire we met,
It's like
he's
the
not a
first-
vampire.
or like ghoul guy.
He's a ghoul.
Oh, frick. I know who it is.
I know, I remember him too.
I don't remember him having flabs.
Yeah, he has these little rolls of skin on the side of his face.
Charles.
Yes, Charles.
Carl.
No, Charles. It's like Charles with a with an S, or like dead with an S.
French.
Charles.
French.
Charles.
So he's there waiting as you come up. He bows politely as people are flooding on past him to all of you. And he says, "Seems you have come up in the world since last we talked. I would ask if there's anything me and my company can do."
Oh, you have a good nose.
I indeed.
We're looking for, and then I'll give him 2 spell signatures of hope and Saladin.
So you don't really have a good spell signature for hope,
No, well I do Saladin.
but you do for Saturn.
I'm looking for some individuals who I believe are under extreme duress.
So you would have 2 spell signatures of people that are presumably next to hope. Would you get both?
The bodyguard.
The bodyguard.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bodyguard you can send to. Who is, when you say you send to hope, I don't say it every time, but the assumption is you're sending to the bodyguard and not to. I told you, man, they just vanish when you open the box, like, or the bag. Nothing can be done.
Crack cocaine.
They just disappear all of a sudden.
I actually think the thing is.
Would you find it?
My stomach.
Putting
I'll
him
tell
on.
him I think you may face some severe resistance when searching these up.
Like, he nods and says, "My boys were instructed to take the docks, and I believe we have done so. Down below is not our area. But rather than having nothing to do, I prefer to have something to do. You think that finding these 2 signatures would be beneficial to the overall?" He just gestures vaguely towards the back where you can see like parts of the city are on fire and
Oh,
there's
yes,
some shit that's happening.
Very much so.
I would
yeah.
say, when it comes to rebuilding the city, we are finding its architects.
He nods. He turns and lets loose this kind of low pitched resonating growl that for some reason sounds kind of between a mix between like a horn and a growl. And when he does it, it's like he's whistling. So he kind of growls out of the side of his mouth. You see the flab of skin sort of open up a little bit and his body gets
a little more ghoul-esque for a moment when he does it. And then the flag goes away, and they get that same look of if he didn't have those things on his neck, like if he was wearing something to cover it up, or if that was gone, he would look pretty much completely human again. And he says, I think your word that this would be valuable, and I hope that my prospects rise some portion like yours. You have. He gives a very formal kind of hand to his chest, bow, and then he turns around, and before he's more than like 3 or 4 steps away, his arms have like extended down to being almost like gorilla.
That's right. That's what I remember.
And the sort of ghoulish nature of him is now very obvious as he lopes up away. And as you see, he goes down one of the streets, dozens of ghouls moving in that same sort of weird, not quite 4-legged, but like fast gorilla fashion, tear ass down the docks following after him as he's moving to hunt through the city.
Hi, Charles.
Have we heard back from Marie about her coming to the ship? Margot, thank you. Yeah.
This visit to the ship returned.
Now you guys got here first, so
Yep.
the bosun says that nothing is showing, nothing is ready quite yet. But as you guys are heading back down to get the second load of people, you're getting this everywhere, child. Get the second load of people from the other ship. The spin activates, and several people kind of shuffle through. They have their hands bound in front of them, and kind of between their hands and the ropes that are wrapped around their body, you see there's a little black crystal that is tied to their wrists. And they very rapidly sort of shuffle through the spin as about 40 people, all told, the diplomats and their families, come through. Took her maybe 20 minutes to spin to the ship. So this is going to be the near, actually, I guess that's 2 increments of time. So it'd be as you're finishing unloading the second load of ships, of crew from the other ships, that she spins aboard, that the diplomats spin aboard first, and then about 30 seconds later, the Margot appears herself. In her hand is a larger one of those black crystals. And she smiles. Excellent to see you and pleasure doing business with you again. I apologize that you have been so successful in your play that I am unable to keep up my end of things, but it does put you in a wonderful position to bargain.
You're such an asshole.
Alright.
I'll kind of as a side be like, don't talk to Griffle.
Why?
Because I doubt that you'll be able to stop yourself from punching her.
Is it just, it's just her, right? Just her and the.
Her and the diplomats, yeah.
Okay.
She's kind of rotating that big black crystal in her hands.
Can we tell that
Not sure exactly what it does, but it has pretty strong necrotic energy readings off of it. It does seem to be linked to the other black crystals and the hostages.
Um,
While you don't know exactly what it does, you're pretty sure that 2 and 2 is 4.
these diplomats, they came through the portal with
With her.
Margot. So she's like captured representatives from each of the major city states.
that's what was going on in that square? They were televising those
They were-
people having to like bend the knee.
They're basically denouncing the DeSong family and saying fuck Haven kind of,
And if they didn't, she would kill them.
and their family.
And
So does that mean that they've captured the other city states as well? Or
Just
Those were
just
the
representatives from them.
in Haven, like Haven's big enough to have an embassy essentially.
Hmm.
Like a
it seems weird to kill the
ambassadors from other city states if you don't have any control of those city states.
I mean, it's a lot of theater.
It is mostly theater.
Karen?
Yeah.
So Margot is the willing to bargain. The crew of the two smokestacks are positioning themselves along the shore with smaller arms that they carried with them from the ships to continue basically taking pot shots at the creatures in the bay.
Margot, it seems you do not have as strong of a bargaining position as you once did. However, your intelligence has been very valuable to us. As you say, it has led to our great success in the city. We do not wish to see you harmed, per se. However, we do wonder how you can continue to be of use to us as our positions have largely shifted.
They have indeed. Well, for one thing, these, she gestures towards the things, were brought before each of us and explained. I'm not sure if you were able to watch during your exploits, but the presentation explained that each of the souls of these individuals have been trapped in one of these stones, and should they be slain, or the stones tampered with, they will not be able to be brought back. It's for keeps for them. And you see the people just sort of like shudder slightly. So I have the ability to remove this. This is a toy of hunger. We can unbind their souls, can free them to be no longer single-lived individuals. I believe that is worth something to them and consequence something to you. I believe the representatives from these different states would love to have some of their ranking members returned.
Is Sanctuary here?
There is a representative from Sanctuary that was there and is not here anymore.
What about Endeavor?
There is a representative from Endeavor here. Inez is
Do
here.
they seem to be there willingly?
They look very green around the gills. They look less terrified than everyone else, but very unhappy.
So maybe they came willingly without really knowing what was going to happen,
Mhm.
kind of.
That kind of seems to be what it is.
Yeah.
Like maybe they
Nonsense.
vaguely had an idea and were
They
not.
didn't realize how horrific it was going to be.
Yeah, we were not prepared for what was about to occur.
May I ask Al-Shaib a question?
Sure.
I'll use the full name. I'm a respectful goblin now. Al-Shaib, we are in a bargaining deal, as I'm sure you're aware. If possible, could we have you act as a mediator?
He doesn't respond.
Yeah, fuck.
And you don't sense like a connection when you try to talk.
Oh no, because he's not on this plane? No. The closer have cut him off.
One, can you move the Reese's? It might be interfering with the mic.
Well, no, never mind.
It could have been how we plane shifted, broke some other connections, or On's barrier.
I mean, well, no, because the one guy, the goat guy, showed up.
No,
So
he's
it's not
like
that
out
much
the
of a
wild.
plane.
A51 boarding position
Oh my god.
at 3:20.
I don't have any clue. Griffel,
You
can
did
you
nothing.
check primary containment?
Yeah, I might ask access primary containment protocols.
Primary containment is contained but inaccessible.
Mhm.
Okay, so he's still there. We just can't talk to him right now.
Containment but inaccessible.
Mhm.
Why is it inaccessible?
Yeah, why?
Because conditions within and without are in a unique imbalance.
Okay.
Mhm.
So something about where you guys are right now.
Yeah.
Right, that kind of makes sense. Okay, well, we don't need it.
Can we ask her where Hope is and what is going on with that? She should know.
Is that what you're gonna do?
You have a
You have a
character in the
voice.
game and you have a voice.
Yes.
Is this something the group would want to ask her, or do we not want to show that as a chip that we don't currently have? Because that is a bargaining chip. So this is a question to the group, not aimed directly at her yet.
I think go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll ask Margot, what of Hope and the other leaders of the city? What do you know of that situation?
Well, I know quite a bit, although what information I'm willing to share is depending on what you're willing to offer. I'm offering you diplomats for an ability to get out. You are saying that you're willing to let me out, and of course I'll pass this to you and explain how to use it. If that's our bargain as it stands, there is a bit of imbalance. I owe you something, but if I tell you what I know about the leader of this place, I would consider us even.
Sure.
Yeah.
You can even keep hostages if you want.
You're
Well, hold on. So I figured, and so this is like Maddie, because, and I always get these wrong, but I thought Sanctuary was the one and Philly were trying to also like rescue and liberate, right?
No.
The slaves?
Prosperity. Prosperity is the mining colony.
Okay. Are there are there representatives from Prosperity then?
No, Prosperity is not like a city.
Okay, got it.
The mining colony.
They're not a world player. There's no representatives from Faith here either. It's too small.
I
And
thought you said Faith was the second largest city in the world.
Grace.
Great.
Grace is the second
Okay.
largest city.
So
Definitely
is
remember.
Prosperity another colony of Endeavor?
If push came to shove, it would be a colony of Sanctuary, run by the gnomes. Although Sanctuary, the city, is run by the
Wait, hold on.
Genasi, and there are gnomes that are there. There's a significant population of gnomes that are there, but it's a sort of private enterprise that runs the Prosperity mining colony.
Sorry, so you confused me.
Sorry.
So Sanctuary is the Genasi city
Mhm.
Yeah.
under the ice, right?
Correct.
But you said it's run by gnomes.
And it's the mining colony is run by gnomes. The city itself
Okay.
is run by the Genasi, but they have a very large population of gnomes that live there.
Yeah.
And the gnomes run a whole bunch of operations, but one of the things that they run is the Prosperity mining colony.
Oh, okay. I'm with you.
all right, so I'll look at Margot and say, you promised us all of the representatives and their family. What of the ones from Sanctuary? They're the ones that were missing. I have that correct, right, Gary?
Well, the ones from Place or dead.
Someone
Place and
said-
Sanctuary are gone. Yeah.
Oh, they're
So
dead.
she shrugs and says, "Unfortunately, those were no longer hostages when the deal was made, and as per," she gestures towards the crystal, "as per our previous arrangements, they will not be able to be returned."
So we get the hostages, information about where Hope is and what's happening to her, and she gets to leave.
And then have the old accounting counted.
Yep. I'm okay. I'm happy with that deal. I think we get everything we want.
What does it mean to you to leave?
Again, the question.
Like we are,
We are not.
like,
on
do
the
we
board.
have to offer you safe passage or if we just let you go?
Oh, get me outside of this ward, and I'll be safe to be on my own.
I think we can manage that.
You will need to lay low on our ship.
Hmm.
Until we return to the prime.
Of course, she gestures with a hand, and you see a illusion of a young man take the place of her. She can change shape.
We can't let her wander though.
What?
Do you want to put her in the free?
I mean, she doesn't have to be on our ship, but
That's true.
Little chew twig.
mm,
She did drop.
We did tell her to lay low on the ship.
We did what?
Lay low on the ship.
That's very close to being gone. Here. If you're happy with it.
Are you okay with walking?
Yeah. So basically, she'll say something to the effect of, "If you'll get my foot out of the bear trap, I can walk the rest of the way."
Okay, so she's gonna hang out on the ship looking like that. And then when we get back to the front, she can just walk.
Yep.
Literally walk like.
Yep.
That's all we're doing for her.
She's agreeable with that.
We would also find it amenable if you would continue to carry out the bargain that you made with the broker.
Yeah, I was gonna say something like, I hope that you're better at keeping up your contract with the broker than you were with us.
There is some propulsion involved there, not more than simple words. Not sure I could break that even if I wanted to. As it stands, I don't find either the conditions or the reward to be especially onerous.
Very good.
So she agrees and then says, "Well, so part of the attack was predicated on a display, a show for most people to watch, while the others were placed in position. A distraction within an attraction. As you might be aware, this is not the primary show. We are all side acts to someone larger, I imagine. And most of the forces and most of our royalty is engaged in another operation. They are taking the fight to the Legion
Oh,
with our new allies."
but we already know that.
Well, she's saying this as if,
Yeah.
of course you know all of these.
That's what oh, she's saying as if we know?
She's saying, obviously you realize this is what's going on.
Sure.
And she says, so of course it stands that the lesser nobility is then obviously in charge of the greater part of the distraction. And we, as the lower nobility, are the lesser parts of the distraction. I have made my presentation and done my best to offer clear ways out for those that wish to live. And she looks at the diplomats and sort of smiles at them as like all they had to do was to say, the right words and they wouldn't die. But some resisted even still. And our job was to make it such an eye-catching spectacle that they wouldn't notice when people snuck in and grabbed two of the most important jewels in the crown. Haven. One was the beacon, and I am sorry, but I know very little about that, other than it was not with any of the families that I am aware of. I believe either they have contracted elsewhere, or maybe one of the nobility themselves is involved. As far as Hope herself, they know the man in charge of taking her out, and he was able to broker an arrangement with someone in her inner circle. A Goliath that was unable to reach far in his current station and disliked being pushed around, wanted to be in charge for a change. We offered him a interesting
Her
proposal.
bodyguard. The guy that was with her.
Yes.
Yep.
So we offered him a complete package to be able to join us and betray the person that had pushed her around for so many years, and he happily accepted. The arrangement, as I see it, was that Hope was going to be led to command forces that were doing very well for themselves and maintaining themselves around the barriers, around her stronghold, unknowing that the keys to the wards that held her personage were being held by a traitor. Once that part of things is shown, the broadcast would open with a choice for anyone that chose to defend or anyone that was watching to see what it meant to go against the Turi. And the beacon would be on one hand and Hope the other. So that if there were significant defenses, they'd be able to rescue possibly one, or all would watch as both
failed to be freed, and every part of Haven was destroyed. I don't know exactly what's happening with the beacon side of things. I'm sorry, that is beyond my pay grade. But
We do.
as far as Hope is concerned, and the DM has a baby, so I can't look up the notes, but she gives the name of one of the other lesser nobility, Turi, said that it is his. And should you have the capacity to find certain things, I can give you spell signatures and help you find, use them to find the right person. I know that they were planning on using the spin disc inside of the keep themselves. And I imagine, since the spin discs are all fucked up or whatever you have done to them, misdirected, redirected, deactivated, that they're likely holding on tight, waiting for this, she gestures vaguely to the whole city, wonderful trap to finish being sprung.
Okay, how long before we go back? And it's how long before dawn and so on?
You've got about an hour and a half of
Okay.
time in the bubble before you pop back in. It's done.
Can we check how the beacon fight's going? Because it's been, what, 20 minutes, you said, Gary?
Yep, it's been 20 minutes.
That's a long time.
Yeah, I'll
Rebel.
ask Rebel. How's it going in there, buddy?
I turned off my sensors.
That's incredible.
Do I get the sense that it's a good? I turned off my sensors, or
Like,
Very, very vital.
yeah. There's a little bit of, like, if you saw him, his face would have been completely white. You don't get from the perspective of him that he's someone that's used to be around violence, kind of in any sorts.
yeah,
And what is happening in there was difficult for him to watch, and so he basically turned off the feed and will say, "The wards are holding, but I'm not looking."
okay.
It has been long enough. The fight may be over. You might want to take a peek.
No way.
Baby and an energy drink.
I will do both of those, or you can do both of those. Baby.
Let's go, baby. Get some of your ankle.
Oh no.
What?
It's cutting an onion and
Do we want to ask him to take a quick peek and see if things are resolved yet? It's been a while.
If you ask that, he will say, "Oh no, I check every now and again, and the violence is still continuing."
The violence continues.
20 minutes.
I mean, these
I mean-
are elites versus elites.
You guys have not seen any of the like nobility actually go after one another, and they're all very, very powerful. Yeah.
Called the Bloody Baron.
Does it look like our strike team is winning?
He doesn't have the sensors on.
But he turned them on for a second,
Oh, okay.
and then basically was like, no, there's still a lot of violence, and he'll basically say, "I don't have a point of reference for this category of violence." So basically, I do not understand what's happening inside of this ward. I can tell that it is extremely violent, and I do not want to be involved.
The action economy, it's all messed up.
That's awesome.
He keeps using 3 reactions every turn.
He pulled off Shattered Time.
So basically, Hope is being held by her own guard.
Mhm.
And a Turi. Do we know where what's supposed to happen?
What?
Do we know where Hope is supposed to be?
Yes.
He just told us. She just told us.
So he thinks that the plan is they would be in the safe room near the private spin disc.
Because
Yeah, because they were going to just spin her away, but then the spins were broken.
so we need to go.
So we have taken all the smokestack people up onto the shore by this point. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. So we've also agreed on the deal, and she's gonna get out.
Yep.
She's gonna stay on our ship until we go
Manning
back.
is the guy's name.
So she's gonna stay on our ship until we teleport back.
Yep.
And then she's gonna spin off of our ship. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Probably not spin.
Probably not spin.
Probably just
Probably
walk
just go
away
walk.
from the city.
Okay. Yeah. That's chill. Okay. So then the only other question that I have is, like, we don't have anything else to mop up, right? Like, this is the last.
Seems like it.
This
There's nothing else
is
that you
the
can
last
think of
thing.
that's like.
Dwarf is fucked. All of the squares are cleaned up.
Squares are cleaned
Yeah.
up as far as you know.
Uh,
Boats are cleaned up as far as
So with the representatives from the different cities, I will ask the crew to please shepherd them into the brig, and announce to them, please be calm. You will all be returned to your homes when this is over. It is only a few more hours. Please try to get some rest if you can. And then I'll have the golems bring in some blankets and
Gotcha. There aren't any of the smaller golems because the explanation given to me previously was that the
10
main-
of the deployed. Yeah.
yeah, so the normal golems have been deployed and the elementals are deployed. Only just the big golems are here, from my understanding of what we wanted to deploy.
Yeah.
So like they could do it. It's just going to be slightly awkward.
Yeah.
You can tell that one of the representatives looks like she's making an effort to sort of be in the back of the pack, away from.
wonder who that is.
We noticed something about her.
She's human.
You recognize who she is. You saw her at port. Her name is Inez. She's the ambassador from Endeavor.
Yeah.
So she kind of goes towards the back of the pack and is happy to not be noticed,
We can deal with her later.
and is pleased and
Put
continue.
her on the camera.
What's her deal again?
She's just someone that the group has met before. She was the ambassador at Dasan Court for Endeavor. And spending a little bit of time with them, you can sort of realize that everyone here, they didn't just take random people from the different city states. They took the specific people that those city states sent to the Dasan Court. That's how them and their families seem to
That's
be
how
who
they
they
figured it
collected.
out who to take. Okay.
So you shepherd them into the brig. And what is the group's next plan of action? The battle seems to be going well.
So I'm just making sure before we go do anything else that we don't have anything else that we've forgotten, right? Like all of the squares are done. We know Finno is doing his thing with extreme prejudice. Like that's it, right?
Sounds good. So the plan is
So yeah, we'll follow. Can we follow the spell signature to Hope?
so you know where Hope is. Question is, how are you going to get to her?
Also, how are we going to do anything once we get there?
Yep,
We still have you have dailies.
I do.
You have dailies.
I have 1 daily and I have 36 HP.
I have dailies. You have 36 HP.
Yeah.
You have no healing surges?
Nope.
Is that bloody?
Yes.
You can get 2 bloody.
There's this discussion of like, how do we function?
I have 0 healing surges.
Yeah.
Can we take anyone with us?
And we could take those 2 big golems with us.
Well, and we sent the ghouls. Right?
You can, if you so choose.
Does that mean that they wouldn't be wouldn't be guarding the ship though, from like the representatives?
I mean, the representatives are all
Got a whole crew.
beat to shit, and we have a crew.
Well, did we put Marie in the or Margot, sorry, in brig as well?
I mean, I think she's just Happy to hang.
Do we want her wandering?
I would say to her,
I'm trying to look up the answer to the question that was asked, but I'm sorry, keep going.
I would say to her as part of the bargain, you must remain in the brig while on the ship until we are returned and it's time for you to leave. Because I don't want her wandering around our cool ship. I very much do not want her seeing all of our cool stuff.
Um,
On the ship before, wasn't there?
It is worthwhile saying when you asked a question of what sort of ritual stuff at the thing do we have?
Yeah.
There are things on that ritual list that you have not used before.
I'm looking. Major containment protocol, energy modulation,
Yeah, there's like a bunch of protection from energy kind of stuff.
lesser communal health. What's that do?
You can click on
I
it.
think that's
I know.
combat separate.
While performing this ritual, you and up to 5 participants in the ritual can choose to lose any number of healing surges and select another participant to get. Oh, that's just
It's not
it's on its separate. Okay.
Are there any people on the ship who have healing surges?
there are people that have healing surgery.
Suck it without buddy.
The short answer is it's going to knock out crew members. Like if they go to 0 surges as NPCs, they won't be able to function.
What about Margot?
Margot technically has 2 healing surges. But,
Margot is not our ally.
and pretty certain that that's going to be a difficult ask for her to give you surges because vampires function via surges.
Oh, right.
That being said, the diplomats also, each of the diplomats has a surge. They won't be functional. They'll knock them unconscious if you take their surge from them, but they do have surges.
Start with Endeavor.
I know.
This is your sacrifice for your life.
Actually, that isn't a bad idea. If we go to them, we could even ask for volunteers. Like we could say, okay, hang on. So
The Church of the Boundless requires a tithing.
I would say, like, you have seen what it is that the Churi do, the brutality, the spectacle.
Are you looking at stuff in the Discord?
You're looking for something specific.
The last one on the list. Okay, got it.
You have seen what the Churi would do, the brutality and the spectacle of it, and you have seen also the resistance, the power that has overcome their seeming, like their arrogance and boastful of their own victory. And you were taken for your for no more reason than that you were visited in court in I'd say it better than this, please.
Yeah.
You were taken for no better reason than that you were at court in the Desunk Baronies. Now, as you were forced, like words were put in your mouth that you did not want to say. This is your chance to, and you know, we do not blame you for this, but this is your chance to aid in the victory and be part of the victors and not a victim.
So,
We are asking for you to give up
A small portion of your life.
in World Healing Surge.
Yeah.
To empower us that we may go and rescue Hope, the leader of Haven. And if you do so, we will make a special point to tell her who aided in her rescue. Is everyone okay with that? If I say that?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
The last ritual, by the way, is do a long rest in 1 hour.
Oh,
Um,
it was black. It's still black.
it's level 16 ritual.
So the problem is not having that ritual, it's figuring out a way to cast it.
Yeah, because
What
we
does the table let us do?
Is it a
the
level plus-
table, I
it'd be
think,
like +2 to your level or something.
yeah, the table boosts our ritual casting level so that we can do better.
Right, that's much.
By 2. So you'd get up to 13, and you would need, like, you can technically cast higher level things than yourselves, but the more of a gap there is, the bigger the chance of something going wrong.
I like Griffel's speech.
I like Careful Speech. Careful Speech is great. This is definitely something you can do.
But I was just letting you guys, you haven't looked at it in a long time, and someone asked specifically, like, is there something in the table that would help with this? And the answer to the question is yes, kind of.
Right.
It is dangerous, but
Also
if
feel
you
like
cast it because
We
it's
have so many dailies left. Like Drox got his teleporty shit. You got all of your shit. I've got almost all of mine.
The only resource that I'm low on are surgeons.
Yeah.
Which is why this rousing speech really gets me going.
Love me a rousing
Do
speech.
you want to be a part of something bigger than yourself?
Join the
Tired
Church
of carrying around extra healing surges?
Church of the Boundless. Freedom for me to do combat.
So more or less, after the speech, basically they're given a way to do this. They're given a way to kind of do this in a somewhat performative fashion, right? Like, we're already at your mercy. It's a little frightening that things are going on here. But we might be able to salvage this, like career-wise, salvage this in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
Giving them an out means that you do have people volunteer, although the Dragonborn representative from Grace does step forward and say, we would, of course, welcome an ability to help those that should have been our allies and who were unfairly fought against. This trap that was laid was for us as much as it was for them. They wish to make examples of our submission as well. Being said, Grace and her allies would not wish to have anyone harmed with this ritual. I would submit that only those willing to choose as adults were included in this ritual. And gestures towards the 15 or probably close to 20 children of the miscellaneous families.
Yeah.
I'll say there are no cameras here. We only seek your help.
We will take only those who are willing and able, and these are clearly not able.
So she says that, and then she also turns towards Inez from Endeavor and says, in addition to the children, those that have compromised wills, I would submit should not be part of such a ritual. And she looks from Inez to the elven slave next to Inez.
The Church of the Boundless abides. The dude abides.
So, if you'll do that, I think I unintentionally made it a woman, but the representative is supposed to be. Well, I guess it could be his wife, the wife of the ambassador of from Grace. Basically, is like, we all agree to this, but I think that all of us should say that slaves and children
Yes.
should not be permitted to take part.
Is the elven slave shackled? No.
But does have the brands on its face, showing that what family it belongs to. It belongs to Inez's family, whose name I don't have offhand, but has her last name branded on his face.
How many surges is that if we exclude them?
After let's see. There are 5 of the original dead, so that's 13, so 12. 12 surges after you pay the one for the ritual. There's 13 adults.
Do we have sort of like multiple areas? These guys are all in cells. Is that what we're saying?
No, the security room is just one big room that can be sealed off. So
I'd like to go over to the elf and take their hand and say, there are no slaves here, and lead them away. Give them some stuff, maybe an extra blanket, and some food.
So when you try to lead him away, he looks over towards Inez, and then she nods to him, and he walks away. Like, he looked to her for permission first, and then.
Well for her.
No, it will not.
So, leads, lead the guy away. He's very polite. He's very formal with you. He says he understands many people over the years have taken an interest in his connection and bond with his master and mistress. He appreciates the gesture, even if it is misdirected.
Didn't this say that?
No, this is the slave.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Can I speak to him telepathically?
Hmm?
Can I say it for real?
So he
For real, for
believes it is his duty to serve the family, has been for many generations of their kind, and that they treat him well.
That is what you wish?
So he has no problem being away from her. Like he'll go and do whatever if you're going to be, friendly to him. He's not against people showing him kindness or anything, but he does pretty clearly want to stay with her if, like, long-term wise, wants to stay with her. Okay.
Like that one slave who's like, yeah, I love picking all that cotton.
More like the house slave.
Right, yeah,
As
like
they-
I was treated well and freedom is scary, maybe.
You ever seen that meme photo of there's like two white guys picking cotton, and there's a black guy behind him with a belt, and then up in the sky is just a shadow of Martin Luther King Jr. smiling.
That's amazing. So yeah. So they agree to give surges. You guys have 12 surges to divide as you so choose.
So I have one remaining if we want to just put in the pool and divvy it up.
So
Thing.
I know he has 0. Griffle has 0.
Griffle has 0.
0, 14.
Did you have any go?
Maureen, 0,
No,
1,
I have 0.
0.
So
So there's 14 total surges.
so everyone gets 3 except for someone volunteering to get 2.
Is anyone still injured?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I am still 1 surge away from full.
I'm like
How many-
I'm a half surge from full.
This is 2.
2?
My handwriting is very. I have 2 left.
Okay, and is anyone not full health?
I'm not full health.
I'm not full health.
I am bloodied.
So how many surges? So you need 2.
I need
We're
2.
trying to figure that
Yeah.
out. They're giving us 12.
So it sounds like you've got 14, 15, 16 surges total.
Yep.
So people need to spend some surges to get health back.
Who needs to heal?
I need 1.
I need 2 surges to
Surge?
heal.
Do you
And
need
how
any-
many do you need?
I'm down 10 health.
Maybe what's your surge value?
16.
Brock, you need to heal?
I'm down 16 health. It's not worth spending a surge.
Yes.
Okay, so Griffle and Morin go to full.
Yep.
And now we have 13 surges.
We have 5 players.
Yep.
2
I'll take-
each.
I'll take 2.
2 each.
Yep.
1 extra to Drock, 1 extra to Griffle,
That
and then we have 1 last.
Probably you.
Me.
Yeah, probably you.
So 3.
I'm happy with that. Is everyone happy with that?
Yep.
Are
Yep.
you happy going in with only 2 surges?
I was gonna go in with only 1, so yeah.
Amazing.
So
Are we gonna spin it? I can't think of another effective way.
We don't know where they are.
you do know what
Oh,
you
but,
can
oh
go
wait, we
with that.
do. I'm so dumb.
But do we have access to their spin disc?
Yeah, they you know that they're at the spend disc. You know that they're at, well, supposedly they're at
They're covering up their spending.
Hope's personal spend disc
Yeah.
inside the wards and barriers.
Oh, ask that guy if he can redirect us there. Like if we spin. Grimoire, what's his name?
Grimoire.
Grimoire.
Or
Like if we spin, can he redirect us to that disc?
We can just spin to that disc.
Yeah, you don't need the redirect, you just spend to it.
Oh, I would have figured it was warded, protected, something.
You think that it was that way prior to them attacking the city, but they needed to unward it so they could get her out. And then that doesn't work.
All right. Spinny, spinny.
So this is the DM saying, what I would like to do is if the goal is at this point to spin to her personal thing, which is you guys know what this is going to be Knuckles and Jawbones. This is going to be a combat. I would like to end the whirlwind weeks worth of games with this because I don't want to start combat in person and then go to online. That seems like it's very
What time is
obnoxious.
Oh, you saying start when we do
It's
next?
4 p.m. that you guys wanted to stop a little early today so we can like get food, go to sleep early, rest in the morning, all that sort of stuff. So what I'm saying is I would like to double check to make sure that everyone has done everything they would want to do prior to going into this combat. And then we will begin next session, the next online session with you guys spin into this room.
It was great.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Make sure you note down your stuff on your sheet so you know for when we come.
What my request was going to be, if you wouldn't mind, put into the prosperity thing, how many like health healing surges that you have, and what dailies, if any, you are currently down.
So
Put it in my personal channel.
You put it in your personal- but I think having it in the group channel is a little bit more helpful for me because I have it as like or like you could even put it in the level up channel, so it's not like in the rest of our discussion. If you put it in the level up channel, that'll be easy for me to glance over and be like, okay,
Got it.
here's what everyone has. Let's do it. Let's do level up channel for where you are, and then we'll jump into this final combat.
Gary, I absolutely can. My token is up to date. I've been tracking on my token, so
Sure. Yeah. Token
That works.
Because basically what I'm going to use it for is to make the token up to date, put you guys in the board.
yeah, no. So my token's good. I have all of my dailies and encounters tracked on my token now. So everything on my token should be accurate going into this battle.
The last thing I'm going to say before we can turn off the recording and go do other stuff is I'm super happy how this week turned out. So glad you guys were able to make it. And honestly, I know JP, you weren't able to make it, but really, like, I'm not gonna say it's like as if you were here, but having one remote player tends to work really terribly. And it has been the smoothest that I've ever had any sort of remote player by a massive margin.
So I
So,
get to keep this.
yeah, sure. So thank you very much for paying attention, for not getting super distracted, for being reliable as being a remote person who was on vacation instead of how it typically goes. So thank you very much, JP. Also, thank you for recording the 80 gigs or whatever the fuck it is worth of stuff that we've done this week.
JP, could you get us a final?
I'm doing that now.
Yes. Final count for how much gaming we packed into this week. And the last little note that I was going to say is there is something coming relatively soon in the overall story of the campaign that I did spend a lot of time, energy, and effort coding into Roll20 and making it function on the online platform. And there was a fear that I had
Did we get there?
that you do that stuff before, and I'd be like, God damn it, I have to figure out how to do this in person. I was going to be really annoyed because it took me like, I want to say it didn't take me that long to do, but it probably took me 6 hours of like actively working on just it to get it to fucking function on Roll20. So I'm glad that we will get to do that at some point, I imagine, online. And I'm glad that this week went as awesome as it did. I really, really had fun.
Agreed.
I would like to thank my arms for always being by my side.
Commencement speeches.
I would like to thank my legs for always carrying me through.
Oh,
All
one
right,
last thing
guys.
that this is thing that I'm very likely to forget is that when you guys return back, it'll be basically right after the battle with them to the end of the next session, your rods will go cold for 2 different visions.
Ooh.
Mm.
Simultaneously?
Sorry.
2 simultaneously and then 1 shortly after.
Oh.
Ooh, 3.
3
Oh.
visions.
What
So
is
there
it?
were
We have
3 visions
Mentor,
on Reaper Night.
Oh, Mentor.
Space Dalseth,
3 left.
Haven.
Bam, bam, bam. All 3 happen on Reaper's Night.
Sorry, which one was Space Dalseth?
The one shot.
Ah, right, yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily mean
No.
something changes either.
Yeah. All right, so we are at 55 hours, if I've done the math right. And excluding today's video, because I don't get a size of it until it is completed, the other videos are 107 gigs. Most of which should already be fully up on YouTube, by the way.
We did it, y'all. Oh,
I didn't use that many dailies actually.
Yeah, I don't think people were down a lot of resources except for surges.
Yeah.
It's because that first dude beat ours.
well, I've used 4 dailies.
Oh, you did.
I haven't even used like my item dailies and stuff like. Yeah, it's not
We're
a lot.
really lucky that second fight didn't go that badly.
Yeah, that second fight was I wouldn't say easy, but
Oh man, like the it's not called failed diplomacy. That's the other one. Stall tactics. So
Did that save our ass?
the stall tactics meant that they couldn't get in position and she didn't get around.
Yeah.
It's like her initiative was very good.
Uh-huh.
So that means that she didn't get to take her first round of action would have been her second round of action. This meant she would have gotten the big rearrange the board thing off. Where on hit she slides everyone 5 squares and on miss she slides them all 3 squares. And she would have rearranged the board to put you guys in these hopscotch things and through the vulnerability, and her stuff gets real nasty real fast when she gets that off. So her not being able to use that was pretty pivotal.
What is it? What can you tell us what the other 3 would have done?
The other 3 locations.
Yeah, like the dwarf is dead. I'm assuming the bear is dead, but what would they have done?
So the library with Ghoul Pit, that is very big on the guy, him having like force movement and stuff, and it would have been a fight that was basically him being very difficult to hit, and he has a lot of abilities that allow him to teleport, that allow him to basically, he can remove himself from play, so you have to deal with the ghouls before you can deal with him. And it's just a huge ghoul battle. So he's actually pretty easy. He's a standard. He's not an elite. He's one of the few on here that is not elite.
Sure.
But he has a lot of sort of get out of jail free shit that he can do. So he basically just plays keep away and uses mind control and force movement and stuff like that. And then it's mostly it's the big fight that was supposed to be here's ghouls. So it's a whole bunch of ghouls and then the mind control and fighting stuff. The bear in the mists. That one is big about the mist. So there's a skill challenge associated with that one. That is the mist coming and forming into creatures and having to deal with like ghosts and specters and things like that. The diplomats was going to be unlikely to be a pure combat. Would have been it's Margot, right?
Yeah, so you know her.
So you know that one, you know what's going to vaguely happen there, and then it's going to be more of a skill challenging type thing. And I left that one really open. I didn't have a lot of rules for it. I just had, if you guys go to that one, we're going to have to figure out how this works. Then you guys fought the children vampires, the dead gods. And the one at the beacon was the hardest EXP budget by a long margin. I did not expect you guys to actually fight that one. It is basically, can we survive?
Which one?
Number 6.
Were you expect, but they would not have necessarily been at the beacon. They were to come in and leave.
They were going to basically come in, wreck house, grab the beacon, and peace out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not a can you fight that combat? It's can you survive? Because it is 2 of the Turi nobility.
Mhm.
They are beyond your ability to actively fight. So basically, that's a survival skill challenge. And then number 7 is the one we'll be starting on once we come back in.
You feel like we did more than to defend the city than you expected?
I would say slightly more. The looking into the registry and doing all the stuff with the beacon was really solid. Like, I didn't actually have most of that prepped. That was me kind of sitting there going, okay, I know that there is a traitor. I know one of the shipmasters is a traitor. What sort of shit could they have reasonably done? And so that section I was basically made up completely on the fly. But
You knew that they were using spin discs and that they'd stolen beacons and stuff.
yeah, I knew that he had done the pieces. I didn't know what that would look like.
It's very impressive. Well, they're not very organized.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I loved, like, I knew how the trap was supposed to work with the beacon. The idea is that all the things get turned off, everything teleports in, and it's basically two of the nobility versus whatever forces get deployed there just get fucked. But when you guys went through the thing, I was like, well, you should be able to, with some decent checks and some good insight, be able to find the trap, right? The thing that you put into the thing that allows it to happen. And so when that happened, and then I was like, okay, well, how would this work? I then thought about the guy, and I was like, well, he still believes that this is going to be something that is like manageable, right? Like, this is, oh, we found their thing. We can turn their coup de grace into a trap, because he doesn't understand the scale of combatant that is being sent into that. And then once it is, he's like, we are fucked. Like, this is going to be bad. I'm going to lob bombs at them and annoy them while they try to slowly figure out how to chew through the wards. And then when the Baron shows up, that's when things change.
So what was Fernando supposed to do if he didn't fight them? Or was he always supposed to fight them? I say supposed to, you know. So that's a charged statement.
By default, when he comes into the city, he is basically here to do the thing that he wanted to have happen. I've said this to you guys a little bit, because I think Marie says it to you, is the Desang's whole plan is, if we can get a significant portion of the Turi forces to commit to an actual stand-up battle, we win.
Which is what we have here.
Like, the Turi forces fought one time against like a stand-up battle against Desang, and they got their asses handed to them because force to force, blank white field, right? The just your guys, my guys, in a plain field with nothing else going on. The Turi forces thought they'd be able to steamroll the Desang, and the Desang was waiting for a decisive battle to be able to say, cool, if we can draw your forces into the open, put our forces down on the other side, we win. And that's what was presumed to be happening here. Although you guys don't see, the only hide abilities that are here are the Baron, Therese, and these two nobles of Turi. The Night King isn't here, and some of his other inner circle is not here. So they are elsewhere, and I believe the group knows where they are.
Iron Tower.
Lane of the Iron Tower. I didn't really like the catch of like, oh man, this is like really quickly. You guys are like, okay, so this is a like a bait and switch.
Mhm.
But then I was sitting there, and you're like, but no, it could be this or it could be that. And I was like, man, they're doing real good because this is
Smart.
you guys are awesome. I was like, man, I was sitting, I was like, man, I feel like this sounds like a very convoluted plan that makes sense to the people that are doing it. Like, cool, we're gonna say it's the fight between these two people. The screens come on, the cameras open, bam, it's them announcing an alliance to go fuck over this other place, and then showing what happens at Haven, ostensibly because they think that Haven is an automatic win,
Mhm.
whereas it's not a fight, not a showcase of what happens at the Iron Tower, because that's not an automatic win.
Right.
So make a big show of the alliance, show an easy victory, profit.
Mhm.
And when you guys basically got all the pieces, but not quite connected together, but you got all the pieces, I was like, oh, okay, cool. This is
this hopefully will feel like it's like earned when we get to, hey, this is what's going on.
Yeah.
And the amount of like happy stress that I could feel coming off of Morin in waves, at least. Like, because I was looking at you when I was giving the presentation most of the time, and you were just like, I'm so uncomfortable. Like, I'm watching, but I hate this. I love it. I love that I hate this the whole time. I was like, good. This is as it goes.
Was there anything I asked you a question like 2 or 3 days ago,
Mhm.
and you said I can't remember what the question was, but you said the answer is a spoiler, but that you did want to tell me.
Oh yeah.
What was the
I think it was how On knew.
Yeah. How
No,
on
it was before that. It was like, would someone have died? Would Anne have died if we had like what would have happened if one hadn't used her brain castle?
Brain.
Yeah. So we're probably far enough along to know what would have happened there. Basically,
an
in
assassin waiting for her, right?
yeah, she had an assassin waiting for her, and the assassin would not have been successful, but would have crippled her for a very long time.
Right. So she would be alive but not useful, and then would that have impacted the attack on the Iron Tower?
Yes,
Okay.
because basically
In a big way.
the assassination attempt was supposed to be Therese' counterstroke, the payback for the stab in the eye.
Yeah.
And when it didn't go as planned, it means that On is a piece that's on the board right now. I'm not going to give you any more information about that. You'll find out as we go along. But On not being a piece on the board for the song is huge. And one of the reasons it's huge, which is that this is the part where I was like, you would know one of the basic effects later on, but I didn't want it to be a spoiler, is if On was taken out, the Night King would have been at Haven.
Oh.
I wonder why.
He wouldn't have felt like he needed to be at
Right.
Iron Tower. Maybe?
That would have gone differently.
Yeah.
That would have gone very differently.
Because the
You could
two
have killed him.
I have to say, I'm impressed at how you made like a citywide battle feel big enough that there was like lots of things we could do to help, but not so overwhelming that we had no idea like where to go or where to start. Like, that was balance between like there are options and things you can do, but we didn't end up in choice paralysis like we sometimes do.
Well, speak for yourself.
It also
We took a vote, all right?
it didn't feel like overwhelming in the sense that it didn't feel like I was doing nothing
Yeah.
Yeah.
It felt like every
because of
choice we
our
made.
StarCraft-esque org time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every choice we made felt like it had an impact on the success.
Mhm.
I'm glad you guys like that.
Was there like a city skill challenge?
Secret skill challenge happening in the background.
Well, I have victory points, but it's not skill challenge, but yes.
So how many of the combats would we have had to do? If we didn't do any of the combats, would we have still won?
If we just pieced out. Good luck, Haven.
So we got
Even with creating the trap and removing the Night King from the battle, which is what saving On does. It removes the Night King from this battle. Haven would not have been saved. And again, one of the pieces that you guys will get eventually that you guys don't know right now is the trigger for On's ward. What turns it from an alarm into a trap is when people stop portaling in. Because the whole point of the trap
Was to trap them in the city.
right, is when they engage as much of their forces as possible, we're going to trap them here so we can fight their army in the field. The whole point. The whole point of the engagement is we just need to get the Turi to commit. And when you guys do the plane shift, it temporarily shuts off all the things. It triggers no more people are portaling in. Now it's sealed and they can't get out.
Did you expect us to do the Clotho thing?
it was on the list. I was really hoping that was something that you guys would do. But there was a very specific trigger, right? Like it had to be,
Can you bring the dawn?
can you bring the dawn? I thought it was reasonably likely that he would do so, but you know, it wasn't like a shoe in because you really had to be like, all right, well, she wants to help. You have to give her an avenue to help.
Right.
She's still very disconnected, and being able to have that scene where she goes to the coffee shop to get her drink
Mhm.
is sort of designed to show like, hey, she is just completely disconnected from reality. Like she got this little taste of what it's like to be a person again,
Mhm.
but she's not really understanding.
Yeah.
And so you guys would have to get her from A to B. And I think Drock did a great job of setting it up, of the assist for the slam dunk.
Coaching 5-year-olds in soccer, you learn to distract and get what you want slowly.
The dead Judy's rock.
Oh man.
And the one thing I didn't get was, I was like, man, I've done this description for the group like a dozen different times. Every time they teleport with the ship, I describe the ring and then it getting distorted into like an oval shape and creating the envelope, the shield around the thing and going. I was like, man, I'm going to feel bad if I do this and everyone just stares at me. It's no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. And then I did it.
don't remember you ever giving me that description.
Oh, I remember. It's just the multiple rings threw me off, right? Because there was her ring and then the 2 other rings, and I'm like, all right, it's similar, but is it the same or is it different? And it's just the scale of it is more rings, which I didn't put together.
What if she had made infinite rings?
She uses 3 of the rings to magnify her effect.
Yeah.
Create a 20 miles long, 6 miles wide, east to west oval.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun, guys. Tiring. I am exhausted.
I saw Rachel this morning and I said, I'm done.
I know, right? Like, and it was good. We got to a good point. Last night's battle was hard to stay focused through.
We came into the room down here last night, and Mike goes, "Oh my god, I was so hyped up on it.
I was
jazzed, so jazzed." He goes, and then I missed that crit, and all of that just went away.
I saw it too. Like he missed, and it was just like the life drained from his body.
Oh, I felt that in Canada.
It was just like,
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna stop the recording. I'm gonna go outside because I haven't seen sunlight in forever.
that's
Oh my god. I'm gonna go grow.
Touch grass and enjoy your rate limit, nerd.
Yeah. All right. Take care, guys.
Bye, John.